High above, amidst the jagged, frozen peaks, lies a realm of unforgiving ice and snow. A desolate expanse known only as the White Snowfield, where monsters of unimaginable terror roam freely. From colossal serpents that slither through icy chasms, to monstrous beasts lurking beneath the frozen surface. The White Snowfield is a breeding ground for apex predators, each more terrifying than the last. Among them, the white bear monster, known as the Earthquaker, shakes the very foundations of the land, while other grotesque horrors emerge from the depths. And as if the land wasn't enough, hideous rat-like creatures pollute the very ocean surrounding this frozen wasteland. But despite all these terrifying creatures, an ancient emperor, who once reigned over the White Snowfield, uttered a chilling truth: the monsters aren't the most dangerous things there. For in this desolate expanse, a figure cloaked in an ethereal purple glow stands, embodying a power far beyond any beast, a silent testament to the true, hidden threats. The true danger manifests not in tooth and claw, but in a force that ripples with raw, untamed energy, a power that defies the very definition of a monster. Indeed, the most perilous entities in this frozen realm are not the creatures that stalk the snow, but something far more profound and terrifying. The White Snowfield, a desolate expanse of ice and jagged peaks, becomes the arena for a clash of titans. Suddenly, a brutal, unseen force slams into Ketil, sending him reeling back as he barely manages to utter, "Looks like we have an uninvited guest." From the swirling snow, the monstrous entity emerges, its eyes burning with an ominous purple glow, its massive form lunging with terrifying speed. A devastating blast of icy energy erupts from the beast, engulfing Ketil in a maelstrom of freezing power, shattering the very air around him. The relentless assault continues, Ketil caught in a blinding torrent of frigid light, each particle a shard of pain. The sheer force of the impact sends him hurtling backward, slamming him into the unforgiving snow, a cloud of powder erupting around his battered form. Grimacing, Ketil clutches his face, the pain evident in his strained expression, but a flicker of defiance remains in his eyes. The monstrous entity, sensing victory, lets out a triumphant roar, its purple aura flaring with renewed intensity, declaring, "Jireh." The beast's power surges, the purple energy around it growing denser, crackling with raw, destructive force, preparing for a final, crushing blow. The ground beneath it begins to fracture, unable to contain the sheer magnitude of its power, as the purple glow intensifies to an unbearable brilliance. But before the monster can unleash its full fury, Ketil, with a surge of his own, intercepts the attack, his fist glowing with a fierce purple energy, delivering a thunderous counterblow that echoes across the snowfield. Woof! His powerful strike drives deep into the beast, the impact rippling through its massive form, a testament to his unyielding will. As the battle rages, Ketil unleashes a devastating blow, his form a blur of raw power, yet a detached voice dismisses his ferocity as mere barbarian stupidity. Meanwhile, Greta, watching the brutal exchange, recalls a dismissive comment about brainless guys and wonders aloud if a barbarian's mind is truly empty. Shaking her head, she tries to push the thought away, her concern for Ketil overriding her philosophical musings. Suddenly, the monstrous entity, wreathed in a malevolent purple glow, lunges with terrifying speed, its maw wide open, ready to devour. The creature's attack connects with brutal force, tearing into Ketil and drawing a spray of blood. The purple monster, its form crackling with dark energy, taunts him, reminding him of a past warning and declaring him an obstacle. Despite the injury, Ketil refuses to yield, countering with a powerful, crunching blow that sends shockwaves through the air. The monster recoils, a pained groan escaping its lips, its purple energy flaring wildly from the impact. From a distance, Greta watches in horror, desperately calling out Ketil's name, realizing the fight is a trap and urging him to retreat. Maja, standing beside Greta, shares her apprehension, her voice laced with disbelief at the unfolding danger. Back in the fray, Ketil grits his teeth, a guttural grunt of effort escaping him as he pushes through the pain. But then, in a shocking turn, the injured monster, its face twisted in agony, utters a single, unexpected name, Greta. Still reeling from the monster's brutal attack, Ketil struggles to rise, his body protesting against the icy ground, as the hulking purple creature looms menacingly above him. From the sidelines, a desperate cry rings out, Greta's voice piercing the frigid air, urging him to escape the monster's grasp. But Ketil, his gaze fixed on the monstrous foe, can only grit his teeth, a silent promise of retaliation burning in his eyes. Before he can act, the monster lunges, not at him, but at Greta, snatching her from the snow with terrifying speed, as Ketil's own name escapes his lips in a horrified gasp. The sight of her in danger ignites a primal fury within him, his expression twisting into a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. But in the face of such overwhelming despair, a different thought surfaces, a quiet, melancholic realization that this brutal reality is far from the fantasy he once yearned for. His mind drifts back to a time of simpler dreams, a solitary figure walking through endless snow, seeking something more. He remembers the yearning for a world beyond his own, a vibrant tapestry of dreams and magic, a true fantasy world. That desire had driven him to abandon his old life, to embark on a grand journey, leaving everything behind. His quest for adventure had taken him to the highest peaks, conquering the world's most formidable mountains. He had sailed across vast, unknown seas, traveling to the very ends of the earth. And even ventured to the southernmost point, a solitary figure gazing out at the endless expanse, searching for the magic he craved. As his mind reels from the abduction, Ketel's thoughts drift back to a time when he yearned for a different life, a time when he believed in the magic of a fantasy world, only to find reality was far from his hopeful dreams. Every single night, he had prayed for an escape, a desperate plea echoing in the silence. And then, in a blinding flash of cosmic energy, that prayer was answered. The swirling vortex of light promised a new beginning, a gateway to the world he had always dreamed of. But the reality of that world was a relentless, clattering journey through frozen wastes, a heavy armored vehicle grinding its way across an unforgiving, snow-swept landscape. The biting cold was a constant companion, eliciting a frustrated groan from one of the travelers. Ugh, damn, it's freezing. Ketel, bundled in furs, listened as his dark-haired companion challenged him, why yourself? You want to die? To which he simply replied, that's exactly what I'm doing. The dark-haired man, his face etched with concern, tried to reason, I'm not asking you to do it alone. Don't take a whimper. But the determined companion cut him off, shut it. You all agreed to this. Ketel, gripping his staff, conceded the point, yeah, but we didn't expect it to be this bad. The harsh reality of their situation was palpable, as the dark-haired companion shivered uncontrollably, a frustrated "tsk" escaping his lips in a bitter cold. An older attendant looks down with a concerned expression, a soft groan escaping him. His gaze shifts to a young woman, and he asks if she is all right. The young woman, seated on the ground, dismisses his concern with a defiant humph, insisting she is perfectly fine and unharmed. Meanwhile, the attendant looks out a window at the falling snow, muttering about the ill-mannered brutes responsible for their predicament. The young noblewoman, Mylina, reassures him not to worry, proudly declaring herself Mylina from the Akasha household. The attendant, still looking at her, suggests they bring the others inside. A long time ago, in a stark contrast to the current scene, Ketel and his companions struggled through a brutal, snow-swept landscape, the biting cold a constant, harsh reality. Back in the present, the attendant firmly rejects the idea, reminding Mylina of the dire consequences of leaving the battlefield. Mylina, her expression now somber, ponders if monsters are truly the cause of their troubles. She stands by the window, watching the relentless snowfall, her thoughts lost in the swirling white. The flashback continues, revealing Ketel as an emperor, a powerful figure who once desired to conquer the entire world, now caught in an eternal winter's snowfell. Even in his barbarian guise, he led countless soldiers and workers, a testament to his ambition even in the most desolate of circumstances. He had once been a conqueror, an emperor who had claimed the entire world for himself, his vengeance driving him to an undiscovered realm. But after losing countless warriors and barbarians, he returned from that journey utterly alone. Appearing weaker than before, it was as if the very wings of his ambition had been clipped. Yet, the most crucial thing he gained from that harrowing experience was the undeniable truth: there were no such things as monsters in that world. No, what truly existed were only barbarians. They dwelled in a hellish land from which no one ever returned alive, a frozen wasteland of eternal snow. And it was there, in that desolate place, that they made their home. Meanwhile, an older attendant dismisses the very idea of such a place, muttering that it's probably just a legend. Mylina, reflected in a mirror, looks on in surprise as the attendant declares, by the Emperor's order, I've come to take you. The attendant, a knowing smile playing on his lips, continues, but no one's ever confirmed seeing a barbarian. Mylina, her expression thoughtful, acknowledges the truth of his words, conceding, that's true. Despite countless adventures and expeditions into the unknown, no solid information about the fabled barbarians had ever surfaced, even until now, as Mylina stood gazing out at the desolate, snow-swept expanse. Suddenly, a sharp command cut through the biting wind, making her companion halt abruptly, questioning the reason for the sudden stop. His gaze fixed on a distant, indistinct shape in the swirling snow, the older man muttered about the difficulty of discerning anything clearly. Yet, with a grim certainty, he asserted the keenness of his own sight. A chilling realization then dawned upon him, as he prepared to deliver unsettling news. His eyes, though sharp, had indeed spotted something ominous. The distant shape, still partially obscured by the blizzard, began to resolve into a more defined form. As the figure grew more distinct, the older man's voice, now laced with urgency, warned his companions that whatever it was rapidly approaching their position. His face, etched with a mixture of fear and disbelief, reflected the gravity of their unexpected encounter. The approaching form, now undeniably human, emerged from the swirling snow, prompting a bewildered question from the group. It was Ketel, his ash-blonde hair and muscular frame unmistakable, his gaze sharp and resolute as he strode through the unforgiving blizzard. A primal roar rips through the blizzard, followed by the brutal, bone-shattering impact of a kill. And there he stands, a titan of the frozen wastes, surveying the vanquished foe, its monstrous form swallowed by the swirling snow. His victory absolute in this unforgiving realm, as a distant cry of pure terror pierces the icy silence. a chilling smirk playing on his rugged face. His chiseled physique a testament to raw power, yet his mind is already calculating, anticipating the next move. But across the desolate expanse, a small, vulnerable group, including Mylina and Greta, watches in stunned disbelief, the impossible reality of another human's presence dawning upon them. A predatory grin spreading across his features, Keto relishes the unexpected turn of events. Then, with an almost theatrical flourish, the legendary barbarian, Keto, turns to face them, a confident, almost mocking smile playing on his lips. Striding forward with an undeniable presence, he extends a hand, his voice cutting through the wind, "Pleased to meet you." Her eyes wide with a mix of fear and confusion, Mylina stammers, "A merchant," as Greta, her voice barely a whisper, confirms, "Yes." And stepping protectively before them, one of their hardened mercenaries challenges him, "And you must be mercenaries from the merchant." Keto's gaze intensifies, a thoughtful hum escaping him, before he delivers a chilling, enigmatic reply, "I'm glad you came back." Standing over the fallen figure, Keto remains silent for a moment, the heavy thud of impact still echoing in the frigid air, while Greta watches on, her face a mask of utter shock. As Maja Sauscht stirs, a soft "ah" escaping her lips. Her eyes widen, glowing with a sudden realization. A faint, almost predatory smile plays on his lips as he clarifies. Maja Sauscht, still reeling, can only manage a stunned. Keto's smile widens, his eyes glowing with an almost mischievous light. Extending a hand, a faint aura shimmering around his fingers. Maja Sauscht turns her head, her thoughts racing. His expression now tinged with slight annoyance. A gasp escapes Maja Sauscht's lips. Looking up at him, a new respect dawning in her expression. Her hand reaches out, a silent gesture of acceptance or perhaps, a desperate plea. A sudden, almost imperceptible sound cuts through the air, drawing Maja Sauscht's attention, her expression shifting to one of concern. Confirming her suspicions, Keto simply nods, his gaze unwavering as he acknowledges the presence of the unseen threat. Her thoughts racing, Maja Sauscht quickly processes the situation, realizing the barbarian's intent to join them as a mercenary, and wonders what her next move should be. The weight of the decision pressing down on her, she remains lost in contemplation, her brow furrowed in deep thought. As if reading her mind, Keto's voice cuts through her internal debate, offering a blunt assessment of her options and advising against a particular course of action. His words clearly impacting her, Maja Sauscht's face shows a flicker of distress, the weight of her responsibilities evident in her strained expression. Finally making her decision, she resolves to accept his terms, her eyes hardening with newfound determination. With her mind made up, Maja Sauscht turns her gaze back to the barbarian, ready to convey her acceptance. A brief exchange confirms the agreement, and the path forward is set for the unlikely companions. Soon after, the trio ventures out into the biting cold, Keto leading the way through the treacherous snowfield, his powerful strides cutting a path for Maja Sauscht and Greta. The agreement sealed, their journey officially begins, the vast, frozen landscape stretching out before them as they press onward. As the journey through the frigid snowscape continues, a silent tension hangs in the air, Maja Sauscht's gaze fixed on the back of the man leading their way. He moves with an almost unnatural speed, his pace relentless, prompting Greta to comment on his great haste. But before Maja can even react, Keto suddenly whirls around, shoving her back with a powerful, unexpected force that sends her stumbling with a sharp gasp. Her eyes widen in shock, barely able to comprehend the sudden aggression. He stares her down, his expression unyielding as he challenges her, asking if she truly believes it's appropriate to demand such things from her employee. His words are a stark warning, his eyes narrowing with a fierce intensity that promises swift retribution for any perceived transgression. Keto's gaze remains sharp, his intent clear, he is here to find what he seeks, and nothing will deter him. The journey resumes, the unspoken tension still palpable as the trio continues through the desolate landscape. Maja, still reeling from the encounter, tries to clarify her position, insisting she isn't asking him to do anything specific. But Keto's response is curt and final, reminding her that the employer approved of his methods. Even as a mercenary, Maja believes they should at least attempt to intervene, to stop whatever Keto is so aggressively pursuing. His cold, dismissive tone cuts her off, his question hanging heavy in the air, "Are you joking?" His powerful hand, adorned with a rugged bracer, hangs in a moment of charged anticipation. As he boldly announces his demands to an unseen force, Greta a silent witness to his audacity. "Calm yourselves," he barks, his command echoing with raw authority. Then, with a touch of nervous politeness, Greta ventures, "May I come in?" A flash of intense reaction crosses his features. Before he delivers a decisive, "Yes, please do." And with that, Keto plunges headfirst into the unforgiving, snow-swept wilderness. A tense silence hangs in the air as an older man with a stern mustache confronts Keto, his gaze sharp and questioning. Behind him, Greta recoils in shock, her eyes wide with alarm, as Keto remains stoic, a heavy thud echoing from his actions. The older man, attempting to de-escalate the situation, suggests that everyone should simply calm down. Ketel, his voice steady, assures them he has no intention of causing any harm. But the man remains unconvinced, accusing him of lying and demanding to know his true intentions, all while a silent thought confirms the obvious: this imposing figure is indeed a barbarian. The scene abruptly shifts, revealing Maja Sausht, her pastel blue hair flowing, as she looks on with a gentle, curious expression. She nervously offers a greeting, a soft thud accompanying her words as she meets Ketel. Another soft thud echoes, as Ketel observes the young woman before him. Taking in his new surroundings, Ketel notes the surprising warmth within the dwelling. Maja confirms his observation, finding it hard to believe such heat exists indoors, especially in a snowy field. She begins to explain, hinting at the unique properties of their current location. Ketel, with a knowing look, finishes her thought, realizing the warmth is a characteristic of this world itself. A soft touch lands on his shoulder, a subtle gesture in the quiet space. As Maja Sausht turns from a glowing screen, her expression earnest, explaining that she's been looking for him. She then offers a proposition, stating, "Allow me to protect you guys." This offer, however, comes with a caveat, as she recalls a conversation with an older, distinguished man who had asked, "So that's what I wish to know." Ketel, listening intently, responds with a simple, "What?" His smirk widens as he lays out his own terms, declaring, "However, I have a condition. I want to give you all the information you have." He stands tall, his gaze unwavering, awaiting her response. Maja Sausht turns away, her expression troubled, as if weighing the heavy implications of his demand. Ketel, still smirking, presses his advantage, asserting, "Yes, it won't hurt in any way." Her eyes narrow in resignation as she admits, "I don't have a choice in the first place." A heavy silence hangs in the air as she contemplates her limited options. While Ketel maintains his confident, knowing smirk, having secured his terms. With a knowing smirk, he presses her for more, asking for her name. Hesitantly, she reveals her full identity, Mylina from the Akasha household. A soft thud echoes as he introduces himself, a warm smile gracing his features, "I'm Ketel." His smile widens, a friendly invitation in his voice, "Let's get along well." Before this new reality, he had only ever dreamed of such a place, longing to be in a fantasy world. But one day, his wish was granted in the most brutal way possible, as he opened his eyes to find himself living as a barbarian in a desolate, snowy field. There was no time for regret or lament, only the cold, hard reality of survival existed, a primal desire to simply live another day. His life became a relentless battle, a desperate struggle to fight for survival against the unforgiving elements and monstrous threats. And without him, without his conscious presence, enough time had already passed in this brutal world, shaping it long before his arrival. He had endured countless days, trapped within the relentless grip of a terrible snowfield, desperately seeking an escape. Yet, despite his efforts, an unseen force held him captive, preventing any progress. A system window materialized before him, revealing a quest, to escape the snowfield for a reward of 1,000 gold. He understood then that he was bound by some mysterious power, unable to simply walk away. As hope began to wane, a profound realization dawned upon him, changing his perspective entirely. This pivotal moment crystallized his understanding of his predicament. If he could just break free from the icy prison, a vibrant, new world awaited him, a stark contrast to his current desolation. This was no ordinary place, it was a true fantasy world, teeming with ancient, powerful creatures like the one lurking in the shadows. To truly escape, he had to confront the Snowfield's Guardian, a new quest presented by the system, promising another 1,000 gold upon its defeat. With a fierce, red aura flaring around him, he struck decisively, the system confirming his victory and the completion of his arduous quest. Gazing at the system window, a powerful conviction settled within him, as long as he possessed this system, he was destined to become unbeatable. Meanwhile, in a different time and place, a declaration was made, the kingdom of Akasha would soon belong to them. She stares at the fallen beast, a gasp escaping her lips, the sight of the defeated monster stirring a familiar, yet unsettling, memory within her. This wasn't the first time she'd witnessed such a spectacle, but the sheer scale of this encounter felt profoundly different. Meanwhile, the barbarian, observing the scene with a critical eye, finds it peculiar to encounter such a creature in this desolate place, realizing the barrier must have been breached by a sword. While the breach itself is concerning, he acknowledges the unexpected benefit of being able to venture outside. A sudden gust of wind whips around them, drawing the attention of the young woman from Akasha, who, growing impatient, asks if they intend to move anytime soon. Startled by her directness, she responds with a slight hesitation, wondering how he knew their intentions. He explains that the sword had rounded up the monsters that emerged from the barrier, that's how he knew their movements. A new concern dawns on her as she asks if there's a war raging outside, to which he simply confirms, yes. Understanding the gravity of the situation, she muses that this must be why she's never been allowed to venture beyond her home, her expression reflecting a deep-seated curiosity about the world she's been shielded from. She affirms her understanding, her thoughts drifting to Akasha, the great empire, a kingdom renowned for its unparalleled quantity and quality of mana, a realm not easily forged by the world tree itself. This magnificent kingdom, born from the world tree, stands as a guardian, watching over the entire world. Her voice trails off, contemplating the vastness of the empire and its implications, a hint of longing in her eyes. The barbarian, intrigued by her words, questions the nature of heroes and monsters, wondering what kind of story they are truly embodying. Hesitantly, she turns to him, posing a profound question. Ketil, do you even know what a monster is? She asks, revealing her own sheltered existence, having never left the kingdom. She continues her explanation, admitting that even her knowledge of the world's intricate workings is incomplete. As a vibrant green aura flares around her, conjuring an image of a colossal world tree, she reveals, there exists a monumental power safeguarding the entire world, a force they simply call the world tree. Her voice deepening with ancient lore, she begins to categorize the wielders of power, starting with the formidable hero grade, those rare individuals capable of harnessing the raw energy of mana. Next, she describes the second rate, the dedicated members of the defense force, tasked with wielding mana to combat the monstrous threats. But the true masters, the first class, possess an even greater dominion, able to manipulate both profound mystery and potent mana at their absolute will. She continues, her voice a solemn whisper, emphasizing that these beings, capable of such incredible feats, are the ones who truly shape the world. Yet, a hint of sorrow enters her tone, as she laments that such power, unfortunately, belongs to a bygone era. She then speaks of the ultimate rank, the hero, and how monsters have profoundly influenced the world, pushing it beyond the very realm of mystery itself. A hero, she explains, is a legendary being in their own right, and the very absence of such a named figure in this current age is, ironically, proof that the world now enjoys a fragile peace. A moment of quiet reflection passes over her features, her gaze distant as she processes the weight of her own words. Then, looking up at Ketil, Maja voices a profound wish, a longing to witness such a legendary hero, prompting a surprised sound from him. Her eyes fix on Sir Ketil, a new understanding dawning, as she delivers a chilling observation. She can't help but feel that he, despite his apparent freedom, is the one truly trapped here. A profound silence hangs in the air as Ketil processes the weight of Maja's words, his mind grappling with the overwhelming power required simply to survive in this brutal world. He stands amidst a desolate snowfield, the biting wind mirroring the harsh truth that all life adheres to the same unforgiving law, the strong prey on the weak. A deep weariness settles over him, a desperate longing to escape this relentless cycle, to simply get out of here. But then, a fierce resolve ignites within his eyes, a defiant rejection of that weakness. No. His gaze hardens, a silent vow forming in his heart, he will forge his own path, establish his own rules, no matter the cost. The sheer power simmering beneath his skin, the raw strength in his arm, promises he has the means to back that claim, to carve out his own destiny. Time passes, and the desolate landscape gives way to a new journey. As a sturdy carriage makes its way through the snow, its wheels crunching softly. Inside, Greta turns to Ketil, a curious question on her lips. Sir Ketil, are you truly a barbarian? It's a good thing you aren't yet, because in your current state, it would be a disgrace to the barbarians of my homeland. She continues, a hint of reverence in her tone, it's because of the legends. Ketil's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he wonders, a legend? About me? Greta simply smiles, a knowing look in her eyes, as if to say, oh, you don't know. A moment of quiet hangs in the air, as the carriage continues its rhythmic rumble through the snowy landscape. Then, a knowing smile plays on Greta's lips, her voice laced with amusement as she reveals the true extent of the legends surrounding him, proclaiming him an emperor, not merely a barbarian. Stunned, Ketil vehemently denies the grandiose title, insisting such tales are nothing but fiction, things that simply do not exist. But Greta's sly grin only deepens, her simple question hanging in the air, challenging his disbelief. As the journey continues, Ketil, perhaps sensing a deeper story, shifts the conversation, inquiring about her sudden interest in the passing snowy fields, while she offers a non-committal, ah. Her gaze drops, a flicker of sadness crossing her features. And a single tear begins to well, revealing a hidden sorrow beneath her playful demeanor. She begins to recount her family's proud lineage, generations of nobility now crumbling under the weight of misfortune. Their vast wealth, sabotaged by jealous rivals, having dwindled, leaving them burdened by immense debt. This arduous journey, this peddling, is her desperate attempt to avert her family's complete downfall. Understanding dawns on Ketil's face as he acknowledges her struggle, realizing the true purpose behind her travels. He considers the implications of their current situation, realizing that pushing forward with sheer numbers would only create more problems, especially when it comes to arming their forces. If it wasn't the kingdom itself, then it had to be the kingdom's weapons, he muses, because when supply runs low and demand skyrockets, prices inevitably follow suit. He doesn't know the exact figures, but the sheer quantity of resources involved must be astronomical. Someone risking their life to cross the treacherous snowy fields of the north for such a prize begs the question, does the emperor truly own the entire empire, or is there a deeper game afoot? Meanwhile, a sudden, shocking realization washes over Meja, her eyes widening in disbelief. "No way," she whispers, her voice barely audible, a profound question echoing in her mind. "Who are you, really?" Her eyes glow with an ethereal blue light as the truth dawns on her, the impossible thought forming, he, only one of the barbarians? Nearby, an older man with a white beard reacts with similar, utter astonishment, his own exclamation of disbelief hanging in the air. Suddenly, a swirling vortex of vibrant purple energy erupts, its chaotic particles shimmering with raw power. The mysterious energy seems to coalesce around Meja's hand, as if drawn to her or emanating from her very being. The air crackles with unseen forces, a palpable tension filling the space. Ketel, now alert and serious, senses the disturbance, his gaze hardening as he acknowledges, "Looks like we have an uninvited guest." As the journey continues, a chilling image of a monstrous purple slime, its form writhing with dark energy, flashes through their minds, a creature they've come to know as a black slime. The trio presses on through the desolate, snow-covered landscape, their conversation turning to the strange new threats they've encountered. A look of grim determination crosses Ketel's face as he considers the implications, while Meja Soucht's expression is one of wide-eyed disbelief. Her eyes, wide with concern, reflect the unsettling reality of their discovery, as she questions the nature of this black slime. Ketel, ever the pragmatist, offers a thoughtful response, confirming the name and acknowledging its unusual properties. Meja Soucht, still processing the information, asks about any existing records, her curiosity piqued by the anomaly. The image of the glowing purple monster reappears, emphasizing the power of these creatures, as Ketel explains that powerful individuals have indeed encountered them before, but their records are scarce. Greta, listening intently, suggests that perhaps they are more familiar with these slimes than they realize, a hint of recognition in her gaze. Ketel confirms her suspicion, noting that they are indeed quite common, and even make for a decent meal. Meja Soucht's eyes widen further in shock and disgust, utterly appalled at the idea of consuming such a creature. Ketel, unfazed, offers her the chance to catch one for herself, but Greta quickly interjects, declining the offer on her behalf. A heavy thud echoes through the snowy landscape. As Meja Soucht recoils in disgust, a guttural growl escaping her lips at the sight of the encroaching threat. The purple monster, its form wreathed in dark energy, lunges forward with razor-sharp claws, its glowing eyes fixed on the group. Both Meja and Greta cry out in alarm, their faces contorted in sheer terror as the beast closes in. Yet, Ketel remains unfazed, a casual remark about "these guys" escaping his lips, even as the others panic. He reminds them of their agreement, his expression calm and almost smug. The barbarian declares his protection is only for real danger, implying the current monstrous assault doesn't quite meet his criteria. Meja, utterly bewildered, struggles to comprehend his nonchalant attitude in the face of peril. A faint smirk plays on his lips, as if enjoying the unfolding chaos. Her frustration boils over, realizing he's deliberately using them as bait for his own purposes. Suddenly, the monster is obliterated, exploding in a shower of blood and purple particles, a testament to Ketel's hidden power. Unseen by the group, a lone figure observes the aftermath from a distant, snowy ridge. As the monstrous purple creature lunges forward, its terrifying roar echoing through the frigid air, Meja Soucht can only stare in disbelief, a single word escaping her lips, "Sheep?" But before the beast can even touch them, Ketel's hand flares with an ominous dark energy, a chilling "yes" echoing his resolve as the monster recoils, its guttural cries of growling and already turning to agony. The dark power surges, pushing the creature back with immense force, its form beginning to disintegrate as it screams in sheer terror, leaving a scorched trail in the pristine snow. With each passing moment, the monster's desperate "ugh" and grow weaker, its very essence being torn apart by the overwhelming force. The purple mass shrinks, its final "urgh" a mere whisper, as Ketel's power consumes it almost entirely. Then, with a final, agonizing "arghrh", the monster is utterly obliterated, leaving behind only a swirling vortex of dark energy. A blinding flash erupts, marking the complete and absolute annihilation of the threat. As the light fades, Ketel stands calmly, his expression unchanged, while Meja and Greta behind him are left gasping, utterly stunned by the casual display of overwhelming power. He glances back at them, a hint of amusement in his eyes, casually asking, "You guys are still alive, right?" From his outstretched hand, the last vestiges of his dark power dissipate, manifesting as black slime and straight lines, before vanishing completely. Meja lets out a shaky breath, while Greta, still reeling from the shock, can only manage a resigned, "Got it." All that remains of the terrifying monster is a deep crater in the ground, a silent testament to the terrifying power of the man who just saved them. Ketel, a blur of motion, charges forward with incredible speed, his form a dark silhouette against the swirling purple energies of the monster-infested landscape. Leaping into the air, he brings his blade down with devastating force, a powerful impact echoing as it connects with the monstrous purple creature. The monster screams in agony, its form recoiling as Ketel's sword remains deeply embedded, purple energy flaring violently around the wound. Its single, glowing purple eye widens in a primal roar, a desperate cry of defiance or perhaps, pure terror. But Ketel shows no mercy, continuing his relentless assault as the monster's body begins to visibly distort and break apart under the sheer force of his blows. With a sickening crunch, he tears through its form, chunks of its monstrous flesh scattering into the air. Pulling his blade free, the creature dissolves into a cloud of shimmering purple particles, leaving nothing but a fading echo of its existence. Where the monster once stood, only a swirling vortex of residual dark energy remains, slowly dissipating into the cold air. He lands lightly, glancing back at the vanishing traces of his kill, his expression unreadable. But the respite is fleeting, as another monstrous purple form, identical to the last, emerges from the snowy haze, letting out a guttural roar. From behind him, a voice cries out, urging him to continue the relentless assault, to not stop attacking. Without a moment's hesitation, Ketel charges once more, his sword a gleaming arc ready to meet the new threat. He continues his relentless assault, his blade a blur of motion as it carves into the monstrous form before him. Yet a chilling realization dawns on them, mere surface strikes won't be enough to bring this abomination down. From the sidelines, a blonde-haired companion shouts, urging him to change tactics, to run for the core inside. He yells, his voice filled with desperate conviction, yes. The desperate plea hangs in the air, a rallying cry for the impossible, a resounding yes, echoing the sheer will to overcome. Responding instantly, Ketel shifts his focus, unleashing a blinding torrent of glowing blue slashes that tear through the monster's defenses, each strike a precise, calculated blow aimed at its vital point. The air crackles with raw energy as his blade dances, a symphony of destruction, shredding the creature with unparalleled speed and precision. With the monster reeling, he gathers his strength for a final, devastating thrust, his sword blazing with an ethereal green light, ready to pierce the core. Then, with a surge of power, he plunges his glowing blade deep into the monster's form, a blinding flash of green energy erupting from the impact point. The monster's very essence, a pulsating red orb, shatters into countless fragments, its destruction echoing through the cavern. As the core disintegrates, the monster's form begins to dissolve, its dark remnants fading into nothingness, leaving only wisps of shadow behind. Finally, the last vestiges of the creature vanish completely, leaving Ketel's still glowing sword as the sole beacon in the darkness. From the shadows, Greta's voice trembles with relief, a hesitant whisper of triumph as she realizes, WWE. 1. He stands over the vanquished foe, its form dissolving into nothingness, as Greta watches on, her expression a mix of shock and relief. Nearby, Maja Sausht, her blue hair shimmering, exclaims with triumph, "We did it." His gaze, sharp and intense, lingers on the spot where the monster once stood, a silent acknowledgement of the battle's end. But the respite is fleeting, as a new, monstrous shadow with glowing purple eyes suddenly looms from the snowy depths, prompting a hooded figure to cry out in alarm, "Stop!" Another monster. Without hesitation, the hooded warrior charges forward, a blur of motion against the white snow. As a blade arcs with a flash of blue energy, the figure commands, "Aim for the neck." The attack connects, eliciting a guttural roar from the beast, its shadowy form recoiling from the impact. A devastating blow lands squarely on its neck, tearing through its defenses. The wound on the monster's neck begins to glow with an ominous purple light, signaling its vulnerability. Empowered by a surge of purple energy, the warrior delivers a final, crushing strike, shattering the monster's core. The creature lets out a final, agonizing cry as it explodes into a cascade of dissipating purple particles, leaving nothing but echoes in the snowy air. Moments later, the blonde-haired captain stands with a subordinate in the quiet, snowy landscape, directing, "Burn the remains, Captain." A chilling wind whips across the desolate, snow-covered plains, kicking up icy dust as something unseen moves through the frigid air. Meanwhile, in a tense exchange, the captain reassures his subordinate that their odds are guaranteed, but the subordinate, still on edge, urges him not to let his guard down, questioning the captain's apparent lack of concern. A moment later, the captain's expression shifts, his confidence wavering as he casually asks if they're truly certain that Barbarian is as strong as rumored. The legendary monster of the snowfield is what they call him, yet none of the chilling tales ever mentioned the imperial legend, Ketel. To some, he's merely the bottom of the snowfield food chain, a suspicion growing that he's just putting on a show of his abilities. His subordinate counters, pointing out that at least the barbarian doesn't hide his abilities, while the captain admits he's still unsure if the display is genuine strength or mere bravado. A soft thud echoes through the quiet, breaking the silence of the snowy expanse. The young woman, Maja Sausht, looks up in surprise, her expression questioning the sudden interruption. Meanwhile, Ketel's gaze remains sharp and focused, his determination unwavering amidst the harsh environment. The captain, now standing before Maja, pauses for a moment before declaring he has something important to discuss with her. A sudden gust of wind whistles past, adding to the tension of the impending conversation. Maja, taken aback, questions if this is some kind of test, to which the captain gravely replies that they are risking their very lives to carry out this request. A chilling memory flashes, Ketel standing stoically over a fallen Greta, the weight of their mercenary lives heavy in the air. As mercenaries, we'll do whatever you want, a voice echoes, this is the only way to survive. And I'm always grateful. Back in the present, Meja Sausht offers a sincere thank you. You took the job truly, her words hinting at the immense challenge of this request to cross the frontier. The subordinate hunter confirms the danger, revealing that others ran the moment they heard the details. If not for these people, I wouldn't have even had the chance to try. Meja Sausht's eyes widen, a silent testament to the gravity of the situation. She then questions the hunter, that barbarian, isn't even caught once, right? The hunter hesitates, offering a simple, well. He continues, explaining their need to operate discreetly, we'd like to keep the Emperor's observers from seeing, referring to the special treatment he's been getting. Meja Sausht's gaze sharpens, connecting the dots as she asks, is that what you meant by a test? Suddenly, Ketel's voice cuts through the air, his expression grim as he states, I tried to stop them. But they wouldn't listen. His hand clenches, a silent struggle reflected in his eyes as he begins, so, you want to. But then, his resolve hardens, declaring, I don't mind. But now's not the time. Meja Sausht's face contorts in utter disbelief, a single, shocked, what, escaping her lips. Ketel stands tall amidst the snow, his gaze distant as he firmly states, I've got something else I'd rather do. Stunned by the unexpected refusal, Meja Sausht can only manage a bewildered, what do you mean? But the scene abruptly shifts to a chilling, snow-laden landscape, where two ominous, cloaked figures stand silhouetted against the darkness, their eyes burning with an infernal red glow. One of them muses with a sinister calm, it's been a while since I've had something so exotic. Ah! A chilling anticipation in his voice. As the speaker lowers his hood, revealing sharp, dark features, the other remains shrouded, their red eyes piercing the gloom. A single foot steps forward, its movement barely disturbing the pristine snow, as if the very ground yields to their presence. Suddenly, a grotesque abyssal serpent lunges into view, its massive jaws agape, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth and a forked tongue, its own eyes glowing with the same malevolent red light. The first mage, now wreathed in crackling blue energy, commands with chilling indifference, go on and dream, mortals. His companion, similarly engulfed in a vibrant blue aura, adds with a cruel smile, the louder your screams, the richer the flavor. A blinding flash of blue energy erupts, tearing through the air with a deafening roar, the sheer force of it shattering the very atmosphere. Caught in the devastating impact, Meja Sausht recoils, her eyes wide with terror as the magical shockwave washes over her. But before the attack can fully land, Ketel, the legendary barbarian, surges forward, his spear a blur of motion, wreathed in a fierce blue aura as he intercepts the unseen assailant. A commanding voice cuts through the chaos, demanding an immediate halt to the hostilities. With a steely gaze, Ketel declares, they are my guests, his words carrying an undeniable weight of authority. His voice dropping to a dangerous growl, he issues a direct order, leave, serpent. From the shadows, the abyssal serpent emerges, its glowing red eyes fixed on him, demanding to know, you. Why are you here? The monstrous creature continues, its voice laced with ancient authority, have you forgotten the laws of the elder forest? If you leave your trap strength. Unfazed by the serpent's warnings, Ketel retorts, that's none of your concern. A smirk plays on his lips as he adds, don't make me laugh. With a sudden, explosive movement, Ketel unleashes a devastating strike, his spear crackling with raw blue energy as it cleaves through the air towards the serpent. The impact sends shockwaves through the forest as the abyssal serpent is struck, its defiant roar echoing, I am the serpent. Barbarian, even as it reels from the blow. The abyssal serpent, despite the barbarian's previous strike, lets out a guttural roar, its defiance echoing through the dark cavern. It snarls, proclaiming, how dare you disrespect me, heir of Princess Bridie, but the barbarian simply scoffs, utterly dismissing its grand declaration as not even worth his time. With a furious surge of power, he charges, a brilliant blue aura flaring around him, closing the distance with impossible speed. His attack connects with devastating force, a crackling wave of blue energy slamming into the monstrous serpent. The sheer power of the blow sends shockwaves, the blue light engulfing the creature as it struggles against the relentless assault. The serpent recoils, its scales tearing as the barbarian's magic rips through its form, a cacophony of cracking and sizzling filling the air. He presses his advantage, the blue energy intensifying, forcing the massive creature further back with overwhelming might. Even as its body is ravaged, the abyssal serpent's eye glows with furious red light, a silent testament to its enduring rage amidst the crushing impact. The creature's form distorts under the immense pressure, its scales cracking and splintering as the barbarian's power continues to tear it apart. Finally, with a thunderous boom, the blue energy erupts in a cataclysmic explosion, completely engulfing the abyssal serpent in a blinding flash. Nearby, Meja Sausht cries out, her face contorted in pain or terror, the sheer force of the magical detonation overwhelming her senses. Her eyes squeezed shut, she remains vulnerable, as a voice calls out, young miss, from somewhere unseen. The sheer force of the previous attack reverberates, a crimson echo across the desolate landscape. Standing over his defeated foe, Ketil delivers a chilling pronouncement. Some only listen after being beaten, as the abyssal serpent lets out a pained groan. With a casual flick, he sends the massive creature hurtling through the air, prompting a concerned voice to call out, "Sir Ketil." But the serpent, battered and broken, refuses to yield, its voice raspy with defiance. "I'll show you how to come back." A sinister purple glow ignites within its eye, a surge of dark power building, promising a swift and brutal retaliation. With a thunderous stomp, the abyssal serpent unleashes a devastating wave of purple energy, shattering the ground beneath it. The malevolent aura expands, consuming everything in its path, a swirling vortex of destructive force. It surges upward, a pillar of raw, unbridled power, threatening to engulf the entire battlefield. The purple energy explodes outwards, distorting reality itself, a testament to the monster's desperate, final gambit. Fully enveloped in its own terrifying might, the abyssal serpent transforms into a beacon of pure, destructive purple light. Yet, Ketil remains unfazed, his own formidable power awakening, as a brilliant blue aura erupts from his form. His counterattack explodes with blinding intensity, a wave of azure energy surging forth, ready to obliterate the encroaching darkness. As the echoes of a fierce battle fade, a shimmering blue energy crackles through the air, leaving behind a lingering, ethereal glow. Then, with a thunderous impact, a surge of raw power erupts, painting the world in streaks of brilliant azure. The intensity briefly subsides, leaving only a stark, crimson line across the darkness. Meanwhile, far from the chaos, Masia Sausht stands in quiet contemplation, her gaze distant amidst a snowy landscape. A desperate plea echoes through the silence, a voice confessing to a sin worthy of death, begging for salvation. Inside a rattling carriage, Greta listens, her expression a mix of shock and concern, while her subordinate Hunter stands watch behind her. The carriage continues its bumpy journey, the rhythmic rattling a constant companion against the blurred, snowy backdrop. Through the swirling snow, the vehicle itself is briefly visible, jostling violently as it speeds onward. Inside, Greta lets out a pained groan, her gaze fixed downwards, while her companion also looks on with concern, the carriage still shuddering around them. Then, her eyes snap up, a newfound seriousness hardening her features as she processes the unfolding situation. A thought crosses her mind, a spark of curiosity igniting within her about the desperate plea she just heard. A heavy silence hangs in the air as Mylina, her light blue hair framing a face etched with sorrow, struggles to articulate the burden she carries, Ketil standing protectively behind her. Her identity as Mylina, the last heir of the Akasha household, now revealed, Ketil's gaze sharpens, demanding to know why she's confiding such crucial information in him. With a deep breath, the words catch in her throat, Mylina hesitates, the weight of her confession almost too much to bear. Finally, she forces out the truth, asking if her role is truly that of a concubine, a mere second wife. A single tear escapes her eye as she confirms her status, revealing the tragic fate of her father, who was cruelly used and then abandoned. Ketil listens intently, his expression softening with understanding, acknowledging the pitiful existence of her mother, a woman stripped of any real power. Mylina continues, her voice laced with bitterness, describing how she and her mother, despite their family name, are nothing more than servants, treated as mere property. Turning away, Ketil assures her of his discretion, making it clear he has no intention of spreading her painful story. But Mylina's resolve hardens, her gaze meeting his as she declares, she volunteered for this trade, a revelation that clearly surprises him. She affirms her choice, while Ketil acknowledges the lifelong commitment, a hint of something more lingering in his words. A subtle, knowing smile plays on Mylina's lips, her eyes reflecting a quiet cunning as she looks up. Ketil, observing her, can't help but remark on her sharp intellect, a compliment that catches Mylina slightly off guard. She continues, her voice unwavering, describing herself as not just ambitious, but greedy. Meanwhile, one of Ketil's subordinates cries out in agony, having been caught in the aftermath of whatever power Mylina had just unleashed. Her gaze remains sharp, betraying no remorse for the collateral damage, her focus solely on the barbarian leader. Soon after, the group arrives at their destination, a new landscape unfolding before them. The barbarian surveys the scene, his expression unreadable. Before them stretches a vast, verdant plain, a stark contrast to the desolate ruins they left behind. The vibrant green of the grass and the distant mountains hint at a world reborn, full of new possibilities. Turning to him, Mylina offers a polite, yet calculated, expression, thanking Lord Ketil for their arrival. She then outlines her strategy, explaining that they will pass through the Empire, though she admits that expanding it might prove challenging. Lord Ketil listens intently, his gaze fixed on her as she speaks. Mylina, surprised by his silence, questions his meaning, her expression shifting to one of slight confusion. He confirms her words, then adds with a knowing smirk, that she is indeed clever, and undeniably ambitious. Mylina reveals the harsh truth of her lineage, explaining how her family, once revered, now teeters on the precipice of utter ruin. Despite being born a concubine's daughter, she declares her audacious plan, to seize control and lead her family out of this desperate crisis. Her ultimate objective is clear, to reclaim the lost honor of her house. Keto listens intently, his expression unreadable as he processes her bold declaration. A flicker of pain crosses Mylina's face as she internally rejects the notion of her family's support, a bitter truth confirmed by a document revealing the Akasha household had long since abandoned her. She then offers a cynical observation, remarking that the struggle of a concubine's child to inherit a family is a timeless tale. A subtle smile plays on her lips as she thinks, this barbarian before her possesses a sharp intellect, unlike the half-baked fools she's encountered. Addressing him directly, Mylina praises Keto, recognizing him as someone who can truly discern the truth of things, a pivotal actor in any unfolding drama. With a hopeful gaze, she extends an invitation, asking if he would consider joining her. Keto, however, remains steadfast, politely declining her offer for the moment, indicating he still has crucial work to complete. Mylina's expression shifts slightly, a single word, then, hanging in the air as she considers his refusal. The focus then shifts to a magnificent, ornate necklace, its intricate design and shimmering jewels hinting at a powerful, perhaps magical, significance, as a voice ponders its will. Mylina, her resolve unwavering, makes a bold declaration. If Keto ever leaves this place, she'll be waiting for him at the Akasha household, a testament to her ambition and belief in his power. A confident smirk playing on his lips, Keto accepts her offer, hinting at a future alliance that could shake the very foundations of their world. Bowing deeply in gratitude, Mylina expresses her profound thanks to the formidable warrior, solidifying their unexpected connection. As he turns to leave, his silhouette framed against the snowy landscape, Keto offers a parting wish, hoping their paths will cross again someday, a promise of future encounters hanging in the crisp air. Suddenly, the ornate, jeweled necklace from before clatters into view, its intricate design and shimmering gems hinting at a deeper, untold power now held firmly in someone's grasp. Unaware of the necklace's mysterious appearance, Keto continues his journey, his form receding into the vast, white expanse of the snowy plains. A few days later, the biting winds of the snowy plains still howl, marking the passage of time and the continuation of Keto's solitary quest. As Keto traverses the desolate expanse, a profound sense of accomplishment washes over him, for finally, all the arduous conditions he faced have been met. With the train quest, now triumphantly completed, rewards distributed, and all conditions fulfilled, a triumphant smile spreads across Keto's face, as he realizes the time has come to push himself even harder, to grow beyond his current limits. His gaze fixed on the horizon, a new purpose ignites within him, for he is finally ready to seek out and aid Greta, a mission that clearly holds deep personal significance. Keto, the legendary barbarian, finds himself reflecting on a past life, a distant memory of a world he once knew. He recalls the fragrant scent of grass, the gentle whisper of the wind, and the warmth of the sun on his skin. All things he'd never experienced in his previous existence, now seem so incredibly nice. A genuine smile spreads across his face, a testament to the simple joys he now appreciates. He savors the feeling, a stark contrast to the harsh realities of his past. The memories shift to a desolate dawn snowfield, a place he vows never to return to, a past he wishes to leave behind forever. As he walks forward, a new journey begins, a true reincarnation into a different existence. He finds himself in a place he once only dreamed of, a realm he believed he could never reach. This is a world of fantasy and the unknown, where even the starting point is different from what he had conceived, yet he embraces it fully, declaring he will enjoy this new existence. A world teeming with dragons and elves, a realm of magic and swords. He resolves to savor every moment of this incredible journey, ready for whatever adventures await him. He remembers the desolate snowfield, a place where he would have surely perished long ago if not for its lack of monsters and the sheer struggle for sustenance. A stark contrast to the vibrant, verdant landscape now stretching before him. As he and his companion observe a distant gathering, a palpable sense of anticipation washes over them. The sight of a bustling village confirms their destination, a beacon of civilization in this wild new world. Keto, his powerful physique on display, can barely contain his excitement, finally able to envision a truly civilized life in this fantastical realm. His companion, Greta, marvels at their journey, wondering aloud about the true, mind-bending nature of this fantastical realm. He considers his first interaction, debating between a simple greeting or an eager inquiry about the existence of elves and dragons, still grappling with the sheer reality of this world's magic and mythical beings. The promise of a normal life, free from the harshness of his previous existence, fills him with an overwhelming sense of hope as he gazes upon the village. A subtle, almost magnetic energy seems to draw his hand forward, a faint, ethereal hum resonating in the air. His attention is captivated by a magnificent, glowing tree, its ancient branches reaching towards the heavens, shimmering with untold magic. As his hand extends further, a profound revelation strikes him: these are the legendary descendants of elves. An ancient, white-haired elf then steps forward, his gaze piercing, his voice resonating with authority, declaring the beginning of a new era. A collective gasp escapes the group as they take in the breathtaking vista before them, the air itself seeming to shimmer with unseen magic. His eyes wide with disbelief, Keto can barely process the fantastical sight, muttering that he can't believe his own eyes. The others echo his sentiment, a chorus of wow and whoa rising from them, Greta's jaw practically hitting the floor in sheer astonishment. Amidst their awe, Ketil turns to the ancient figure, a hint of concern in his voice as he addresses the elder. The elderly elf, caught off guard by the sudden shift in tone, looks back with a questioning gaze, asking what could possibly be wrong. With a reassuring gesture, Ketil confirms that the immediate area is safe, though his expression still holds a flicker of unease. Greta, meanwhile, pores over a map, her brow furrowed in concentration, pointing out that humans are not supposed to be able to reach this place, and questioning its true safety. He acknowledges her point, confirming the general knowledge, but then his gaze drifts to the forest, a new worry emerging about the monsters lurking within. The elder explains that beyond the obvious monstrous threats, there are other, less visible entities who prefer to remain hidden, making the proximity of their settlement uncomfortably close to danger. Despite the concerns, the elder maintains a calm demeanor, assuring them there's no immediate problem, explaining that a powerful barrier has protected this place for thousands of years, woven from the very magic of the world itself. However, the elder's tone shifts, revealing a critical detail: the ancient barrier, once thought impregnable, has begun to weaken, allowing monsters to emerge from the depths of the forest. He reiterates that the barrier has held for millennia, but then, with a chilling calm, adds that even if the forest's monsters breach their defenses, it will ultimately be no problem. A vision of the past flickers into existence, revealing a silver-haired woman with eyes glowing an ethereal green, as a voice echoes the unwavering belief that their queen is safe, and the ancient barrier will hold, no matter what. That same voice, belonging to the elderly elf, rings with fierce determination, declaring that no enemy could ever reach their beloved queen. Suddenly, the scene shifts, dissolving into a cascade of glowing particles, a strange, shimmering energy rippling through the void. A hand reaches out into the ethereal glow, its owner pondering aloud, wondering if this sensation is something he has grown accustomed to. The hand brushes against the shimmering magic, and he questions if he has truly touched something tangible within the ethereal realm. The vision shifts again, revealing a small, blonde-haired child amidst a field of vibrant flowers, who innocently asks how old she needs to be. The elderly elf, still observing this unfolding memory, pauses, a flicker of confusion crossing his ancient features. The child's hand, glowing with a soft green light, reaches out, a faint sound escaping her lips. As the child looks up, her features becoming clearer, the elderly elf recognizes her true nature, an elf. A wave of surprise washes over the elderly elf as he confirms, a real elf, one of the precious few remaining in this world. The young elf, now appearing as a radiant young woman holding a glowing orb, expresses her disbelief at meeting another so soon, considering it a stroke of immense good luck. Back in the present, Ketil reflects on the elderly elf's words, a quiet sense of relief washing over him as he acknowledges his own survival. A small, blonde-haired elf child, seemingly lost in thought, murmurs to herself, wondering why she's wandered so far from home. Suddenly, a sharp sound cuts through the air, drawing her attention upwards. Her eyes widening in pure shock at what she beholds. Towering over her, a dark, imposing figure casts a long shadow, his voice a deep rumble as he greets her. The child, barely reaching his knee, stares up at the massive warrior. And as his hand reaches out, a wave of fear washes over her, making her form shimmer as if she might vanish. A gasp escapes her lips as she stumbles backward, overwhelmed by the sudden encounter. The forest around them seems to blur, the light intensifying as if reality itself is shifting. Ketil watches her fall, his expression unreadable, his hand still outstretched in a gesture that was perhaps meant to be gentle. Quickly, he kneels, gathering the now unconscious child into his arms, a stark contrast between his rugged strength and her fragile form. A thoughtful escapes him, a hint of concern in his eyes as he realizes the child has fainted before they could even exchange words. Gazing at the unconscious elf, Ketil ponders his next move, considering whether to bring her to the nearest village. As Ketil continues his journey through the forest, Mylina, ever the pragmatist, urges him to act swiftly, reminding him that hesitation will only breed suspicion among the villagers. Holding the small, vulnerable form, he can't help but wonder about the feeling of being truly protected, a sentiment far removed from his own solitary existence. His expression remains unreadable, a silent contemplation of the path ahead. With the unconscious child still cradled in his arms, he presses deeper into the verdant wilderness. The forest canopy thickens, casting long shadows as he advances. Suddenly, a shocking realization hits him, a powerful barrier, inexplicably present in this wild, untamed land, a clear sign that this area is far from ordinary. Before he can process this, a furious elf elder appears, his voice booming with outrage, demanding to know who he is and how he dared breach their sacred defenses. The elder's gaze falls upon the unconscious child, a flicker of surprise crossing his ancient features as he realizes this encounter is not what he anticipated. Meanwhile, Mylina, witnessing the unfolding drama from a distance, shares the same bewildered thought, questioning how a barrier could exist in such a remote wilderness. The elf elder, now informed of a crack in the barrier, expresses his disbelief, the revelation adding another layer of urgency to the tense situation. His concern immediately shifts to the whereabouts of their queen, a critical figure who is currently away on vital matters. Despite his initial aggression, the elder clarifies that he is no enemy, but issues a chilling ultimatum: return the child, or face deadly consequences for all involved, leaving Ketil to ponder his next move under the weight of the threat. Still holding the unconscious elf child, he faces the furious elf elder, who demands to know if he understands the gravity of the situation, his voice echoing with the weight of a compromised barrier. Meanwhile, in a different, darker locale, a subordinate hunter finds himself questioning when he became part of someone else's tracking list, a chilling realization dawning upon him. Back with the elder, the tension is palpable, a cracking sound echoing as the barbarian's eyes widen slightly, a tremor running through him as the full weight of the elder's word settles. The elder's voice, sharp as a blade, cuts through the air, demanding to know if they truly see him as a mere child, the cracking sound repeating, emphasizing the fragile state of their defenses. As the confrontation escalates, the small elf child in his arms stirs, a soft rustle of her dress accompanying her awakening. Her eyes, wide with a sudden, gripping fear, snap open, her small hand clenching tightly in distress. Perhaps sensing her terror, the barbarian gently urges her to return to her mother, his voice a soft contrast to the harsh words exchanged moments before. A fleeting vision flashes through her mind, a memory of sun-drenched fields, quickly replaced by the chilling image of a shadowy, monstrous figure looming in the darkness. The memory lingers, leaving her feeling utterly alone in a vast, silent forest, the towering trees casting long, ominous shadows around her small form. A profound chill runs down her spine, her face contorting in pure terror, the fear of that shadowy figure still gripping her heart. Later, the barbarian, accompanied by Greta and Myelina, continues his journey through the verdant forest, the elf child now walking alongside him, a silent testament to their shared ordeal. He reaches down, his large hand gently enveloping her small one, and with a soft, reassuring tone, he asks if his face is truly that scary, trying to ease her lingering fear. Even amidst the brutal snowfields, he had always possessed a certain strength, a decent enough power to overcome whatever stood in his way. Meanwhile, the elf elder, addressing his kin, declares that he has returned the child, assuring them that he is not their enemy, despite the recent tensions. His voice rings out with a final, definitive statement: the hostage has been released. But the moment of peace is shattered as an unseen assailant draws a bow, a chilling command echoing through the forest: everyone, attack! Immediately, a volley of glowing blue arrows streaks across the sky, their deadly trajectories aimed directly at the elf elder and his group. Another urgent cry of fire fuels the assault, as more arrows rain down, turning the serene forest into a deadly battlefield. The elf elder, caught off guard by the sudden ambush, looks on with a mix of surprise and concern, wondering aloud if their attackers truly couldn't have waited a little longer. A dark-haired figure, his eyes glowing with an electric blue intensity, contemplates a profound question, his thoughts echoing the common misconception. Wondering if the traditional image of elves as kind beings holds true, as a silver-haired woman with elegant antlers challenges this notion. Her expression serious as she asserts that true elves are violent and barbaric, a species deeply intertwined with the raw, untamed forces of nature. A snarling, bloody deer-like creature with glowing red eyes serving as a stark, terrifying example of their untamed essence, refusing to be bound by any empire's laws. Suddenly, the protagonist's hand glows with intense power, shattering an unseen barrier into a cascade of brilliant blue shards, the raw truth of this reality manifesting in a burst of destructive energy. Now in a different attire, he stands amidst a forest, a thoughtful escaping him as he observes his surroundings, the air still crackling with residual energy. His gaze sharpens, blue energy flaring around him as he questions the nature of an opponent's artifact, demanding that the assault continue without limit, a powerful surge of magic erupting around him. Meanwhile, a light-haired man, seen from behind in a fur-lined cloak, reacts with a pained grunt to the unfolding power, his back to the forest's depths. With a resounding crackle, a massive surge of blue and purple energy erupts from the ground, propelled by the protagonist's outstretched hand, a devastating force unleashed upon his foes. The protagonist himself is caught in the swirling vortex of his own power, an anguished cry escaping him as the immense magical energy threatens to overwhelm even its wielder. The blue and purple energy continues its violent expansion, a chaotic maelstrom of raw power, filling the entire space with its destructive aura. Finally, with a final, explosive burst, the overwhelming magical energy begins to dissipate, leaving behind only the echoes of its immense force. As Ketil's devastating power erupts, Greta and the subordinate hunter are violently thrown back, their cries of shock echoing through the chaotic air. The very barrier meant to contain such raw energy shatters into a million pieces, unable to withstand the overwhelming force. And as the purple and blue energy explodes outward, unseen figures are sent hurtling through the air, mere puppets to the destructive power. The sheer scale of the magical blast engulfs everything, a maelstrom of vibrant, destructive light. At its epicenter, Ketil's staff pulses with an otherworldly blue glow, the source of this cataclysmic power, surrounded by swirling purple particles. Then, as quickly as it appeared, the overwhelming energy begins to fade, dissipating into the very air. For generations, the world has been plagued by rampaging monsters, but now, a new force has returned to confront them. A faint, ethereal glow lingers in the aftermath, a silent testament to the power unleashed. Meanwhile, an elderly elf, staff in hand, gazes at the distant sky, his ancient eyes wide with disbelief, wondering what on earth could have caused such a disturbance. He begins to speak, his voice barely a whisper, as if addressing an unseen presence. His words echo with a profound declaration, assuring the unknown that he is not an enemy. With that, the ancient elf turns, walking away on a path of glowing scrolls, his journey continuing into the unknown. Amidst the chaos, Ketil, still reeling from the immense power he unleashed, desperately vows to protect his companions, even as Greta screams in terror and the subordinate hunter lies incapacitated. Suddenly, a colossal explosion of raw, untamed energy erupts, tearing through the very fabric of reality. The fiery maelstrom expands, consuming everything in its path with an earth-shattering roar. Far away, an ancient elf, walking a path of glowing scrolls with a young elf child, senses the cataclysmic disturbance, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. A shockwave of pure mana ripples through the air, causing the elder to gasp in stunned disbelief. His eyes widen in alarm as he turns to the child, a single, urgent name escaping his lips. The queen of the elf clan, Mylina Akasha, stands poised and regal, her presence radiating authority. She is the sovereign ruler, the very heart of the elf clan, her name echoing with power and lineage. The elder, still reeling, questions the unfolding events, only for the young elf to confirm their worst fears: a human has launched an attack. Mylina's eyes blaze with a fierce, crimson glow, a chilling confirmation of her premonitions. With a swift, decisive motion, she nocks an arrow, declaring the end of any fragile truce, her resolve hardening into lethal intent. Back with Ketil, he desperately calls out, a frantic plea to halt the escalating conflict, as the consequences of his actions begin to ripple across the land. His voice rings out with desperate urgency, pleading for understanding. Meanwhile, the elf queen, Mylina, reacts with shock, while the elderly elf beside her cries out, utterly aghast at the unfolding events and the perceived depravity of humanity. Mylina, poised with her bow, declares with fierce conviction, her words a stark warning to any who would dare challenge their sovereignty. Her eyes, now glowing with a faint, ethereal light, narrow with cold fury as she condemns humanity, their actions deemed unforgivable. Standing tall and resolute, the elf queen of the Akasha Leaf clan proclaims her identity, then turns her gaze upon the human threat, vowing swift and decisive retribution for their audacity. With a surge of vibrant, glowing energy, she draws her bowstring taut, the air around her shimmering with raw magical power. Her resolve hardens, a chilling promise echoing in the silence: they will pay for daring to covet the elves. The elderly elf and the young child look on with apprehension, questioning the wisdom of breaking the long-standing truce, but the queen's decision appears final. From the shadows, a pair of piercing red eyes glow ominously, a voice asserting that sometimes there is no other path. The shadowy advisor continues, their glowing gaze fixed on an unseen point, recalling a harsh lesson learned in the snowfield: true understanding often comes only through force. With a powerful draw, the elf queen releases her arrow, a brilliant blue aura flaring around it as it streaks through the air, a harbinger of the coming conflict. Her face set in grim determination, the blue magical energy still swirling around her. Mylina Akasha has made her choice, and the consequences will be profound. The elf queen's arrow, imbued with potent magic, unleashes a devastating surge of Azure energy, which rapidly expands, threatening to engulf everything in its path. As the magical force coalesces into a monstrous, ethereal beast, charging directly towards Ketil. But before it can strike, Ketil's eyes flash with resolve, his fist already blazing with a fierce, purple aura. And with a thunderous impact, he meets the incoming attack head-on, unleashing a shockwave of his own raw power that violently repels the magical beast. The blue energy shatters and disperses under the sheer force of his counterattack, leaving Greta momentarily stunned by the explosive clash, though shielded by the protective purple glow emanating from her companion. The residual energies of both attacks swirl chaotically for a moment, a vibrant maelstrom of blue and purple. As Mylina watches in disbelief, her own magical assault utterly nullified. With the immediate threat neutralized, Ketil stands his ground, his expression grim and unwavering, ready for whatever comes next. The last vestiges of the elf queen's power fade into the forest, leaving behind only the silence of a broken truce. The air still crackles with residual energy from the clash, a silent testament to the raw power unleashed. A deafening roar echoes through the ruins, the very ground trembling as the last vestiges of the magical impact dissipate with a violent "Wyohu." Amidst the settling dust and debris, Mylina Akasha stands stunned, her elegant form framed by the destruction, a soft SUic of crumbling stone accompanying her shock. Meanwhile, Ketil, usually a whirlwind of raw emotion, maintains a stoic composure, a silent gulp betraying the gravity of the situation as he processes the unfolding events. Mylina's expression remains frozen in disbelief, her mind racing as the implications of Ketil's power sink in, a soft "shah" of wind passing by her. Turning to a fellow elf, she whispers, I believe he's the Emperor," a revelation that leaves her companion utterly bewildered, demanding, "What are you saying, Mylina?" Meanwhile, Greta, sensing a new, ominous presence, cries out in alarm, urging everyone to get away from here. Keatle, his jaw clenched, lets out a guttural sound, his eyes fixed on an unseen threat as he barks, now, to his companions. With a fierce urgency, he shouts, "Everyone, run away." Fire, signaling an immediate and overwhelming danger. Mylina, still reeling from her earlier defeat, looks on with a grim realization, muttering, I just wanted to talk. But you will all die here. Keatle, his expression hardened, feels a growing unease, a chilling suspicion that this entire situation is a setup, thinking, somehow, I feel like I'm being played. His premonition proves true as a colossal, multi-headed beast emerges from the shadows, revealing itself as a huge abyssal serpent, the legendary guardian of ancient ruins and one of the most formidable monsters known. A moment of tense silence hangs in the air, Mylina's eyes wide with an unspoken realization. Suddenly, a vortex of raw, crackling energy erupts, tearing through the very fabric of reality, as a summoning circle blazes into existence with a deafening shriek. A hand, glowing with arcane power, thrusts forward, unleashing a torrent of fire with a single, guttural command, Fuego. From the heart of the inferno, a monstrous, fiery bull emerges, its form coalescing with explosive force, its very presence radiating an overwhelming heat that distorts the air. The colossal beast lets out a guttural roar, a sound that rips through the silence, as its fiery aura expands, threatening to consume everything in its path. A young man, his face etched with concern, observes the unfolding chaos, muttering that these creatures from the snowfield are unlike any alien he's encountered. Meanwhile, the shadowy monster with glowing purple eyes watches from a distance, its voice echoing with a chilling resolve that they are here, and they will investigate. The fiery bull continues its terrifying manifestation, its form growing more defined, its power more palpable. The subordinate hunter, overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the threat, admits to a growing fear as the monster's presence intensifies. Mylina's expression shifts from shock to a deep, unsettling concern, her gaze fixed on the monstrous entity. The summoner, standing before the raging bull, urgently commands an evacuation, warning to flee immediately before it's too late. But a new voice cuts through the chaos, an elf mage with piercing blue eyes and flowing white hair, dismisses the summoner's frantic warning, declaring their efforts to be nothing more than bothersome noise. The newly summoned fiery beast, a monstrous bull wreathed in scorching flames, roars with primal power, its very existence feeding on pure, unadulterated mana. This creature, far stronger than any ordinary monster, seems to defy conventional understanding, its raw energy beyond the scope of mere magic. Standing before the inferno, the summoner, accompanied by a shadowy, purple-eyed monster, marvels at his creation, never imagining he could conjure such a formidable entity with the aid of a contract. But before the summoner can fully revel in his power, the elf mage, her gaze sharp and resolute, issues a stern command, demanding he fulfill the terms of their agreement. The fiery bull, sensing the shift in atmosphere, lets out a questioning rumble, its massive form momentarily pausing as if acknowledging the unexpected interruption. The summoner, his white hair stark against the dark, his red eyes glowing with surprise and a hint of malice, stares back at the elf mage, utterly taken aback that a mere human would dare challenge him. A monstrous roar echoes as a colossal beast, wreathed in scorching orange and yellow flames, begins to materialize from the swirling darkness. The elf mage, witnessing the terrifying spectacle, gasps in disbelief, barely able to comprehend the raw power before her. This is the first time I've summoned a beast, she thinks, turning to her companion, is this, real, Mylina? Her eyes widen further in alarm, the implications of the creature's presence sinking in. It's a human. They're in our sanctuary, she realizes, a cold dread creeping into her voice. Meanwhile, the summoner's resolve hardens, his armored gauntlet glowing with ominous power, as he declares his intent to face the legendary Keatle with everything he has. With a legend like Keatle, I'll have to go all out from the start. I've decided. His eyes, burning with fierce red light, betray his unwavering determination, as he prepares to unleash his ultimate ability. I'm going to have to use my secret weapon, he states, a chilling promise in his tone. The summoned fire beast continues its furious manifestation, its fiery form expanding with explosive force, sending shockwaves of heat through the air. Glowing particles erupt from its core, cascading outwards as its power surges, the air crackling with raw magical energy. The beast's form solidifies further, its fiery aura intensifying into a blinding inferno, ready to unleash its destructive might. With a renewed surge of power, the summoner reiterates his resolve, his voice echoing with unwavering conviction. I'm going to have to use my secret weapon. The ground beneath the beast cracks and shatters, unable to contain the sheer force of its emergence, as fiery energy explodes outwards. The final, cataclysmic burst of power sends debris flying, confirming the full manifestation of the terrifying fire beast, now a formidable threat. A chilling silence falls over the scene as Keatle stands, his form now drastically altered, eyes glowing with an ominous red light, having just delivered a crushing blow to a fallen foe, while Greta can only stare in wide-eyed horror at the sheer power emanating from him. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, the elf mage recoils, a gasp escaping her lips as the true scale of the summoner's power begins to unfold before her. Her hand instinctively reaches out, as if to ward off the impending catastrophe. The colossal abyssal serpent, a creature of pure fire and fury, erupts in a blinding inferno, its fiery maw spewing destruction across the landscape. A devastating impact follows, the ground scorching and cracking under the sheer heat and force of the beast's attack. Not content with the beast's assault, the summoner himself lunges forward, his fist crackling with dark, purple energy, ready to strike a decisive blow. He sneers, a cruel declaration echoing through the air, "I don't feel bad about beating its weak form." With a thunderous bam, the summoner's attack connects, a burst of blue energy signifying the raw force behind his strike. He follows up with a concentrated blast, a blinding sphere of yellow energy radiating outward, threatening to obliterate anything in its path. Another powerful impact, the sheer force of the summoner's assault leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Far from the chaos, a majestic waterfall cascades, its serene beauty a stark contrast to the brutal conflict raging elsewhere. The summoner's devastating attack culminates in a colossal explosion, tearing through the air with a deafening roar. As fiery energy erupts, consuming everything in its path, the sheer force of the blast shaking the very foundations of the earth. The elf mage, caught directly in the inferno, lets out a blood-curdling scream, her body recoiling violently from the overwhelming impact. The magical energy slams into her with brutal efficiency, a blinding flash of orange and yellow light engulfing her form. As the dust settles and the magical particles drift down, the devastating aftermath of the summoner's power becomes chillingly clear. Lying broken on the scorched earth, the elf mage can only whisper, her voice filled with disbelief and pain, what happened?" Meanwhile, a mysterious magical compass begins to glow with an ethereal hum, its intricate patterns illuminating the desolate landscape. The glowing artifact pulses with energy, revealing a shocking truth that elicits a desperate cry of, "No way," from an unseen observer. Back on the battlefield, the summoner strides forward with heavy, deliberate footsteps, approaching the defeated elf mage who lies helpless on the ground. Her face, streaked with dirt and pain, reflects utter despair, a silent testament to the overwhelming power she just faced. Her eyes, once sharp and determined, are now clouded with exhaustion and defeat, the weight of her failure pressing down upon her. Standing triumphantly over her, the summoner delivers a chilling ultimatum, "Show mercy." No kind, leaving the elf mage to grapple with her grim fate. Standing over the defeated elf mage, his victory absolute, Ketil remains silent for a moment, the air thick with tension as Greta watches on, her face a mask of shock. The elf mage, battered and broken, can only stare up in disbelief, her mind reeling from the overwhelming power she just faced. Barely able to comprehend her situation, she manages a weak, questioning whisper, "What?" After a long, drawn-out silence, he finally breaks the quiet, his voice cutting through the tension. The elf mage, realizing her grave error, humbly apologizes, acknowledging that he was never their enemy, while Ketil simply listens. Her head bowed in shame, she confesses, "We judged too hastily," the weight of her misjudgment heavy on her shoulders. Looking away, Ketil dismisses her apology, stating he doesn't care why she was driven here, as the elf mage laments their terrible mistake. A slight scoff escapes him as he continues, "It's not like I'd understand anyway," adding with a hint of sadness, "Still, it's a bit sad you didn't even try to hear me out." Standing tall and imposing, Ketil's presence dominates the snowy landscape, his words hanging in the cold air. The elf mage, still processing his words, looks up with renewed suspicion, asking, "Are you really not one of the barbarians chasing us?" A wry smile plays on his lips as he responds, "This is my first time being an elf," the irony not lost on him, for there are no elves in his homeland, the white snowfield. Her eyes widening in utter astonishment, the elf mage gasps, "What? What's white snowfield?" as the name of his Arctic homeland echoes in her ears. He confirms the name they used, a simple declaration that hangs heavy in the air. The elf mage gasps, her eyes widening in shock, a sudden realization dawning upon her. He continues, his voice carrying a hint of challenge, questioning the very notion of barbarians surviving in such a place. The elf mage, now contemplating the implications of his origin, wonders if others like him could also emerge from the mysterious snowfield. But he quickly dismisses her thought, emphasizing that his situation is unique, not a common occurrence. As the elf mage processes his words, a system message flashes before her eyes, revealing that even powerful beings like spirits cannot control certain forces. He then adds a cryptic detail, mentioning that for some reason, these beings are also called silent, though the true problem lies in the exception. Shifting the topic, the elf mage asks, her voice tinged with curiosity, if his name is truly Beast. With an exasperated sigh, Ketil corrects her, revealing his true name and dismissing the previous moniker as a lie. The elf mage's attention is drawn to glowing green particles, prompting her to question the nature of spirits. With newfound resolve, she declares her grave sin, offering to do whatever he desires as atonement. Ketil, slightly taken aback by her sudden offer, ponders the mention of a spirit with a thoughtful expression. A wave of unease washes over the elf mage, her expression twisting with distress as she senses the impurity of the area around them. Yet a desperate hope flickers in her eyes, wondering if a pact with the spirits is still within reach, even here, after being led to this place with promises of protection. She questions the very path that brought her to this uncleaned land, clinging to the possibility of her goal. Her thoughts swirl, a silent battle of doubt and determination playing across her features, her mind racing with the implications of her quest. As a voice echoes, cold and clear, warning her that to truly forge a pact with the spirits, she must be ready to pay an unimaginable price. The weight of the impending sacrifice settles upon her. Amidst the vibrant, life-filled forest, where ancient trees reach for the heavens, the air hums with latent spiritual energy. And with renewed resolve, the elf mage declares that if a pact is possible anywhere. Suddenly, the summoner appears, his voice laced with a knowing smirk, reminding her that elves aren't the only ones capable of controlling spirits, hinting at a broader, more complex world of magic. He concedes that such power is not normally within reach, but with his intervention, anything becomes possible, his words dripping with an almost arrogant confidence. From his commanding position, he offers the ultimate boon, the power itself, but with a chilling caveat, it must be kept a secret, a burden she alone must bear. As if in response, the elf mage is engulfed in a blinding, fiery orange aura, her eyes glowing with newfound energy, embodying a dream desired by all elves, the raw power of the spirits surging through her. The summoner reiterates the cost, his gaze intense, but the elf mage, now resolute, declares her unwavering commitment, ready to make the pact, no matter the price. With her decision made, a brilliant, golden magical energy erupts, swirling and coalescing, sealing the ancient pact and forever changing her destiny. As the spiritual energy surged around her, a profound realization settled in, the elf mage's heart cried out with a desperate, fervent hope, "Oh, I want to believe in you." With a confident smirk, the summoner extended his hand, offering a shimmering gift to the elf, a tangible piece of the power he promised. Without hesitation, her fingers closed around the glowing orb, firmly accepting the profound offer. As the pact solidified, a shadowy, horned entity with piercing purple eyes manifested, its ethereal form hinting at the ancient, formidable forces now at play. The summoner's voice echoed with reassurance, telling her, "I'm sure you'll be able to do well on your own," to which she replied with a heartfelt, "Thank you." With newfound resolve, the elf mage introduced herself, declaring, "I am Marcelia Hazes Garcia, of the leaf tribe that has been known with autumn." A soft "oh" escaped the summoner's lips, as he then inquired, "What is your name?" With a confident, almost arrogant smile, he proudly declared, "I am Ketel." His title, Barbarian Ketel, was then revealed, a testament to his formidable reputation. A moment of silence passed, before the true power of the pact began to manifest. Suddenly, a powerful, wolf-like creature erupted into existence, its form crackling with vibrant blue energy, a dynamic display of raw summoned might. The summoned beast moved with incredible speed and force, its every motion leaving trails of brilliant blue light, a testament to the pact's immense potential. As the pact solidifies, Ketel unleashes a devastating strike, sending the elf mage recoiling in shock and disbelief. His movements a blur of raw power, he continues his relentless assault, the air crackling with unleashed energy. The very fabric of reality tears around them, as the forest itself screams under the pressure of an immense, unseen force. Above, the sky itself shatters, a cosmic rift opening to reveal something truly terrifying. From the swirling vortex, a colossal, winged beast descends, its form glowing with ethereal energy as it plunges towards the earth. One of its enormous fins slices through the air, creating a sonic boom that echoes through the entire territory. The sheer force of its descent shakes the very foundations of the land, a thunderous impact reverberating far and wide. Nearby, the elf elder and a subordinate hunter stare up in utter disbelief, their faces etched with a mixture of terror and confusion at the cataclysmic event unfolding before them. The hunter, snapping out of his stupor, barks urgent commands to sound the alarm and rally all available guards. As the ground continues to tremble, the Balkan Territory Guard captain, his voice strained, confirms the dire need for immediate action. Meanwhile, the majestic, terrifying form of the summoned beast continues its inexorable descent, casting a colossal shadow over the landscape. Finally, with a heavy thud, a figure lands, marking the culmination of this awe-inspiring display of power. As the colossal beast's presence settled, Ketel stood amidst the rocky terrain, his powerful form casting an undeniable shadow, each heavy step echoing with the raw force of his arrival. Suddenly, two guards, caught off guard by the sheer magnitude of the disturbance, looked up in utter disbelief, their faces contorted in shock as the sound of his approach grew louder, a chilling realization dawning upon them. As Ketel met their gaze, one of them stammered out a terrified recognition, the words barely escaping his lips, "Why you are." A lone figure stands, his gaze fixed on something unseen, as a voice from nearby questions, "Huh? Are you serious?" With a calm demeanor, he offers a simple greeting, "Nice to meet you." However, his friendly overture is met with suspicion, as three armed hunters stand ready, their forms silhouetted against the vibrant green landscape, their weapons drawn. One of the hunters mutters about the low-ranked hunter before him, while Greta, observing from a distance, wonders if this new arrival is an enemy. Her thoughts drift to a distinctive feature, the man's striking, ashen hair. A close-up of her eye reveals a flicker of recognition, as she realizes the implications of his presence, murmuring, the summoner. Unaware of her realization, Ketel continues to advance, his back to the viewer as he approaches the wary hunters. His determined steps crunch through the grass, closing the distance between himself and the armed group. The hunters, now clearly agitated, shout a warning, stop, threatening to attack if he comes any closer. Attempting to diffuse the escalating tension, Ketel calmly requests, I'd appreciate it if you calm down. He reiterates his peaceful intentions, assuring them, I'm not your enemy. The lead hunter, his face etched with suspicion and readiness, maintains a wary stance, his gaze fixed on the approaching Ketel. He clenches a fist, a low grunt escaping him as the tension mounts. Standing firm against the unseen threat. The barbarian, Ketel, holds his ground, his muscular frame a testament to his unwavering resolve. Meanwhile, an armored hunter, sword drawn, eyes him with suspicion, his stance radiating hostility. As he and his companion stand guard over the city walls, a low grunt escaping the lead hunter's lips. They are clearly not welcoming visitors. Ketel looks up, the hunter's accusatory words echoing in his mind, to dare, to visit your territory. His bare, chiseled torso remains unmoving, a silent challenge to their aggression. The lead hunter, still wary, presses him further, demanding to know, is that your goal? A heavy silence hangs in the air, the weight of their suspicion palpable. The hunter's voice cuts through the quiet, a stark reminder, you said visit, not pass through. Looking down, Ketel responds calmly, if possible, I'd like to ask for a while. His words trail off, leaving the duration of his request ambiguous, I'm not sure how long it's be. He faces the armored hunter, who demands his name, and without hesitation, Ketel reveals it. Still skeptical, the hunter presses further, questioning if there's any way to verify his identity, only for Ketel to admit he has no such identification. A brief pause hangs in the air, as the hunter processes this unexpected lack of credentials. But Ketel, undeterred, reiterates his name, prompting a surprised gasp from the hunter. Then, with a deliberate motion, Ketel places a small, intricately carved golden emblem onto the table, its polished surface glinting in the dim light. The hunter's gaze immediately falls upon the object, his expression shifting to one of intense curiosity as he questions its nature. Ketel calmly explains that it's the emblem of the barbarian kingdom, from the royal family itself, a revelation that clearly resonates with the hunter, who admits to having heard of the kingdom but never seen its emblem. A flicker of recognition crosses the hunter's face as he asks, if Ketel is the legendary figure they've been searching for. The emblem sits on the table, a silent testament to a fractured past, as the hunter's thoughts drift to the royal family's replacement years ago and the kingdom's rapid expansion, hinting at a deeper, more complex history. Ketel, observing the hunter's contemplation, inquires if the emblem can finally verify his identity. The hunter hesitates, then clarifies that while it's an emblem of a beast, it's not from this kingdom, indicating a crucial distinction. Despite the lack of direct verification, the hunter concedes its usefulness, finally agreeing to allow Ketel to stay, but only under a specific condition, leaving the terms of his temporary residence hanging in the balance. The subordinate hunter, having just agreed to Ketel's stay, now clarifies the terms, asking about a specific condition. Indeed, a verification is needed, a crucial step in this uncertain territory. As the hunter reviews the details, the weight of the situation settles. The core of the matter is simple, he needs proof that Ketel isn't a threat. Ketel considers the proposal, a single thought forming in his mind, a party. The hunter's internal monologue reveals his strategy, many people here are unfamiliar with their own territories, and the barbarian kingdom's vastness makes identities and origins uncertain, a perfect breeding ground for suspicion. He then voices the condition aloud, proposing that Ketel join a party, a task he deems easier than I thought, for the barbarian. Ketel readily accepts, though the hunter knows this isn't just a simple condition, there's a deeper game at play. The hunter's thoughts continue to unfold, with so many people of uncertain origin, he needs to use this situation to his advantage. He sees countless uncertain identities, all made to watch each other, a perfect system to filter out the truly suspicious. A smirk plays on the hunter's lips as he acknowledges Ketel's quick acceptance, muttering, useful. You're quite clever. Yet, a lingering doubt remains, a question whispered to himself, it's not just that. Are you really a barbarian? Ketel stands over a fallen figure, a silent question hanging in the air. With a firm declaration, he confirms his heritage, announcing, I am a barbarian. His words carry a hint of defiance, as if challenging a preconceived notion, musing, I thought barbarians were just a bunch of. The hunter, clearly exasperated by the conversation, cuts him off, let's end the conversation here and go. A swift transition marks the passage of time. The scene shifting with dynamic energy. Later, the hunter sighs in frustration, muttering about the futility of the law and the waste of mana dealing with individuals like Ketel. The narration reveals the hunter's true identity, identifying him as Mylina, the subordinate hunter. Meanwhile, Ketel finds himself confronted by a new figure, who aggressively demands, "You picking a fight again, old man?" The man, identified as thief Kazan Hark, grabs Ketel's arm, accusing him of taking out his anger and stealing his money. Kazan Hark's bravado quickly crumbles, as he suddenly pleads, I'm sorry. Please." A sharp impact echoes, and Kazan Hark is sent sprawling to the ground by Ketel. He scoffs, a real barbarian wouldn't have lost in the first place, he declares, calling the self-proclaimed warrior a virgin, May. Suddenly, a furious voice erupts, screaming thief, as Kazan Hark lunges forward. But before the thief can even finish questioning the ridiculous name, Tyrannus, Ketel moves with a blinding swish of speed. A devastating thud echoes as Kazan Hark is sent flying, his cry of, "You," cut short by the impact. In the aftermath, Ketel's hand is seen, now firmly gripping a dagger, ready for anything. With another resounding thud, Kazan Hark collapses to the ground, completely overwhelmed by the barbarian's raw power. A menacing clang and slash accompany the sight of Ketel's blade, glinting just above the defeated thief. Suddenly, a vibrant whoosh of magical energy erupts, swirling with dazzling particles. The powerful whoosh continues, filling the space with its ethereal glow. Mylina, now in a flowing dress, sighs in exasperation, pleading, could you please stop?" Unfazed, Ketel holds Kazan Hark by the collar, his grip firm and unyielding. Mylina, her face etched with weariness, laments, "I don't think I can manage these people. Will there be such a day?" As the portal's dimension continued to expand, revealing the precious essence of Cadesia, a haze of uncertainty hung heavy in the air, she peered into the swirling energies, convinced this was the one she had been seeking. Meanwhile, within a dimly lit chamber, a solemn nun stood, her gaze fixed on something unseen. A heavy door groaned open with a chilling creak, signaling an imminent arrival. Mylina's expression tightened with a mix of apprehension and anticipation, her eyes wide as the portal's energy intensified. Inside the chamber, an armored guard announced with a stern voice, that one is here. A dark-haired man, with a sly grin, mused aloud, hoping this new arrival would be a bit more normal, before inviting the others to see for yourself. With a heavy thud and a powerful stride, Ketel's foot landed firmly on the ground, announcing his presence. Each thud of his boots echoed with raw power, as the barbarian strode confidently into the room. The assembled group, including Mylina, the guard, and the dark-haired man, instinctively recoiled with a collective flinch, overwhelmed by the sheer force of his entrance. Ketel, a towering figure with a confident smirk, surveyed them all, his voice booming as he asked if they were all my party members. The dark-haired man, utterly stunned by Ketel's imposing physique, could only stammer, that he's huge. As the pressure from Ketel's sudden appearance washes over the room, Mylina can only stare in disbelief, wondering if he's truly human, while Kazan Hark, a thief, recoils in shock. With a confident smirk, Ketel addresses the stunned crowd, acknowledging the palpable tension in the air. His powerful physique on full display, he exudes an aura of undeniable strength. He then offers a casual greeting, promising to return shortly after taking care of some business. A sudden, powerful impact reverberates through the space, signaling a swift and decisive action. Returning to the group, Ketel suggests they proceed with introductions. His gaze sweeping over them, he declares his identity as Ketel, a barbarian. A mischievous grin plays on his lips, hinting at his unconventional nature. Kazan Hark, still reeling from the earlier shock, identifies himself as a thief. Next, Alexander Vonius, a paladin, steps forward, offering his own introduction. Ketel, ever the provocateur, questions if Alexander's paladin status implies divine allegiance. Mylina, observing the exchange, muses on Ketel's unique approach to social interaction, noting his special way of speaking. A new figure, Priestess Hayes, bows deeply, introducing herself as a servant of Calarosa, her voice echoing with formal reverence. Her elegant robes sweep the ground as she offers a polite greeting, her presence adding a layer of unexpected formality to the rugged group. But Ketel, ever the pragmatist, cuts through the pleasantries, his gaze sharp as he questions her very identity, even as a priestess. Hayes pauses, a thoughtful expression crossing her face, before revealing the full truth. Her god is Calarosa, the god of light and deceit. She admits with a hint of resignation that her deity isn't exactly popular, a fact Ketel seems to acknowledge with a knowing glance. A low, drawn-out creaking sound echoes through the chamber, signaling a shift in their immediate surroundings. The scene opens to reveal a grim crypt, littered with ancient bones and decaying armor, as Ketel stands amidst the macabre remnants of past battles. With a decisive command, he signals their departure, ready to lead the group out of the eerie chamber. Alexander Vonius, the paladin, maintains a stoic expression, his resolve unwavering as he prepares to follow. Ketel and Kazan Hark stand side by side, their contrasting figures united in purpose, both looking ahead to whatever challenges await them. Hayes and Mylina, the latter with a faint purple aura emanating from her hand, also prepare to move, their combined presence adding a new dynamic to the burgeoning party. Another ominous creak echoes, as the path forward slowly opens before them. A chilling sound echoes through the air, a clear sign that something significant has arrived, and Ketel's gaze sharpens, his thoughts unreadable. As the subordinate hunter gasps in surprise, the dungeon entrance looms into view, its dark maw promising untold dangers, yet Ketel remains unfazed. The entire party, including Greta, Masia, Alexander, Kazan, and the hunter, presses forward, their determined strides carrying them closer to the ominous structure. This isn't just any dungeon, it's a formidable three-floor challenge, its depths waiting to be explored. Leading the charge, Ketel and his subordinate move with practiced ease, their forms silhouetted against the dungeon's entrance. Meanwhile, Hayes, the priestess, walks with a solemn expression, aware that the creatures lurking within are not living beings, but the undead. With a decisive, "Ha!" the barbarian issues his command, they will clear the dungeon and retrieve the prisoner held within. A dark-haired man, cloaked in a grey scarf, flinches, his gaze sharp as he looks back over his shoulder. Meanwhile, Masia, her expression concerned, addresses Ketel, her voice laced with apprehension. The group, including the dark-haired man, Masia, Ketel, and Alexander, continues their trek along a winding path, a collective sigh of weariness escaping one of them. The dark-haired man hesitates, a slight cough escaping him, as if unsure how to proceed with a difficult conversation. Elsewhere, Hayes, her brow furrowed with concern, expresses her unease, deciding to search for the others herself. Back with the main party, Ketel challenges the dark-haired man, demanding to know how he could have been unaware of the notorious thief Kazan Hark's presence. The dark-haired man remains silent, his expression unreadable, as the weight of the accusation hangs in the air. Ketel, with a wry smile, shrugs off the tension, accepting the situation for what it is. With a renewed sense of purpose, Ketel leads the dark-haired man, Masia, and Alexander onward, their journey continuing into the unknown. Finally, the dark-haired man stands at the edge of a vast, echoing abyss, its depths stretching endlessly below, a chilling sound reverberating from within. As the journey continues, Ketel leads the way through the frigid, echoing depths of the dungeon. A heavy, rhythmic thud reverberates through the silence, suggesting something massive is moving nearby. Greta shivers, her voice barely a whisper as she admits, the oppressive darkness makes it impossible to see anything. But the masked figure, his senses far sharper, observes there are no obvious traps or tricks, just an unsettling, empty feeling. His keen eye narrows, a subtle shift in the air catching his attention. Suddenly, he warns the others to hold on, having detected a monster, realizing this dungeon isn't just about raw power, but about understanding its true nature. Ketel, still unable to perceive the threat, questions the masked man's sudden alarm. Despite his mysterious nature, the dark-haired man's experience is undeniable, a seasoned veteran who has clearly faced countless trials. The monsters here are relentless, attacking from the very start, a type of creature he hasn't encountered since his earliest days. The masked figure reiterates his earlier thought, this dungeon isn't just about brute force, it's about identity, and from the very beginning, it has been designed to challenge outsiders. He points out the skeletal forms now emerging from the shadows, their ancient bones rattling with malevolent intent. These aren't just any undead, he warns, they are truly dreadful monsters. He moves with a blur of greenish-blue energy, his mind racing as he observes the skeletal foes before him, realizing these aren't just ordinary undead, they're cutting off his movements, adapting to his every shift. Their glowing blue eyes fixated on him, he senses their defensive power is shockingly high, far beyond what mere bone should allow. And as another skeleton lunges, leaving trails of blue energy, he realizes their attack power is equally formidable, one even taunting him to reach his own limits. Meanwhile, Alexander, ever the strategist, barks orders to his companions, telling Hayes to hold the shield and Ketel to be prepared for the escalating battle. Back in the fray, the cloaked figure's eyes narrow with fierce determination, resolving to exploit any momentary gap in the relentless assault. He moves like a phantom, greenish-blue energy trailing behind him, yet the effort is immense, the sheer horror of dispersing their power making him question if he can even feel his own body, let alone his lungs, forcing him to repeat the grueling process multiple times. His eyes glowing faintly with renewed resolve, he steels himself, ready to push past his limits. With a sharp crack, he shatters a skeleton's arm, blue energy exploding from the impact point. Another powerful strike follows, and a skeleton's leg splinters into fragments, scattering blue particles. Ketel watches, his eyes wide with shock, uttering a surprised exclamation as he witnesses the brutal efficiency of the cloaked figure. But just as victory seems within reach, a chilling sight unfolds, the shattered skeleton begins to reform, its glowing blue eyes reigniting as blue energy pulses through its regenerating form. Alexander, witnessing the impossible regeneration, maintains a grim, focused expression, understanding the true challenge they face. As the masked figure stands ready, a hooded companion expresses her astonishment, unable to believe the sheer power of the monsters they face. But with a swift, decisive motion, the masked warrior's hand glows with an intense, crackling blue energy, ready to unleash a devastating blow. His eyes, now burning with the same electric blue, focus with deadly precision, a silent promise of destruction. Across from him, the skeleton monster, its bones radiating an eerie blue aura, raises its sword, a chilling kiik echoing through the chamber as it prepares to strike. But the masked figure is faster, a blur of blue energy as he lunges forward, his attack connecting with a resounding quang that shatters the air. The impact erupts in a blinding flash of Azure power, sending shockwaves through the dungeon as the skeleton is violently thrown back, a JJAT of splintering bone echoing. He looks down at the reeling monster, a quiet pazu escaping him, his expression unreadable behind the mask, yet his intent clear. His eyes flare with renewed blue intensity, a silent HU of focus as he prepares for the next devastating strike. With another surge of power, he unleashes a flurry of duk strikes, the blue energy tearing through the monster's defenses. His hooded companion, witnessing the raw power, gasps in disbelief, her words barely audible amidst the chaos. Her face, etched with concern and awe, reflects the immense challenge they face, even with such a formidable ally. Finally, the masked figure lets out a triumphant, "Huh," his eyes still glowing, acknowledging the wisdom of a distant ally. "You were right, Kazan." Still reeling from the intense battle, Keto reflects on his opponents, a thought echoing in his mind: they truly cease all movement once their skulls are utterly obliterated. Meanwhile, a new masked figure, observing the aftermath, lets out a low, impressed chuckle, a sound that hints at both amusement and profound surprise. His internal monologue reveals a deeper understanding of the situation, as he mentally corrects himself: that's not what he truly meant, for these formidable skeletons are merely constructs of bone. He continues to process the incredible power displayed, noting that even a decapitated skeleton monster can still be above rank 30, a truly terrifying prospect within the dungeon's depths. The masked figure's thoughts race, connecting the dots. This is the very same skeleton that managed to shatter the Cerberus's barrier, an enormous beast with a head that can twist back onto its neck even after being severed. Finally speaking aloud, the masked companion admits, he knew the monster was high-ranked, but never imagined it could possess such overwhelming strength. A moment of silence hangs heavy in the air, the weight of the revelation settling between them. Keto, his expression a mix of surprise and curiosity, turns to his companion, a single question escaping his lips: is he really human? The masked companion begins to move forward, his steps resolute despite the earlier shock. With a nod of agreement, the masked figure confirms, okay, signaling his readiness to proceed. A confident smile spreads across Keto's face as he gestures forward, declaring, let's continue, eager to press on. The masked companion, surprised by Keto's unwavering resolve, quickly catches up, exclaiming, yes. You're right, his voice filled with renewed determination. Keto, ever the stoic, simply observes the path ahead. While his companion, the subordinate hunter, expresses a desperate plea: we don't have to rush, though, right? His voice trembles with fear: I don't wish to die here. As a chilling sound echoes through the cavern. Keto's gaze sharpens, his eyes reflecting an unyielding resolve. Just as a massive skeleton monster emerges from the shadows, its bony frame rattling with ominous intent. The hunter, startled, calls out, Sir Keto. As the skeletal horror looms closer, its presence radiating pure dread. Keto stands his ground, unfazed by the approaching threat. While the hunter, recognizing the danger, warns, a skeleton. A real one is coming. He then asks, our way. Before hesitantly adding, can I ask you to take a detour? In a tense moment, a subordinate hunter stands over a fallen figure, his expression grim, while Greta looks on with wide, horrified eyes. Greta, her voice laced with urgency, declares, there are a few things I want to check. The subordinate hunter quickly agrees, oh. Yes, yes. Greta echoes his sentiment, I also agree, before the hunter offers a simple, thanks. Meanwhile, Keto's eyes blaze with an ominous purple glow, a chilling smirk spreading across his face as he prepares for battle. He faces the towering skeleton monster, its bony form a stark contrast to his radiating power. With a surge of raw energy, his hand crackles with vibrant purple magic, ready to unleash devastation. From a distance, the subordinate hunter and Greta watch on, their faces etched with a mixture of awe and apprehension. Keto, now fully enveloped in his power, taunts the creature, very cool. How does it feel to be like that? He unleashes a devastating torrent of purple energy, blasting directly into the skeleton monster with immense force. The impact is immediate and brutal, shattering parts of the monster's form as it recoils from the overwhelming attack. With a final, explosive burst, the skeleton monster is utterly annihilated, its remnants dissolving into the air. With his eyes blazing a furious purple, Keto unleashes a devastating torrent of energy, the very air crackling around him as he channels his raw power. A confident smirk playing on his lips as he challenges his foe, what will you do now? The skeleton monster, caught in the full brunt of the attack, begins to violently shatter, its ancient bones cracking and disintegrating under the overwhelming force. Even its formidable blade, once a symbol of its power, is no match for the raw magic, exploding into countless fragments. Keto stands triumphant over the monster's complete annihilation, its shattered remains scattered across the cavern floor. Residual purple energy still pulses from his outstretched hand, a testament to the immense power he just wielded. From a distance, Greta and the subordinate hunter watch, their faces etched with profound shock and disbelief, the sheer scale of Ketel's power leaving them utterly speechless. Another piece of the monster's weapon disintegrates, a final, echoing crack confirming its utter destruction. Ketel's smirk deepens, his glowing eyes reflecting his absolute confidence, a soft heh escaping him as he surveys the aftermath. The last wisps of purple energy swirl around him as he repeats his challenge, and what about now? Finally, the vibrant purple light fades from his hand, leaving only the lingering scent of ozone in the air. Greta and the hunter remain frozen, their expressions a mixture of awe and apprehension, as they slowly begin to process the true power of the man before them. He maintains his grip, a silent challenge hanging in the air. As the skeletal monster, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, can only stare in utter confusion. A small, crimson mark already blooms on its skull, a testament to the speed of the barbarian's assault. Then, with a blur of motion, a wicked, scythe-like blade arcs through the air. Ketel's gauntlet hand, now wreathed in crackling purple energy, slams the weapon into the monster with devastating force, a whirl of power echoing through the space. The impact sends the skeleton reeling, its own weapon beginning to splinter, a dull thud marking its imminent demise. A confident smirk plays on his lips as Ketel taunts his foe, asking if it truly believed he couldn't wield a sword with his other hand as well. The hilt of a second blade, secured at his hip, serves as silent proof of his boast. With a resounding clang, the monster's weapon shatters into countless fragments, purple energy erupting from the point of impact. The air itself seems to ripple with the raw power he unleashes, a torrent of destructive force. His gauntlet hand, now a conduit of pure, crackling purple energy, grips the monster's arm, causing it to disintegrate with another sharp clang. Finally, with a thunderous crash, the barbarian delivers the finishing blow, and the skeletal monster explodes into a shower of shattered bone and fading purple light. As the monster's form gives way, a final, guttural sound escapes it, his foot pressing down on what remains of its skeletal arm. The very bones beneath him crackle and splinter, his hand still gripping the weapon that delivered the killing blow. Even the monster's skull, now a mere fragment, seems to recoil in its final moments, as the purple energy consumes it entirely. A blinding flash of violet light erupts, leaving nothing but shimmering particles in its wake. The creature is utterly annihilated, its very existence erased by the sheer force of his power. Standing amidst the dissipating energy, Ketel exudes an aura of absolute dominance, his expression unwavering. He gazes down at the empty space where his foe once stood, a chilling taunt escaping his lips, "I don't think I should replace it. You're quite intelligent." Nearby, Greta watches, her eyes wide with a mixture of awe and terror, barely able to suppress a gasp. Maja, too, is visibly shaken, a small ugh escaping her as she processes the raw destructive power she just witnessed. The subordinate hunter, a seasoned warrior himself, can only ponder the implications, a single thought forming in his mind: he must be. As Ketel turns and begins to walk away, a faint purple glow still clinging to him, Maja watches his retreating back, a mix of fear and fascination in her eyes. His powerful stride carries him forward, leaving behind a silent testament to his raw, untamed strength, a real barbarian. A flurry of motion and impact echoes through the cavern. As the legendary barbarian, Ketel, moves with blinding speed, his attack tearing through the air towards a grotesque skull. The force of his blows sends the skeletal monstrosity tumbling, its form momentarily disrupted. His eyes, now glowing with an intense purple light, fixate on the creature, a silent assessment of its resilience. Standing over the shattered remnants of the skull, he observes its destruction, knowing that such a creature can move even if its skull is completely destroyed. True to his expectation, the fragments begin to glow with an eerie light, reassembling themselves into a whole, floating skull once more. A smirk plays on his lips as he watches the impossible feat, finding the monster's tenacity utterly fun. Turning from the reanimated foe, he addresses someone just out of sight, offering a casual apology for the delay. Below him, a subordinate hunter kneels respectfully, assuring his sire that they are simply grateful to be of service. The barbarian acknowledges the sentiment with a quiet, yet sincere, thanks. The subordinate, still kneeling, responds with a simple, obedient okay. He pauses, his gaze fixed on something below, while behind him, a silver-haired companion looks up, a silent question hanging in the air. With a determined glint in her eyes, she urges them forward, "Let's go." The sheer scale of their destination elicits a collective, excited yes, from their chibified companions, a mix of anticipation and awe. With a heavy, echoing, of his boots, he begins his descent. The group descends deeper into the unknown, a swift accompanying their movement down the ancient, winding stairs, the destination looming. This is. Finally reaching the bottom, they stand before the ominous entrance, the words, "the end level," hanging heavy in the air, signaling the true challenge ahead. The very steps beneath them pulse with a faint, eerie purple glow, a low, resonant emanating from the ancient stone. Each of their footsteps echoes in a profound silence, a stark reminder of their isolation in this desolate place. He surveys the path ahead, his companions gathered behind him, their faces a mix of anticipation and caution. A subtle shift in her posture, a slight tension in her neck, hints at the growing unease. A sharp of movement draws his attention, his expression shifting to one of concern as he utters a hesitant, Turning to his group, he offers a pragmatic solution to the mounting tension. Well, how about we take a little break? He surveys the scene, a quiet satisfaction settling over him. Behind him, the subordinate hunter erupts in an almost comical display of gratitude, his voice echoing with relief, while Greta looks on, equally surprised. Ketil simply turns his gaze forward, ready for whatever comes next, a faint sound of movement accompanying his shift in focus. Later, the entire group takes a much-needed respite, gathered in a circle, the silence punctuated only by the soft sounds of their rest. Meja, however, breaks the calm, recounting a strange observation to Alexander. I saw a dungeon on the way to this dungeon. Alexander, understandably, can only respond with a bewildered, what? Ketil, listening intently, muses on the implications, realizing the vastness of their world and the limits of his own knowledge, declaring, it's impossible. I need more education. Meja, flustered by his earnestness, blushes deeply, offering a meek, educated. Thank you. Kazan Hark, ever the pragmatist, cuts through the awkwardness, demanding to know, what do you want to know? A flashback reveals Ketil and Greta poring over a map, discussing the dungeon's remote location, far from their familiar territory. He then questions the presence of monsters from the outside, wondering if it poses any immediate problem. His expression remains pensive, the weight of their journey and its implications heavy on his mind. As the group continues their journey, the priestess Hayes explains the fundamental truth of their world. Monsters typically remain confined within their dungeons, though the abyss, of course, stands as a terrifying exception. Alexander Vonius, the paladin, adds that any breaches are swiftly contained and handled in secret, maintaining the fragile peace. Ketil, still processing the implications of this hidden world, lets out a thoughtful clearing of his throat. The very fabric of their reality is shaped by these mysterious formations, as dungeons are not man-made, but naturally generated phenomena. These unpredictable structures manifest in various forms, sometimes as sprawling caves, other times as towering, ominous spires. A subordinate hunter chimes in, explaining that most dungeons are typically discovered in densely populated areas, making their appearance a constant threat to civilization. Ketil, his brow furrowed in contemplation, asks, if this is truly the case, then what are the implications? The narration clarifies that when a dungeon manifests, its surrounding territory is immediately claimed, placing the burden of its clearance squarely on the shoulders of mercenaries and hunters. Hayes listens intently, her expression unreadable. Kazan Hark, the thief, lets out a casual exclamation, seemingly unfazed by the gravity of the situation. Alexander, however, cuts to the chase, asserting that the ownership of the territory is irrelevant, the monsters are still a threat emanating from it. Finally, Ketil nods, a new understanding dawning upon him as he simply states that he understands. As the system confirms the defeat of a first-floor boss, promising various rewards and the dungeon's eventual disappearance, Greta's eyes widen at the glowing prize, a hint of avarice in her voice as she muses that the bounty must be substantial. A knowing smirk plays across Ketil's lips, his expression hinting at a deeper understanding or perhaps a shared experience. He then questions her, asking if she's encountered similar situations, to which she confirms she has personally taken such rewards. Turning his gaze away, the barbarian poses another query, his mind clearly grappling with the intricacies of this new world. A moment of silence hangs heavy in the air, the weight of unspoken thoughts settling between them. Suddenly, Greta's expression shifts to one of utter shock, her voice rising in disbelief as she repeats his question about dungeons, demanding clarification. She then explains, with a hint of wonder, that these mysterious phenomena are generated entirely naturally, with no one creating them. As she speaks, a disturbing visual manifests, her hand, covered in what appears to be blood and glowing red particles, symbolizing a grim reality. She laments that too many people are discussing this, and that a portion of the monsters are even transforming into women. This bizarre transformation, depicted by a serpent coiled around a forbidden apple, is apparently a common occurrence in this world. Ketil, looking down in contemplation, acknowledges the inherent danger but notes that despite the risks, people continue to seek out the rewards. Greta, her expression thoughtful, finds it difficult to believe that such an artificial feeling phenomenon could truly be a natural occurrence. Still reeling from the bizarre revelations, she questions the very nature of their world. Wondering aloud, if dungeons were truly a natural phenomenon. But the barbarian's gaze hardens, his voice cutting through the doubt as he reminds her that despite the inherent dangers, people relentlessly pursue the rewards within. His eyes narrow, a grim truth dawning as he continues, many who venture in never return. Standing over a defeated foe, its form obscured by shadow and impact, he declares, that brutal fact remains unchanged. As he clutches a pulsating, glowing orb, a thought echoes in the darkness, questioning his very identity, if I knew the truth, I wouldn't have cared. Is he really the other? A chilling smirk plays on his lips, his eyes flaring with an intense, almost predatory glow, as he finds a dark amusement in the chaos. Turning to his companions, the barbarian asks if they've had their fill of the day's grim harvest. Greta, taken aback by his intensity, can only manage a small, startled sound. With a confident smile, he presses on, asking if they should continue their perilous journey. His resolve unwavering, he answers his own question with a resounding affirmative. As Ketel's companions watch him, a mix of awe and apprehension on their faces, his chilling determination sets the course for their next brutal encounter. As the dust settled from the brutal encounter, a chilling silence fell over the cavern, broken only by the terrified gasp of Greta, who stared wide-eyed at the defeated monster. A faint, unsettling crackle echoed through the air, a lingering sign of the raw power that had just been unleashed. Undaunted, Ketel and his subordinate hunter pressed onward, their footsteps echoing with a determined crunch against the cavern floor. His gaze sharp and calculating, Ketel scanned the surroundings, a silent question hanging in his mind. Suddenly, a glimmer of gold caught his eye, revealing a magnificent, ornate treasure chest, bathed in a soft, ethereal glow. A smirk played on Ketel's lips as he approached the prize, declaring that this was the treasure, the reward from the dungeon. Reaching out a hand to claim his bounty, he asserted his right to take it at once. But before his fingers could touch the ancient wood, a new voice cut through the silence, a shadowy figure named Kazan Hark emerging to challenge his claim, noting that treasure usually belonged to the domain of the gods. Kazan, a notorious thief, mused to himself, wondering if this was the legendary barbarian, Ketel, whose reputation preceded him. Ketel's expression hardened, a silent challenge in his eyes as he registered the intruder's presence. With a knowing smirk, Kazan confirmed his identity, adding, "And you are a thief," a statement Ketel could not deny. Ketel, unfazed, simply retorted, "I'll take it as a compliment," his words dripping with a dangerous confidence as the tension between the two men escalated. A thief's pride is on the line, and Kazan Hark can't shake the feeling that something is terribly wrong. But there's a massive problem, a secret he can't afford to reveal. If he truly possessed the skills he claimed, he wouldn't be trapped in this impossible situation. Meanwhile, Ketel watches him with an unnerving intensity, his gaze piercing. The truth? He's just a novice, a wannabe thief who couldn't even join the guild, utterly lacking the power to unlock this chest. Frustration boils over, a silent scream echoing his inner turmoil. But how can he possibly confess his weakness to them? He imagines Ketel's disappointment, the scorn in his eyes if he knew the truth about his supposed thieving prowess. Ketel's voice cuts through his thoughts, eyes glowing with challenge, demanding to know how a self-proclaimed thief could fail such a simple task, while his subordinate watches intently. Suddenly, a surge of raw, untamed energy erupts around him, a desperate gamble. The sheer force of it leaving him utterly stunned. With a gasp, he finally yields, declaring his intent to open the chest. A metallic clatter echoes through the cavern, a sound that promises the opening of a long-sealed treasure chest, yet the air remains thick with anticipation. As Kazan Hark looks up, his heart pounds with the terrifying realization that Ketel's piercing gaze is fixed directly upon him, a silent challenge that screams of life or death stakes should he fail. But then, a surge of memories floods his mind, igniting a fierce resolve as he recalls every single moment he was dismissed, every time he was scorned as nothing more than a novice. Swallowing hard, his expression hardens, the weight of his past failures and future hopes converging in his eyes. The metallic groans intensify, a rhythmic grinding sound accompanying the rising tension in the air. As Kazan Hark begins to glow with a vibrant purple aura, Ketel and his subordinate watch, while the thief considers the immense pressure, the sheer magnitude of what he's about to attempt. With a final, resounding clatter, his face contorts with raw power, a fiery, golden energy now swirling around him, reflecting the fierce resolve in his eyes. His eyes now blazing with purple light, he declares with unwavering conviction, that his very existence hinges on this moment, but he knows, deep in his soul, that he possesses the strength to succeed. A moment of tense silence hangs in the air as Ketel stares intently at a massive, ornate treasure chest, a question mark hanging over his head. Then, with a sudden, resounding click, the ancient lock gives way, and the chest slowly creaks open, revealing its hidden contents. A triumphant grin spreads across Ketel's face, his eyes gleaming with excitement as Greta, standing beside him, gazes in awe at the treasure. Her expression shifts to one of utter disbelief, a gasp escaping her lips as she exclaims, "Whoa, really?" Ketel, beaming with pride, pats himself on the back, declaring, "Oh, you're great, Ketel." He never thought he'd see it open, finding the feat truly amazing. Meanwhile, Kazan Hark, a seasoned adventurer, observes the scene with a knowing look, acknowledging that it was clearly an unexpected event, even for him, who had overcome countless trials. Greta, however, quickly shifts her focus from awe to practicality, wondering if she really has to give half of the reward to the other man and, more importantly, how much the chest is actually worth. As Ketel and Greta stand before the now open chest, Kazan Hark informs them that only those who can unlock such treasures are entitled to them, granting them full permission to take whatever they desire. The seasoned adventurer simply nods, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as he acknowledges, "I see. Nice." With a casual gesture, he then tells them, "I leave this to you," effectively handing over the spoils. The world twists into a vortex of light and shadow, as a figure plunges headfirst into the unknown. Above, Kazan-Hark watches the sudden descent, a surprised exclamation escaping his lips. Greta, too, is caught off guard, her eyes wide with shock as the scene unfolds. As the chaos subsides, Ketil finds himself disoriented, quickly checking on his companion. "Do you need my help? Are you hurt?" Greta, still reeling, quickly assures him, "No. I swear, I didn't do anything." A final, blinding flash erupts, signaling the end of their tumultuous journey. Ketil lands with a solid thud, his boots finding purchase on unfamiliar ground. And as the dust settles, he, Greta, and Kazan-Hark stand together in a cavernous, dimly lit space. The air is heavy, filled with an ancient, musty scent, and the ground beneath their feet is rough and uneven. Suddenly, one of them points, a realization dawning. "Hold on, it's a skeleton." Before them lies the colossal remains of some ancient beast, its bones bleached and massive, a silent testament to a forgotten era, and perhaps, the true treasure they sought. He scans the cavern, his gaze falling upon the scattered bones, and quickly deduces from the map that 4 skeletal threats lie dormant, deciding to personally handle 3 of them. Turning to his companions, he outlines the plan, his voice firm and decisive. With a sharp glance towards the rogue, he assigns the final, crucial skeleton to him. Without hesitation, Kazan-Hark acknowledges the task, his expression unreadable. Greta, ever reliable, also confirms her readiness, her gaze determined. But before they can move, a skeletal hand bursts from the ground, dust swirling around its ancient bones. The ominous cracking sound of "dudaduk" echoes through the cavern, as more bones begin to stir and rise. Amidst the rising threat, Kazan-Hark's mind drifts to a painful memory, a wave of guilt washing over him for a past failure to protect someone dear. The ground around them erupts, as countless skeletal warriors claw their way out, surrounding the trio. With a chilling "sususuk" sound, the reanimated forms fully assemble, their ancient bones clicking into place with eerie precision. More cracking and groaning, "dudaduk," fills the air, as the horde continues to swell, each new skeleton adding to the growing threat. Finally, with a collective, chilling glow, their empty eye sockets ignite with an intense, malevolent blue light, signaling their readiness for battle. As the cavern floor rumbles, a single, urgent command echoes through the darkness, galvanizing the group into action. Greta gasps, her eyes wide with alarm, while Kazan-Hark, ever the pragmatist, lets out a low grunt of acknowledgement, both bracing themselves for the impending onslaught. The air crackles with anticipation as the grim reality settles in, the battle has officially begun. Suddenly, a wave of reanimated skeletons surges forward, their glowing blue eyes burning with malevolent intent, forcing Kazan-Hark to recoil as he finds himself immediately on the defensive. The sheer number of attackers threatens to overwhelm him, their bony limbs striking with surprising speed and force. But Kazan-Hark is no stranger to desperate fights, and with a practiced motion, he unleashes a swift, arcing sword slash, cutting a path through the encroaching horde. His blade finds its mark, piercing directly through a skeleton's chest, causing the reanimated foe to falter and crumble. Meanwhile, Ketil surveys the chaotic scene, a wry smile playing on his lips as he notes the sheer number of skeletal adversaries, a rare and intriguing challenge. With a confident declaration, he steps forward, ready to unleash his formidable power upon the undead. A brilliant burst of blue energy erupts from him, tearing through the skeletal ranks, shattering multiple foes into dust with a single, devastating strike. He continues his relentless assault, deflecting a skeleton's desperate lunge with ease, his movements a blur of controlled power. With unwavering focus, Ketil presses deeper into the horde, his resolve burning bright amidst the chaos of battle. Ketil unleashes a powerful, blue-hued strike, the impact reverberating through the cavern. Moving with incredible speed, he becomes a blur of motion, his cape trailing behind him as he closes the distance. The sheer force of his blow shatters a skeleton's head, sending fragments flying in a burst of blue energy. Without pause, he winds up for another devastating attack, his form now wreathed in a vibrant orange glow. A powerful kick, infused with the same fiery energy, connects with another skeletal foe, sending it reeling. From a short distance, Greta watches the barbarian's display of raw power, her eyes wide with a mix of awe and apprehension. Ketil extends his hand, the orange energy coalescing into a potent skill, the shadow of destruction. He unleashes the attack, a devastating wave of destructive force radiating outwards from his body, engulfing everything in its path. The impact tears through the skeletal ranks, shattering multiple enemies in a brilliant explosion of light and bone, a true spectacle of power. The devastating wave continues its path, obliterating more of the reanimated corpses with relentless force. Skeletons crumble into dust and fragments under the relentless assault, their numbers rapidly dwindling. The final surge of energy pulverizes the remaining foes, leaving only scattered debris in its wake, a testament to Ketil's overwhelming power. The lingering echoes of his devastating attack still reverberate through the cavern, as the last of the skeletal horde crumbles into dust, bathed in a fading blue and purple glow. A vibrant burst of purple energy flares, marking the complete annihilation of his foes. A smirk plays on his lips, a low chuckle escaping him as he surveys the scene. He takes in the devastation, a profound satisfaction washing over him, for he never imagined witnessing such a spectacle firsthand. Such raw power, such utter dominance, was indeed a rare and exhilarating sight. Another surge of his potent purple energy erupts, a testament to his boundless reserves. With a decisive gesture, he acknowledges the completion of his task. His grin widens, now that the lesser creatures are gone, he can truly savor the moment. More purple energy crackles around him, a constant hum of power. The final vestiges of his magic dissipate, leaving only the silence of the cavern in their wake. From a hidden vantage point, Maja Sausht observes the barbarian's display, a thoughtful expression on her face as she considers his intentions. Her eyes narrow, realizing that this powerful figure might be deliberately challenging them. A bone-shattering impact echoes through the cavern, a powerful blow striking a skeletal foe. The creature recoils, its empty eye sockets glowing with confusion, unable to comprehend the force that just struck it. Around them, the dark cavern pulses with faint, ethereal blue particles, a testament to the raw magic unleashed in the fight. Suddenly, a new threat emerges from the shadows, a red-armored skeleton with burning orange eyes, its weapon poised for a devastating strike, declaring its unwavering intent. It stands defiant, a chilling declaration echoing through the chamber, "Weakness, we are dead." But before the armored foe can even move, a blinding red energy tears through its torso, a swift counterattack that leaves no room for defense. Multiple crimson slashes follow in rapid succession, a whirlwind of destruction dismantling the monster piece by piece. Finally, a powerful blue energy wave erupts, shattering the remaining fragments of the armored skeleton into dust. The last skull crumbles, its glowing eyes fading, leaving only scattered bone fragments in its wake. As the dust settles, Ketil stands tall, his presence dominating the cavern, looking down at Maja Sausht, who kneels before him. He holds his sword casually, his expression unreadable, while she seems to be catching her breath, a soft gasp escaping her lips. Maja Sausht finally looks up, her gaze fixed on him, a single word escaping her lips, laden with uncertainty, "Surely." Still kneeling, her gaze fixed on the powerful figure before her, a single thought echoes in her mind, only those truly formidable could endure the brutal snowfield, and he had just carved a path through it as if it were nothing. Indeed, the monsters they encountered in that frozen expanse were nothing less than relentless skeletons, a chilling harbinger of what lay deeper within. And though their numbers swelled with each passing moment, the blonde warrior, leading the charge, ensured their advance remained utterly unhindered. With each foe vanquished, each obstacle overcome, they pressed onward, deeper into the unknown, until finally, a new, ominous presence began to make itself known. The weight of their journey, and the sheer power she had witnessed, pressed down on her, leaving her speechless, her expression a mask of profound unease. Side by side, they moved through the oppressive darkness, her silent apprehension a stark contrast to his unwavering resolve. The air grew heavy, thick with ancient magic, as they finally arrived at their grim destination, the deepest, most foreboding part of the dungeon. His heavy bootfalls echoed through the silent chamber, a testament to his unwavering advance into the heart of danger. And there, upon a colossal, skeletal throne, sat a figure of immense power, its presence radiating pure dread, the legendary skeleton monarch. Her eyes widened in disbelief, a gasp catching in her throat as she recognized the terrifying entity, a monster she had only ever heard whispered about in hushed, fearful tones. Without a hint of fear, the blonde warrior confirmed her worst suspicions, his voice calm amidst the palpable tension. "Yes, this is the skeleton monarch." A chilling realization dawned on her, her mind racing with the implications of facing such a foe, unless he truly believed he had no chance of victory against it. Still reeling from the revelation of the skeleton monarch, Maja Sausht questions the very nature of the dungeon, wondering what will happen if they return to its depths, and if it truly represents a divine judgment. But Ketil, ever the pragmatist, simply states that if that's the case, someone will just have to deal with it. A slight smirk plays on his lips, his confidence unwavering. As they stand before the ominous entrance, Maja calls out to him once more, her voice laced with lingering doubt. But Ketil simply reiterates his stance, his words carrying the weight of absolute certainty. Deep within the dungeon, a powerful, ethereal purple energy begins to coalesce, pulsating with raw, untamed magic. From the swirling arcane mist, the formidable skeleton monarch fully emerges, its red armor gleaming ominously, eyes burning with an infernal orange glow, a truly terrifying sight. A blur of purple energy erupts, the monstrous figure launching itself with terrifying speed. The air itself screams as the attack closes the distance, a devastating blow about to land. Yet, Ketil, the legendary barbarian, simply watches the incoming assault, a smirk playing on his lips, believing this blessing will become his foe's undoing. His eyes glint with anticipation, a thrill coursing through him as he declares, "This will be fun." But the purple monster is relentless, its form a streaking menace, closing in faster than thought. A sudden, explosive impact rocks the cavern, sending the barbarian reeling backward with a desperate cry of "Watch out." He's thrown through the air, a trail of purple energy marking his violent trajectory. A pained groan escapes him as the full force of the blow registers, his body screaming in protest. The very ground beneath them cracks and shatters, unable to withstand the sheer power unleashed. The monster shows no mercy, following up its devastating strike with another explosive assault, driving its opponent further down. A desperate "ack" tears from his throat as he plummets deeper into the chasm. Engulfed by the encroaching darkness, the barbarian vanishes from sight, his fate uncertain. A chilling silence hangs heavy in the air, broken only by the desperate, guttural scream of a woman with flowing white hair, her eyes wide with terror as she witnesses a grim scene unfold before her. Standing over a fallen figure, a powerful warrior with dark, messy hair and a rugged fur cloak surveys the aftermath, his expression unreadable. Suddenly, the scene shifts, revealing a different moment as the warrior, now with striking gray hair, looks up with a sharp intake of breath, a single word escaping his lips, "Whoa." Nearby, a brown-haired man, his face etched with fear, shouts a desperate warning, "Get the hell away." It's too strong, as a new, terrifying threat emerges. From the oppressive darkness, a skeletal monstrosity with glowing red eyes and a menacing sword materializes, its presence radiating pure, unadulterated malice. Its crimson gaze burns with an infernal intensity, a silent promise of destruction. Then, with explosive force, the skeleton monster surges forward, enveloped in a violent purple aura, its attack a blur of deadly intent. But the gray-haired warrior, Ketel, stands firm, his jaw set with grim determination, ready to face the onslaught. His eyes, usually a calm blue, now blaze with an electric intensity, glowing with an inner power about to be unleashed. Before the monster can land its blow, Ketel erupts in a blinding flash of purple energy, intercepting the attack with a devastating counter, his blade carving through the skeletal form. Wreathed in the vibrant purple aura, he presses his advantage, his movements a whirlwind of power, relentlessly driving the monster back. With a final, explosive strike, Ketel shatters the skeletal monster, its form disintegrating into a shower of purple light and fragments, utterly defeated. The brown-haired man and the white-haired woman, Greta, can only stare in stunned silence, their faces a mixture of shock and awe at the sheer power they just witnessed. A soft thud echoes as Ketel's hand descends, his gaze fixed on something unseen below him. A slight scoff escapes him, as he questions, "Is that all?" Standing tall amidst the glowing particles of the cavern, Ketel surveys the scene, a dark-haired figure watching him from the shadows. His gaze remains unwavering, a silent intensity radiating from his form. Below him, the thief Hark looks up, a hint of concern etched on his face. Their attention is drawn to a magnificent, ornate wooden chest, its golden bands gleaming in the dim light. Hark, clearly impressed by the chest's formidable aura, asks, "Can you unlock this too?" "I'm not a chest opener, besides, it's like a high-level trap." He insists, "It's impossible to do so with my skills," to which Ketel simply replies, "Is that so? Too bad." A sigh escapes Hark, resignedly concluding, "Well, understanding that, we will have to give up." But Ketel's hand moves with purpose, a powerful force emanating from his fingertips as he presses down. Suddenly, a burst of purple lightning erupts, causing Hark to flinch back in utter shock and disbelief. He effortlessly channels a surge of crackling purple energy, tearing open the high-level treasure chest with a powerful, whistling force. The sheer display of power leaves his companions, Hark and Greta, utterly dumbfounded, their eyes wide with disbelief. Turning to Hark, Ketel remarks, "The rewards are definitely higher." Then, with a casual air, he asks, "Kazan, please help me with this too." Hark, still reeling from the shock, can only stammer out a bewildered, "Why yes." He watches Ketel's foot, his mind racing with disbelief, realizing that his companion can break down barriers with his bare hands, a feat he'd never even heard of or seen before. The thief then voices his confusion, "Also, why would you ask me to help you if you can clear it yourself?" A moment of stunned silence hangs in the air. As a brilliant, shimmering light erupts from the open chest, blinding them all. The sudden surge of energy causes leaves to rain down from the trees, a clear sign of the disturbance. Ketel looks up, a surprised expression crossing his face, as if something unexpected has emerged. Suddenly, the group is thrust into chaos as Ketel, Hark, Greta, and the subordinate hunter are forced to engage in a fierce battle, striking down monstrous creatures that have burst forth from the chest's depths. As the dungeon instance finally collapses, a subordinate hunter stands amidst the dissipating energy, the very air around him shimmering as the system confirms its complete disappearance. He turns to Ketel, relief washing over his face, exclaiming his joy that Ketel is safe, having feared the worst. Ketel, ever the thrill-seeker, simply smirks, finding the entire ordeal rather enjoyable. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit chamber, Hark stares in disbelief, utterly perplexed by the rapid conclusion of events. A heavily armored guard echoes his sentiment, shocked by how quickly the dungeon was cleared. Alexander Vonius, standing by a sturdy wooden table, awaits the full report. The city itself, a sprawling testament to human ingenuity, continues its bustling existence, oblivious to the hidden power at play. Alexander finally poses the question that weighs on everyone's mind, inquiring about the dungeon's outcome. Ketil, with a confident grin, declares the experience to have been immensely satisfying. Later, Ketil stands with Greta and the subordinate hunter, a formidable trio ready for their next challenge. He addresses his companions with unwavering trust, instructing them to follow him one by one as they proceed with the next critical procedure. Maja Sausht, her expression thoughtful, confirms that there isn't any problem with the current situation, before acknowledging a point with a simple, "I see." Meanwhile, Alexander Vonius, his gaze sharp, presses Kazan Hark, asking if he believes they can utilize him for a future procedure. Back with Maja, she considers the implications, then decisively agrees, "I think so." Alexander's thoughts drift to the complex opinions surrounding Kazan Hark, noting that the Emperor himself is already planning a new procedure, and that the barbarian, known for his immense strength, is a key factor. Kazan Hark, however, seems to dismiss the notion, insisting that the barbarian doesn't appear to be the type of person to harm anyone. Alexander reiterates the barbarian's formidable reputation, emphasizing his raw strength. He then adds, with a hint of disbelief, he didn't hurt anyone. The truth, however, is that Kazan Hark, despite his cunning as a thief, was a weak hunter, utterly outmatched in combat, while Alexander Vonius, in this moment, finally stood in the presence of a true warrior. Back in her chambers, Maja Sausht gently advises Hayes to rest, but stresses the importance of being prepared for the next procedure. Kazan Hark, still processing the information, points out that the barbarian was the one who cleared the dungeon in the first place, concluding that he doesn't believe the man is truly a barbarian. Alexander, after a moment of consideration, finally grants his permission, allowing Kazan Hark to proceed. With a final warning to be careful, Alexander reminds him that even if he is arrested, he is forbidden from causing any trouble, a stern directive for the thief now involved in the Emperor's plans. Ketil and Greta stride away from the dungeon entrance, their forms silhouetted against the fading light, as two subordinate hunters follow, their expressions a mix of awe and exhaustion. The hunters, still reeling from the recent ordeal, can only murmur about the incredible rewards they've just secured, a massive bounty of gold and rare materials, far exceeding their wildest expectations. Ketil, however, simply holds up a massive sack overflowing with glittering coins and precious gems, his expression unreadable as he acknowledges the sheer scale of their haul. Greta, standing beside him, beams with pride and satisfaction, clearly pleased with their success and the wealth they've amassed. Meanwhile, Maja Sausht, surrounded by her own retinue, dismisses the concept of such material rewards with a wave of her hand, her refined sensibilities finding little value in mere gold. Back with Ketil's group, the hunters express their gratitude for the incredible bounty, acknowledging that such a reward is truly rare. Ketil, with a slight blush, humbly deflects their praise, suggesting that the true credit belongs to the entire team. Elsewhere, a group of elf children huddle together, their wide eyes filled with a mixture of fear and wonder, as they whisper excitedly about something they've witnessed. An elderly elf and an elf mage stand nearby, their expressions grave, as they too seem to be contemplating the implications of recent events. A sudden, intense magical surge ripples through the air, a powerful, unseen force making its presence known. Alexander Vonius, still in conversation with Kazan Hark, acknowledges the Emperor's plans, his words hinting at a deeper understanding of the political machinations at play. He then shifts his focus to Ketil, recognizing his raw power and reputation, even if he is just a barbarian who somehow manages to clear dungeons. A powerful, almost primal aura emanates from him, a legendary barbarian, a foreign entity whose very presence seems to warp the air around him. Meanwhile, within the opulent halls of power, the soft thud of armored boots echoes through a grand corridor, as a guard makes his way to deliver an urgent report. His voice firm, the armored man declares that he intends to report everything he witnessed directly to the Emperor. A silent acknowledgement follows, the unseen recipient of his words simply confirming their understanding. High above the sprawling city, a magnificent, white-domed palace gleams under the celestial expanse, its grandeur a stark contrast to the dark wilderness. The camera sweeps through the palace's intricate architecture, revealing its vast courtyards and towering spires, a testament to imperial power. From the cosmic dance of distant stars, the focus narrows, zooming in on a crucial document, its contents soon to be revealed. Back inside the palace, a voice calls out, inviting someone to enter a richly adorned chamber. The grand hall unfolds, a tapestry of crimson and gold, leading to a powerful figure awaiting an audience. Seated at a lavish desk, a man with a thoughtful expression ponders, what exactly has transpired to warrant such a report. The document before him identifies him as Luke Barkhan, lord of the Barkhan territory within the kingdom of Gehenna. The armored man, now seen in a helmet, continues his report, lamenting that the first quest-giver of the imperial family was met with strong opposition and ultimately lost. Just as the weight of the lost quest-giver settles, a new, chilling report echoes through the halls, confirming that a barbarian has breached their territory. From his opulent throne, Luke Barkhan's voice cuts through the silence, demanding to know if his subordinate had truly allowed this situation to unfold, the armored man responding with a confident, almost dismissive tone that he didn't believe it would pose any problem. Unconvinced, Luke's gaze sharpens as he presses further, then what exactly is the issue? The subordinate hesitates, then reveals the seemingly trivial detail, that the individual in question is merely a thief. Luke's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face as he murmurs, how could a mere thief be causing such a stir? The armored man continues, the weight of his words heavy with astonishment, they say he took down a skeleton knight in a single, devastating hit. Luke's composure shatters, his eyes snapping open in utter shock at the mention of a skeleton knight. The subordinate reiterates, his voice laced with disbelief, describing it as a monster said to be rank B, and he took it down in one hit? Meanwhile, far from the opulent throne room, the very subjects of their discussion stand silhouetted against a dark, imposing landscape, their eyes glowing with an otherworldly purple light, a testament to the raw power of the barbarians. Back in the throne room, Luke Barkon leans forward, a thoughtful expression on his face as he muses on the nature of their strength, simple, brute strength, overwhelming with sheer power. The subordinate nods in agreement, confirming the terrifying implication, so he's top tier, that's most likely. As the report concludes, a thought lingers in the air, could he truly be even stronger than they imagined? Luke Barkon, his expression unyielding, acknowledges the undeniable truth of the barbarian's power. He muses on the rarity of such talent, a man of that caliber, declaring that they absolutely must secure him, even considering a direct approach. But his subordinate hesitates, a flicker of concern crossing his face, as if the very mention of the barbarian's presence is a warning. The subordinate voices his apprehension, questioning the wisdom of recruiting a barbarian, but Luke Barkon dismisses his concerns, his resolve unwavering, he will make this powerful individual his own. Meanwhile, in a stark, desolate landscape, the legendary Ketel stands tall, his eyes burning with an intense purple glow, alongside another barbarian whose gaze mirrors his own raw power. Back in the opulent chamber, the subordinate continues to press his point, insisting that the barbarian has other allegiances. Luke Barkon, clearly annoyed, demands clarification on what he means. The subordinate reiterates his concern, emphasizing that despite his strength, the barbarian is nothing more than an unintelligent brute. He explains that barbarianism is a legendary lineage, directly descended from the great summoner himself. Luke Barkon, however, remains unconvinced, his dismissive tone suggesting he views such lineage as irrelevant, deeming the barbarian useless if he cannot be controlled. With a final, decisive gesture, Luke Barkon settles back, his decision made, leaving no room for further argument. His resolve hardening, Luke Barkon issues a direct command to his unseen subordinate. No, he corrects himself, a steely glint in his eye, he'll handle this personally. Meanwhile, far from the machinations of nobles, a feast of hearty food and frothing ale awaits. Ketel, his face a picture of pure satisfaction, devours his meal with gusto. He and his companions, Greta, Maja, and Alexander, are gathered around a rustic table, enjoying the simple pleasures of a good meal. A sudden shift in the atmosphere causes Greta, Maja, and Alexander to exchange uneasy glances, their expressions betraying a hint of surprise or concern. The clinking of a barrel being tapped echoes through the room, adding to the tavern's lively ambience. Unperturbed by the subtle tension, Ketel declares with a satisfied grin that the food is delicious, and he appreciates the quiet atmosphere. As Ketel continues to eat, Greta lets out a small, uncertain sound, her gaze fixed on Alexander. Her eyes widening in realization, Greta finally voices her observation, identifying Alexander as a paladin, a fact he sheepishly confirms. Ketel, intrigued by the revelation, questions the nature of divine power, wondering if it's the same force he encountered in the dungeon. Alexander, however, remains stoic, admitting he hasn't yet awakened his full divine power. Maja then interjects, her expression thoughtful, mentioning the goddess Malrotia, a deity known for her beauty and reverence among the masses. Ketel, listening intently, ponders if there's a temple dedicated to her nearby. He quickly dismisses the idea, concluding that such a figure would likely not be a welcome presence. Maja, however, offers a different perspective, explaining that the goddess Malrotia is revered as the deity of love and beauty. A serene image of Haze, the priestess, appears, her presence underscoring the widespread devotion to the goddess, who is both revered and beloved by the people. Ketel's attention is drawn back to Alexander, as he addresses him directly. He presses Alexander further, inquiring about the true extent of his strength. A flashback or contextual image shows Alexander in his paladin armor, facing Kazan Hark, a tense encounter hinting at a past conflict or a significant moment in Alexander's journey. Back in the present, Ketel continues to eat, his expression unreadable as he processes the information. He then muses aloud, acknowledging that if they're discussing ranks, he too is curious about the power levels, especially since he hasn't left the snowfield in a long time. Still pondering the intricacies of power, Ketel turns to his companions, his gaze sharp as he asks, how strong is a knight? Across the table, Maja, with a slight frown, explains the complexities of the temple knights, her words hinting at a deeper, more intricate system. Ketel, undeterred, presses further, his curiosity piqued as he tries to gauge the power scale, so second-rate is that level? Maja's expression shifts to one of slight embarrassment, a soft, excuse me escaping her lips as she looks away. Meanwhile, in a bustling market stall, a merchant nervously announces, about to close. Back with the group, Keatle offers a charming smile, apologizing for his persistence and suggesting they move on. My apologies. Let's get going. A soft chime echoes through the air, as he then asks, does anyone have plans or schedules ahead? Meja and Hayes react with wide-eyed panic, Meja quickly exclaiming, why yes. Very busy, as if trying to escape an unspoken obligation. The merchant from before, equally flustered, echoes their sentiment, yes. Extremely busy, a clear sign that Keatle's presence might be causing some discomfort. Keatle, seemingly unfazed by their frantic excuses, simply smiles and bids them farewell. I see. Well then, this is goodbye. As the conversation concludes, an ethereal vision unfolds, showing Meja and Hayes, along with other figures, gazing up at a majestic, crowned woman, her presence radiating divine power, perhaps a glimpse into the very temple nights they discussed. After the previous day's encounters, Keatle finally finds himself in a proper bed, a luxury he hasn't known in ages, and a contented sigh escapes him. He stretches out, relishing the softness, thinking to himself that this is the first time he's truly rested in a bed since arriving in this world. Meanwhile, just down the hall, another man sips his drink, oblivious to the legendary barbarian's peaceful slumber. Back in his room, Keatle's thoughts drift, comparing this luxurious comfort to the harsh, cold caves he'd endured, truly feeling like he's found heaven. Sitting up, a flicker of concern crosses his mind, wondering if his companions are faring well, and then, almost as an afterthought, what about the monsters he left behind? A mischievous grin plays on his lips as he reaches out, secretly hoping they're not doing too well without him. His gaze sharpens, eyes reflecting a deeper ambition, as his thoughts turn to the formidable magic towers and even the grandeur of the royal palace. The morning light begins to filter through, promising a new day and new opportunities. A brilliant, almost blinding, light streams through a doorway, heralding the full arrival of dawn. Suddenly, a rumbling sound breaks the silence, and Keatle, momentarily appearing smaller and more childlike, sits up with a surprised expression, his stomach protesting loudly. Shaking off the last vestiges of sleep, he stretches his powerful frame, a wide yawn escaping him as he prepares to face the day. With a renewed sense of purpose, Keatle looks down, a determined glint in his eyes as he declares, I must have won you. A hulking, bare-chested figure, his back to the viewer, places a heavy hand on the shoulder of an armored guard captain, who offers a quick apology. Stepping into a doorway, the captain is met with a stern inquiry, you're the guard captain. What's the matter? A low growl escapes the captain's lips, his expression hidden beneath the helmet, yet conveying a deep sense of unease. The reason for his apprehension becomes clear as a message is delivered, the Lord wishes to meet you in person. Seated upon his grand throne, the Lord of the Frontier receives an urgent report from his loyal subordinate, who reveals that a powerful being wishes to meet him. A low growl escapes the Lord's chest, his powerful physique rippling with barely contained energy, as he processes this unexpected request. His subordinate, anticipating the Lord's thoughts, quickly adds that the mysterious figure is none other than the legendary Barbarian, a name that carries both awe and dread. The subordinate continues, detailing the Barbarian's fearsome reputation as a monster who has slaughtered countless foes and, more impressively, is the only one to ever defeat the monstrous abyssal serpent. A subtle smirk plays on the Lord's lips, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous curiosity, finding the tales of this formidable warrior quite intriguing. The subordinate, however, harbors a darker thought, silently vowing to devour the Barbarian himself should this meeting prove to be a treacherous trap. With a decisive nod, the Lord commands his subordinate to bring the Barbarian before him, his curiosity now fully piqued. A moment of tense silence hangs in the air, before a voice announces the Barbarian's arrival, signaling the imminent confrontation. Heavy footsteps echo through the chamber as the legendary warrior steps into view, his presence commanding immediate attention. The Lord of Barkhan territory, Luke Barkhan, stands in his opulent chamber, a silent anticipation hanging heavy in the air. As the legendary barbarian, Keatle, finally makes his entrance, his imposing figure framed by the doorway. Luke extends a hand, not for a greeting, but to assert his authority, declaring his intention to summon the barbarian, not merely to meet him. He introduces himself with gravitas, I am Luke Barkhan, the owner of this territory. His words echo the formal declaration of his full title, Lord of Barkhan territory, Kingdom of Gen. A firm handshake seals the initial exchange, a silent acknowledgement passing between the two powerful figures. Then, with a heavy thud, the barbarian introduces himself, I am Keatle. Luke's expression shifts to one of utter shock, his eyes widening at the barbarian's next unexpected move. Without a moment's hesitation, Keatle performs a deep, respectful bow, a gesture of profound humility that belies his fearsome reputation. Luke is visibly stunned, grappling with the barbarian's calculated move, a strategy to turn perceived strength into a form of weakness. A knowing look crosses Luke's face as he realizes the depth of Keatle's cunning, acknowledging that he has long known Keatle would do whatever it takes. Finally, with a gesture of invitation, Luke bids Keatle to sit, recognizing the long journey he has undertaken. A grand, opulent chamber, shrouded in shadow, holds a silent tableau. At its heart, a small, white-haired figure sits regally at a lavish table. Their voice echoing with an unexpected authority as they announce a significant arrival. He's here. A sharp intake of breath, a sudden widening of an eye, betrays a flicker of surprise. As a formidable knight, clad in gleaming red and gold armor, begins to recognize the gravity of the situation, muttering, "That's..." The white-haired figure, seemingly unconcerned by the unfolding tension, casually reveals their true intentions. "I play a game with a kid I found." A sinister red glow emanates from another's eye, a chilling voice joining the conversation with a casual, "Cool. I'll join in." The knight, now seen in darker, more menacing red and black armor, stands resolute. His face etched with grim determination as he declares, "This is clearly killing Sydney." Meanwhile, a shadowy, monstrous entity with glowing purple eyes observes the unfolding drama, its voice a low rumble, "I'm waiting to see how long patient can hold out." The red-eyed figure, still holding their teacup, dismisses the knight's concern with a cold, "Foolish fool." As the scene fades to a cosmic void, an unseen voice cuts through the darkness, revealing the stark simplicity of their purpose. "The reason I called you is simple." Alexander's intense gaze falls upon the blonde warrior, his brow furrowed with unspoken questions, as he prepares to delve into the mystery surrounding him. But Ketel, ever composed, simply states that Alexander should verify things for himself, a challenge in his calm demeanor. Undeterred, Alexander's voice, deep and probing, cuts through the silence, demanding to know the warrior's true origins. The blonde warrior looks away, his expression unreadable, as he admits to coming from the distant, forgotten north. Alexander's eyes narrow, a flicker of suspicion crossing his face, as a narration box dramatically identifies the other man as the White Summoner, a title steeped in legend. A profound thought echoes through the chamber, acknowledging Ketel as truly a barbarian from legends, a figure of myth made real. A silent sentinel stands guard, his presence a stark reminder of the power that threatens to unravel everything. Meanwhile, Alexander, still seated on his opulent throne, dismisses the previous line of inquiry as a flared allegation, while Masia, ever the observer, expresses her confusion over the white-haired man's true nature. His gaze sharpens, a subtle grunt escaping him as he prepares to unveil his true intentions. Leaning forward, a new proposition forms on his lips. "Then, how about a night?" Alexander's eyes bore into Ketel, challenging him directly, asking if he would confront him personally for such a trivial matter. The barbarian's eyes widen slightly, a soft gasp escaping him as the word "spar" registers. Alexander's expression hardens, his voice unwavering, "Of course. It's a fight to the death." He trusts Ketel will accept his reasonable terms. A sly smile spreads across Alexander's face, clearly pleased with Ketel's reaction. Ketel, standing before the imposing figure of Alexander, lets out a soft chuckle, the prospect of a spar with a knight clearly intriguing him. He envisions not just any knight, but a royal knight, a being of immense power and a formidable aura, whose very presence glows with arcane energy. This is more than a challenge, it's a chance to test his true potential, and Ketel eagerly anticipates the coming confrontation. As his excitement mounts, a vibrant red aura flares around his hand, a clear sign of his readiness for battle. Chapter 109, Pick Your Poison. Ketel stands before his challenger, a silent declaration hanging in the air, "No matter how strong you are, you can't be stronger than me." Meanwhile, Alexander Vonius, seated on his opulent throne, observes the armored knight before him, a tense silence filling the grand hall. The knight's heavy boots rest firmly on the crimson carpet, a symbol of unwavering loyalty and readiness. Far from the royal court, under a vast, open sky, a colossal colosseum looms in the distance, awaiting its next spectacle. Meanwhile, Masia Sausch strolls through a bustling town, her steps light as she navigates the lively streets, a soft, dudung sound accompanying her journey. Back in the throne room, the knight remains poised, his gaze fixed, perhaps anticipating the outcome of a crucial decision. A confident smirk plays on Ketel's lips, his eyes gleaming with an almost predatory anticipation. Alexander, however, maintains a stern expression, his brow furrowed in deep thought, perhaps weighing the consequences of his proposal. Meanwhile, Masia, under her yellow umbrella, pauses her shopping, a small escaping her as she decides, "Let's see. I'll take the one that's 600,000, a crisp TTAAK sound marking her choice." Back in the tense chamber, the armored knight steps forward, his voice ringing with conviction as he declares, "I challenge you to a duel to the death." Ketel's grin widens, his eyes burning with fierce resolve as he responds, "I hope so." Alexander's composure shatters, his face contorting in disbelief and fury as he exclaims, "How dare you? The audacity!" He wastes no time, his voice a low growl as he prepares to unleash his fury. "I'll show you," he snarls, his blade a blur, "disappear in the face of my sword." With a fierce glare, he presses his assault. "Now, let's see." The impact sends a shockwave, Ketel grunting in surprise, "Ah!" Alexander's blade ignites with a searing green energy, crackling with raw power. He sweeps the glowing weapon, a whirlwind of emerald light, "Ah!" But then, a flicker of disbelief crosses his face, his eyes widening in sudden shock. His mighty, glowing sword, halted mid-strike, its power abruptly nullified. The air crackles with an unseen force, a blinding flash of green energy tearing through the space, leaving one to wonder if it's even real. But the immediate, visceral reactions of Ketil and his subordinate confirm the terrifying truth: this is no illusion. The sheer speed of the assault leaves the other hunters reeling, their faces contorted in shock as the green blur continues its devastating path. One hunter is completely overwhelmed, barely able to register the attack before it strikes, the impossible speed leaving him utterly bewildered. Ketil, ever the seasoned warrior, raises a hand, a grim understanding dawning on his face, while Greta watches with wide-eyed apprehension. From the swirling green energy, a dark-haired figure emerges, his voice dripping with casual arrogance, acknowledging the futile attempts to evade his lightning-fast strikes. Yet, even as he speaks, the attacker remains a phantom, a blur of motion that defies the eye, leaving only the lingering green trails of his impossible speed. Then, with a sudden, brutal clarity, a dark-skinned fist materializes, aimed directly at its target. Ketil spins, his instincts screaming a warning, but the speed of the blow is simply too great. A devastating impact rocks the barbarian, his eyes widening in disbelief as the force of the blow sends him reeling. He collapses to the ground, the dark-haired assailant now standing triumphantly over his fallen form, the green energy still swirling around them. Dazed and defeated, Ketil lies motionless, the shock of the overwhelming attack etched onto his face. He barely sees the emerald flash. Before a brutal impact sends him flying, a guttural scream torn from his throat as he crashes down. Ketil's eyes are saucers, his mind reeling. What? He gasps, utterly stunned. The sickening crunch of a broken blade hitting the floor seals the hunter's fate, leaving him a crumpled heap against the ravaged stone. The very earth shudders, a massive fissure tearing through the ground, a testament to the assailant's devastating power. Ketil, brought to his knees, stares up at the shadowy figure, a single, terrifying declaration echoing in his ears: one strike. A noble in crimson robes recoils, his voice trembling: a single strike, and he's already defeated? What kind of monster is this? Ketil's heavy boots are motionless, a stark symbol of his utter vanquishment. Greta, her face a mask of disbelief, can only whisper, is it over? The crimson-robed man stands frozen, his fear a tangible presence. A profound, unsettling realization dawns in Ketil's eyes, the true horror of their foe finally sinking in. In a desolate, ruined landscape, a cloaked figure stands firm, their voice echoing with an unyielding resolve, declaring that passage is impossible. Meanwhile, in a lavish chamber, a noble with a dark beard contemplates a grim reality, muttering that some paths, once chosen, offer no return, before dismissing an unseen individual as nothing more than a fool. High above the clouds, Marcelia Jesus Garcia, one of the last remaining elves, soars on the back of a majestic white dragon, her mission clear: they must find a specific person. Back in the opulent room, the noble glances downward, a hint of anticipation in his eyes, wondering if the time has finally come, and if this mysterious individual would even be interested in their proposition. Suddenly, his eyes widen in shock, a gasp escaping him as he realizes the conversation might be about him, the revelation hitting him with visceral force. His attention then shifts to a gleaming golden artifact, encased within a display, his hand reaching out as if drawn by an irresistible allure. The intricate details of the object shimmer under the light, a silent exclamation mark hanging in the air, emphasizing its significance. A soft sigh escapes the noble's lips, his gaze fixed on a vibrant red gem embedded in a ring, a moment of quiet contemplation amidst the grandeur. He narrows his eyes, a knowing smirk playing on his lips, remarking with a hint of amusement that someone's tastes remain as questionable as ever. The noble then stands, hand on his chin, a thoughtful expression on his face, acknowledging that one always needs some form of amusement to pass the time. Across the room, an elderly man named Kan, with a wise and weathered face, leans forward, inviting his companion to share something truly new and interesting. A hand reaches out, its fingers brushing against a small, ornate box, the surface shimmering with a faint, almost imperceptible glow. As the box is carefully lifted, a voice echoes, acknowledging the presence of the venerable Kan: I'm an old man too. Great to meet you, Mr. Kan. A knowing smile plays on Kan's lips, his eyes crinkling with age and wisdom as he accepts the offering. The box opens to reveal its contents, a small, verdant artifact pulsating with an ethereal green light, its magic radiating outwards in sparkling motes. The air around it shimmers, filled with dancing particles of light, hinting at the immense power contained within. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, a man lies in bed, his brow furrowed in discomfort, a pained groan escaping his lips. A sliver of light pierces the gloom, as a door creaks open, hinting at an approaching presence. Luke Barkon steps into the room, his gaze falling upon the ailing man, a concerned query on his lips: are you okay? The injured man, startled, quickly sits up, his voice laced with urgency and apology: "It will be better in a few days." "My apologies, sir." Luke Barkon simply looks down, a quiet admonition in his tone: "You should be more careful." Back with Can, his expression turned serious, a profound realization dawning on him. "To think my foolish discourse would lose you a barbarian I've never heard of." The injured subordinate's eyes widen in shock, a single word escaping his lips, "Master." Can's mind drifts, recalling the sheer, raw power of the barbarian, a force so overwhelming that even the injured subordinate could only stare in disbelief. The subordinate, still reeling from the encounter, could only confirm that there were no injuries at all, despite the monstrous attack. He remembers how, before he could even react, the monster was completely shredded, a blur of motion and destruction. Yet, only he could have slain a giant monster in a blink of an eye, spotless, leaving the subordinate to wonder if this was the legendary barbarian. Can continues his assessment, his gaze sharp, realizing the barbarian isn't just a brute. He's someone who can control his strength very precisely. At that, a thought that clearly intrigues the elder merchant. Luke Barkon listens, a hint of surprise on his face, as Can muses, "To say compared to you, he, really?" Can continues, his expression thoughtful, acknowledging the barbarian seems quite strong, but then adding a caveat. With a confident smirk, Can declares, "I am a sword master." He asserts that even with superhuman strength, the barbarian cannot reach his level of skill. Luke Barkon nods, still processing the implications, while Can adds a final, intriguing detail. "And, it seems he doesn't use a blade," Can concludes, his eyes narrowing, "to wield such strength." He continues, his gaze fixed on the man across from him, pondering the sheer impossibility of what he'd witnessed. How could a mere barbarian, even one of the snowfield, possess such raw, untamed power, a strength that defied conventional understanding and shattered all expectations? His mind races, recalling the legend of a human existing in the snowfield, a barbarian whose very presence was a force of nature. A legendary human existing in the snowfield, a barbarian of the snowfield. He sees the barbarian in his mind's eye, a figure of immense power. Could he truly be human? Or perhaps, something more? The elder's thoughts crystallize into a single, profound realization: the barbarian is an anomaly, a deviation from the natural order. He pictures a monstrous, purple-eyed beast, its form radiating raw, primal energy, a vision of the untamed power Ketil wields. No, that's not it, he corrects himself, shaking his head slightly. His mind returns to Ketil, the barbarian's powerful form etched into his memory. If he were an anomaly, he must have been gravely misunderstood. He recalls the barbarian's hands, capable of such devastating force, yet belonging to one from the white snowfield. Why then, of all people, did he choose to accept Ketil's presence? A knowing smile plays on his lips as he concludes, "Because he is a man of his word, and that is something we accept." In the desolate, snow-covered landscape, a lone armored figure stands before a towering structure, a question hanging in the frigid air: has Regulus arrived? Back inside, the elder can dismisses any immediate concern, assuring Luke Barkon there's no need for attention now, to which Luke responds with a surprised, "Is that so?" Luke then presses for clarification, inquiring if the barbarian is currently present. Can confirms his presence, explaining that he said he would stay, a statement that causes Luke to shift his weight, his boots firmly planted. With a resolute expression, Can declares that it looks like he should confirm it himself. His dark cloak billows slightly, a silent testament to his impending movement. Amidst a serene landscape, a profound question hangs in the air. As Ketil stands silently, contemplating his next move, while his armored companion awaits his answer. A hand extends, offering a reward for a past duel. The concept of becoming a mercenary, fighting for another, now presented as a viable path. Ketil's gaze falls, his mind consumed by the yearning for a normal life, a simple existence free from the burdens he carries. His companion then suggests a managing person to assist him, a familiar offer from their past. The path to regaining his identity is laid bare: become a mercenary, complete quests, and reclaim his true self. But the armored figure expresses a deep-seated doubt, believing their own identity is beyond recovery. Ketil's eyes widen in surprise, a flicker of hope igniting within him at the revelation that such a path truly exists. A mercenary, a warrior paid to confront monstrous threats, a life of constant battle and reward. With newfound resolve, Ketil embraces the essence of a mercenary, his determination hardening as he prepares to ask the crucial question. Where he can begin this transformative journey, his companion readily offering guidance to a guild branch. Determined to reclaim his identity, Ketil looks to his companion, asking him to lead the way. The armored figure, a silent guardian with dark skin and a fur cloak, simply raises an eyebrow, his expression unreadable, as Ketil reiterates his request. Soon, they arrive at a towering structure, a mercenary guild where identities are registered, a place where some see humans in the midst of chaos, but in reality, only mercenaries can truly reclaim their lost selves. The system is designed for those who, like the monstrous purple creature before them, have lost their very essence after being caught in uncharted dungeons, becoming sacrifices for the realm. Inside the bustling guild hall, a burly, brown-haired man suddenly lunges forward, his hand raised in aggression, shouting at Ketil's companion, "You bastard! How dare you touch me?" But before his attack can land, the armored companion moves with lightning speed, effortlessly intercepting the man and sending him flying backward with a powerful throw, the impact echoing through the hall as he cries out in pain. The man lands hard, bouncing off the floor, but quickly scrambles to his feet, still spoiling for a fight. His anger now shifts, his finger jabbing accusingly at Keatle, calling him a little runt. As Keatle bristles, ready to retaliate, his companion firmly grips his shoulder, admonishing him, "Hey! Why do you keep getting into fights?" To which Keatle retorts, "He's the one who started it." From behind a counter, a red-haired woman, likely a guild official, sighs in exasperation, muttering, "Sigh. How many times do I have to tell you, mercenary?" A weary sigh escapes the blonde receptionist, a silent acknowledgement of the endless parade of truly helpless souls passing through the guild's doors, a constant reminder of the sheer variety of people seeking their fortunes here. Among them, a hulking figure, a self-proclaimed reason for his actions, yet nothing more than a lunatic, and worse, a thief. Then there's the priestess, seemingly decent, yet a familiar thought lingers, she's always been like that, even when her presence isn't truly needed. Two women in uniform share a moment, one bursting into laughter, the other, with wide, curious eyes, wondering aloud, if that imposing figure could possibly be a shaman. Despite the oddities, the guild continues to thrive, with more capable individuals arriving daily, and the clan's strength growing with each passing day. A blond man, perhaps the receptionist lost in a daydream, muses that only a fool or a madman would dare challenge him, and certainly not mistake him for a mere receptionist. Just then, heavy footsteps echo through the hall as a new presence steps through the guild's entrance. The blonde woman from before watches, her eyes wide with a mixture of surprise and apprehension, as the newcomer makes his way further inside. Towering over the counter, Keatle's imposing figure draws an immediate exclamation of surprise from the small receptionist, who looks up at him with wide, startled eyes. Unfazed by the reaction, Keatle's deep voice rumbles, confirming if this indeed is the mercenary guild. From the side, one of the observing men, his eyes narrowed in suspicion, whispers, wondering if this formidable newcomer could be a shaman. His companion quickly shushes him, both men now wide-eyed and visibly startled, as Keatle's presence continues to command the attention of the entire hall. Having just entered the bustling mercenary guild, he approaches the counter, declaring his intention to become a mercenary. His gaze sweeps over the forms and papers, a silent assessment of the task ahead. A young receptionist, her eyes wide with surprise, confirms his request, then cautiously inquires about his rank. He calmly explains that summoners don't have ranks, a fact that seems to catch the receptionist off guard, as she recalls the summoners guild being closed. Acknowledging her point, he reiterates his purpose, confirming his intention to register as a mercenary and asking if the guild truly offers abundant work. The receptionist, now seemingly resigned, agrees to register him, but not without a hint of sarcasm, offering him 5 fairy tales as payment and asking for his name and age. He responds simply, revealing his name as Keatle, but admits with a shrug that his age is unknown. As the receptionist begins typing on a vintage typewriter, Keatle muses aloud that he will keep his expectations moderate for this new venture. With a final flourish of the keys, the receptionist announces that his mercenary registration is now complete. A faint smile plays on his lips as he acknowledges the news, ready to embark on whatever challenges await him in this new chapter. He leans forward, a determined glint in his eyes, as he asks for the available requests, eager to dive into his new mercenary life. The guild receptionist, Greta, gestures to a stack of forms, explaining that these are the current F-rank requests available to him, the lowest tier for newly registered adventurers. He scans the list, which includes mundane tasks like heads gathering, sewage cleaning, pavement maintenance, herb gathering, and night patrol, and a smirk plays on his lips as he asks if this is truly all there is, his tone suggesting a surprising enthusiasm for the low-tier work. Greta's eyes widen in disbelief, a bead of sweat forming on her brow as she questions his seriousness, unable to comprehend why someone would be so eager for such menial tasks. He explains his strategy: by completing a multitude of these simple requests, he can rapidly accumulate experience and raise his rank, a shortcut to more challenging endeavors. Greta considers his words, her expression shifting to thoughtful contemplation as she asks if he's truly okay with taking on the herb gathering request, a task typically reserved for the greenest of recruits. He reassures her with a confident smile, asserting that he's perfectly fine with it and that gathering herbs will pose no challenge for him, his self-assured demeanor unwavering. With the decision made, he asks for the specific herbs he needs to gather, a small, leafy plant with delicate red berries now held out for his inspection. He nods, acknowledging the task, and with a final declaration of his swift return, he turns to depart, ready to embark on his first official mercenary mission. He nods, a quiet affirmation, as an unseen observer can't help but wonder at his sheer coolness. With the quest details in hand, Keatle receives his assignment, a small pouch likely containing the necessary tools or information. Without a moment's hesitation, he strides out of the guild, ready to face whatever challenges await. Soon, the mercenary finds himself deep within a vibrant forest, its glowing flora illuminating his path as he begins his search. The forest pulses with an ethereal glow, each plant shimmering with latent magic. Amongst the verdant undergrowth, the target herbs stand out, their vibrant colors a beacon in the dim light. He consults a detailed drawing, carefully comparing the illustration to the real plant before him. Recognizing the shining grass, he notes its potent healing properties, a valuable asset for any adventurer. Another specimen catches his eye, its peculiar form prompting a moment of contemplation. With a resolute breath, he confirms his readiness, questioning if this simple task truly marks the beginning of his grand adventure. Under the bright sun, now clad in a simple straw hat and loincloth, Ketil holds the quest scroll, detailing his F-rank mission: gather 10 shining grass herbs from the Whispering Forest for a reward of 500 gold, his first step into the mercenary world. After about an hour, now fully accustomed to the rugged mountain trails, Ketil kneels, his hands already moving with practiced ease to gather the elusive herbs. With a triumphant grunt, he pulls another plant from the earth, adding it to his growing collection. Surveying the impressive haul, he can't help but exclaim at the sheer quantity, a nagging thought wondering if an ordinary criminal could really acquire so much with such ease. Meanwhile, from a hidden vantage point, Greta watches, her eyes wide with a mixture of awe and disbelief. The shining grass he's collecting is of exceptional quality, a rare botanical treasure almost impossible to find on other worlds. Understanding the value of his harvest, Ketil simply nods, a quiet "I see" escaping his lips. Soon after, a hand extends, offering a single coin, Askin praises his good work and hands over the payment for the weight of the herbs. Later, as he consumes a meager meal, Ketil contemplates the coin, an amount barely enough to afford the cheapest food. Yet, despite its small value, this coin represents something far greater, the very first money he has ever earned honestly. A profound sense of accomplishment washes over him, a quiet, almost tender smile gracing his lips as he feels a little moved by the moment. But then, a sudden, unsettling thought pierces his contentment, making him question how he could have possibly acquired such valuable herbs with such inexplicable ease. As Ketil ponders the strange ease of his recent quest, an unexpected observer catches sight of him, her eyes widening in disbelief. For the legendary barbarian, Ketil is not brooding or strategizing, but instead flashes a confident, almost mischievous smile. A sight that utterly baffles the young woman, who can't comprehend the source of his apparent joy. Her surprise escalating as she mutters about the sheer oddity of this new legendary figure. A new set of mission trainer tasks appears, listing objectives like monster cleaning and warehouse cleaning, with a hand pointing to the next challenge. With a confident smirk, Ketil declares his intention to tackle the barbarian training after these current tasks are complete. Meanwhile, Greta watches him diligently cleaning, a hint of confusion in her expression as she wonders if this barbarian actually enjoys such mundane work. Even the young elf child, witnessing his tireless efforts, pleads with him to take a much-needed rest. Undeterred, Ketil continues his meticulous cleaning, his hand moving with practiced efficiency across the floor, leaving a trail of sparkling particles. Greta, still watching with a concerned gaze, muttering that she cannot simply abandon the warehouse to him. Despite his unwavering resolve, the sheer physical exertion begins to show on Ketil's face as he wipes away sweat. Finally, unable to contain her frustration, Greta confronts him, broom in hand, demanding to know if he is the owner of this place. With a calm demeanor, he confirms her suspicion, leaving Greta utterly stunned at the revelation that a barbarian is the proprietor. The warehouse now gleams, a testament to his thorough and powerful cleaning. Indeed, the warehouse cleaning proved to be a simple task, and moving all the items within it posed no challenge for him. With one task complete, the next objective appears, Wind Street cleaning, and Ketil, broom in hand, immediately begins sweeping the ground with a determined swish. He continues his mission, sweeping with a broom that initially proved unwieldy, but his barbarian strength quickly adapted, making short work of the task. A faint smile plays on his lips, as if finding unexpected satisfaction in the mundane chore. Meanwhile, an old man, peering through binoculars from a hidden vantage point, mutters in disbelief, questioning the very sight before him. He watches Ketil diligently cleaning the warehouse, unable to comprehend why someone would clean a building that isn't even their own. The old man's bewilderment deepens, as the sheer absurdity of the situation weighs on him. Unaware of the scrutiny, Ketil continues his sweeping, his powerful physique making light work of the broom. Suddenly, Greta appears, her eyes wide with shock, as she witnesses Ketil's unexpected dedication to the menial labor. The old man, still observing, can only voice his utter astonishment at the unfolding scene. Greta, equally perplexed, questions Ketil's sincere commitment to a task that seems so beneath him. The sounds of chirping birds fill the air, a stark contrast to the human bewilderment. With a final, weary sigh, Ketil completes his arduous cleaning, his hand gripping the broom, ready for whatever comes next. His foot taps lightly on the wooden floor, the sound echoing in the quiet space, a testament to the meticulous cleaning he'd just completed. But as he hoists a heavy sack over his shoulder, a surprised gasp escapes him, the sheer weight of his earnings catching him off guard. He begins to count the coins, dropping them into a pouch, muttering to himself that he's going to be broke at this rate, despite the substantial sum. The voice offering his pay for the cleaning and labor rings out, and his eyes widen in disbelief at the sight of the gleaming silver. Greta, holding up 5 silver coins with a cheerful smile, confirms the generous payment, her expression bright with satisfaction. He continues to drop the coins into his pouch, the metallic clink a stark contrast to his earlier grumbling. A wide, almost childlike grin spreads across his face, his eyes crinkling with genuine delight as the reality of his earnings sinks in. With a final clink of coins, he expresses his thanks, then boldly declares his intention to return for more work tomorrow. A subtle smirk plays on his lips, a hint of mischief in his satisfied expression. He ponders aloud, wondering if he should begin his second day in civilization. His face contorts in a dramatic, almost comical expression of shock, as if the full implications of his decision have just hit him. Greta, witnessing his sudden realization, mirrors his astonishment, her own face a mask of wide-eyed disbelief. Still reeling from the unexpected windfall, Ketil and Greta find themselves looking down, perhaps contemplating their next move. As they continue their journey, Greta's curiosity piqued by their destination. A library, she wonders aloud, a hint of surprise in her voice. Their heavy, fur-lined boots clack rhythmically against the ancient stone path, each step bringing them closer to the grand structure. Ketil's eyes widen, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face as he murmurs, "Is that?" Before the full majesty of the towering, ornate library comes into view, its ancient architecture hinting at countless stories held within its walls. Stepping inside, the sheer scale of the interior leaves Greta breathless, a vast expanse of shelves reaching towards a high, vaulted ceiling. A kind-faced woman with spectacles and neatly tied hair greets them with a warm smile, her voice a gentle invitation into the world of knowledge. But it's Ketil who reacts with an utterly priceless, exaggerated gasp, his eyes wide with a mixture of awe and utter bewilderment at the sight before him. The air around them seems to shimmer with unseen magic, a sparkling aura of knowledge and ancient tales. The vastness of the library stretches out, an endless labyrinth of literary treasures waiting to be discovered. Soon, Ketil is completely lost in a book, a soft rustle of pages accompanying his contented smile, the barbarian now a scholar, utterly captivated by the written word. Greta, too, finds herself drawn into the quiet world of literature, sitting beside him, equally immersed in her own chosen tome, the two adventurers finding unexpected solace among the stacks. A shadowy figure, cloaked in disbelief, can barely comprehend the sheer power wielded by the legendary barbarian, Ketil. Yet, far from the battlefield, Ketil himself is engrossed in a book, his mind captivated by the very title that echoes his formidable reputation. This unexpected turn of events marks a completely new interest for the barbarian. With a focused gaze, his hand reaches for a tome on magic, the great summoner now delving into the written word. Elsewhere, Maja Sausht, her brow furrowed with worry, struggles to understand his sudden fascination, a deep concern etched across her features. The book he reads details the current emperor, rumored to be possessed by a demon and recklessly plunging the world into religious strife. This demonic influence has caused the fall of the human world, making the emperor increasingly aggressive. It's a terrifying saga, almost as if the emperor intends to conquer the entire world. Considering the gravity of the situation, Ketil pauses, deep in thought. But then, a new resolve hardens his gaze, deciding he's had enough of human affairs and is ready to explore something else entirely. His attention shifts to a non-human book, promising new mysteries. After all, the emperor is human, and Ketil's curiosity now lies beyond the realm of mankind. Beyond the mundane, beyond the human, there are realms that truly exist, waiting to be discovered. From the shimmering depths of underwater caves, teeming with the mythical life of Mantomania, to every single volume of ancient myths, the world holds wonders untold. Imagine the floating cities of the Celestials, like the legendary Arcadia, a testament to ancient power and beauty. But not all legends are benevolent, some speak of the dark god of the underworld, a terrifying entity said to devour everyone in its path. This is the kind of book Ketil had been craving, a true escape from the tiresome affairs of humanity. Suddenly, a peculiar title catches his eye, making him gasp in surprise, a book about the Abyss. The Abyss, a terrifying realm where demons reside, a place where human beings are mercilessly slaughtered. But the book reveals that the Abyss isn't a single location, it has many different spots, especially vast ones like the Abyss of the Giant Forest, teeming with unseen horrors. There's also the abyss that covers the whole world's sky, a bottomless pit of despair and darkness. And deep beneath the waves, the abyss where sea monsters reside, a chilling realm known as the deep sea. Then there's the abyss where wolves reside, a primal hunting ground known as the deep wolf. Finally, the book describes the abyss where the undead reside, a desolate land of eternal damnation. Deep within the abyss, terrible monsters known as anomalies lurk, yet a crucial barrier prevents their entry into the human world. As Ketil pores over the ancient texts, a profound question echoes in his mind, just how vast is this world, truly? He recalls the sheer size of the White Continent, a place he knows well, and marvels at the thought of countless other realms beyond his current comprehension, a realization that makes him gulp. A grateful smile touches his lips, acknowledging the invaluable abyssal record English translation that makes this knowledge accessible. The bespectacled assistant, who provided the translation, chuckles softly, clearly pleased with his progress. With a newfound sense of purpose, Ketel strides towards a brightly lit archway, the book still clutched in his hand, ready to delve deeper into the world's mysteries. A shimmering, almost ethereal sound fills the air, marking a transition, perhaps to another realm of knowledge. Back in the study, the assistant, with a thoughtful expression, inquires about the next topic of research, her voice a gentle hum. Ketel, his gaze fixed on the book, confirms his identity, his focus unwavering. A playful, almost teasing smile spreads across his face, as he declares his intention to delve into the abyss even further, a mischievous twinkle in his eye. The assistant, her expression now serious, acknowledges his decision with a hint of concern, understanding the gravity of his chosen path. A deep sigh escapes her, as she contemplates the implications of his relentless pursuit of knowledge, particularly regarding the dangerous abyss. Under the cold, watchful eye of a full moon, a quiet town sleeps, its secrets shrouded in the winter night. The crisp silence is broken only by the rhythmic crunch of footsteps on a snow-dusted path. As Ketel, the legendary barbarian, reflects on his recent endeavors, a sense of calm settling over him after completing several requests. Each seemingly trivial task, he muses, adds up to a rewarding weight, a satisfying heft in his coin pouch. Continuing his journey through the slumbering village. Ketel suddenly halts, his gaze fixed on a cloaked figure, whose presence is barely a whisper in the air, yet undeniable. From within the deep shadows of the hood, a pair of piercing, glowing green eyes fixate on him, betraying a hidden power. The mysterious individual shimmers, their form momentarily flickering with an ethereal, ghostly transparency. Before a voice, laced with surprise, breaks the silence, questioning his prolonged presence and demanding to know his business. A subtle smirk plays on Ketel's lips, recognizing the cloaked figure's shock at being so easily detected. The figure groans in disbelief, their carefully concealed presence seemingly shattered by the barbarian's perception. It should be impossible to detect my presence, the figure insists, their glowing eyes narrowing. Could you be a thief? Still on high alert from his recent encounter, Ketel's hands glow with a faint blue energy, his senses primed for any further threats. Meanwhile, the mysterious hooded figure, who had been observing him, now stares in utter disbelief, a silent question hanging in the air. As Ketel turns to face them, the figure finally speaks, their voice laced with a mix of awe and a hint of challenge. Silence, mortals. I guess. But a realization dawns on the hooded observer, their initial suspicion replaced by a profound understanding. No, he's not a thief. He's a hunter. A hunter who has reached the peak of his abilities. A slight smile plays on the figure's lips as they offer a rare apology. I'm sorry to have doubted you. Ketel simply hums in response, a flicker of confusion crossing his face, while in a separate, unsettling vision, a young man declares, subduing you would make for a good reward. The blue energy around Ketel's arm intensifies, a silent testament to his formidable power. The hooded figure recoils, their eyes widening in shock, a gasp escaping their lips as they witness the raw display of strength. As Ketel begins to walk away, the hooded figure calls out, a newfound respect in their tone, don't forget to come back to me next time. Ketel clenches his glowing fist, a thoughtful expression on his face, considering the idea of clashing against to gauge his strength, believing it might be a good method for his growth. Suddenly, from the shadows, a swift, unseen force strikes out, its presence marked only by a fleeting hand and a chilling silence. Ketel, caught off guard by the sheer velocity, recoils with a sharp gasp as the attack blurs past him. A vibrant purple energy trails in its wake, leaving a shimmering afterimage of raw power. One of the hooded figures watches Ketel's reaction, a silent exclamation hanging in the air. His eyes wide with disbelief, Ketel can only utter a stunned, he disappeared, as the attacker vanishes. But before he can process the vanishing act, Ketel finds himself utterly surrounded, a chorus of, what, escaping him as multiple hooded assailants materialize from every direction. A hand, crackling with the same ominous purple energy, lunges forward with blinding speed. Simultaneously, a foot, wreathed in the same dark power, delivers a devastating strike, proving the coordinated assault is no mere coincidence. Ketel, now fully engaged, unleashes his own emerald aura, the vibrant green energy flaring around him as he parries the relentless barrage. With a sharp exhalation, he holds his ground, the green light pulsating with his resolve. A smirk plays on his lips as he acknowledges their prowess, muttering, "You're pretty fast," a challenge in his tone. Standing firm amidst the swirling green energy, Ketel prepares for the next wave, his eyes gleaming with fierce determination. With a sudden burst of emerald energy, he deflects an unseen strike. A chilling realization dawning on him that a fraction of a second slower would have cost him his life, yet the true shock lies deeper. He can't detect any magical energy from his assailants. A fact he finds utterly fascinating, considering their incredible speed is purely physical. Another blur of motion forces him to react instantly, confirming these are no ordinary thieves. With a surge of resolve, Ketel decides to unleash his full power, his emerald aura flaring violently. Yet, even at his peak, a sudden impact makes him cry out in pain. Another attack landing with bewildering speed, leaving him disoriented and questioning the nature of their assault. He gasps, struggling to keep up with the relentless, unseen barrage. Despite the overwhelming pressure, his eyes harden with unwavering resolve. Another blow sends a jolt of agony through him, forcing him to wonder about this unbelievable sense his attackers possess. He strains, his emerald energy flickering as he realizes this isn't just a normal sense, but something far more dangerous. Ketil grits his teeth, a raw groan escaping him as he feels his very essence being siphoned away, his mana draining with alarming speed. The relentless drain leaves him reeling, realizing he can't even contend in a basic strength match against this unseen force, the sheer power of the mana overwhelming him. But a flicker of defiance ignites within him, a resolute decision forming in his mind: he will unleash everything he has. With a guttural roar, a blinding surge of vibrant green energy erupts from his form, pulsating with raw, untamed power. His eyes glow with fierce resolve as he channels his absolute maximum strength, but then, a strange sensation catches his attention, a subtle shift in the surging energy. From his very hands, the green mana coalesces into a brilliant, ethereal glow, a pure, radiant light manifesting before him. His expression shifts from fierce determination to utter astonishment, the unexpected phenomenon leaving him momentarily speechless. The green light intensifies, bursting outwards in a dazzling display, its vibrant energy radiating with an almost sentient quality. It expands further, a swirling vortex of emerald brilliance, enveloping the space around him in its potent glow. Moving with newfound agility, Ketil becomes one with the surging power, his form a blur amidst the emerald light. He holds his hand aloft, the green light still radiating from his palm, a tangible manifestation of the power he now wields. Turning to a cloaked figure partially obscured in the shadows, he questions them, wondering if these vibrant manifestations are the spirits they had spoken of. The air crackles as Ketil unleashes his true power, a blinding green aura engulfing him, leaving the elf elder utterly bewildered by the sheer force. The elder's mind races, questioning if this is some stolen trick or an unheard-of magical feat, unable to reconcile Ketil's nature with such raw ability. A profound silence falls as the ancient elf delves into the depths of his knowledge, searching for answers. He discerns the mana isn't just powerful, it's an impossible, materialized force, far beyond what any human should be able to control. Ketil stands as a beacon of raw energy, his form radiating with the overwhelming green light, a testament to his unleashed might. The elder's jaw drops, his mind reeling at the impossible sight of Ketil effortlessly containing such a cataclysmic amount of mana. Then, a realization dawns, a single, chilling truth: Ketil isn't just using mana, he's commanding spirits. With a resolute stance, Ketil declares the time for talk is over, ready to bring this to a definitive conclusion. His hand extends, glowing with an otherworldly green, reaching for his target. The elf elder's face twists in pure, unadulterated terror as he sees Ketil's intent. In a flash, Ketil's glowing hand closes around the elder. The elf elder is left utterly speechless, caught in Ketil's powerful grip, the confrontation reaching its dramatic peak. Suddenly, a powerful, unseen force rips through the air, tearing at the very fabric of a hidden observer's defenses, sending glowing particles scattering. The impact is immediate and agonizing, forcing the man to grimace, a low growl escaping his lips as he struggles against the overwhelming pressure. Overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the power, he loses his grip, his dagger clattering to the ground amidst more shimmering particles. A jolt of pure shock courses through him, his eye flaring with an unnatural yellow and purple glow as he flinches from the raw energy. Meanwhile, Ketil, his hand enveloped in a vibrant green aura, maintains his iron grip on the elf elder's neck, lifting the struggling figure effortlessly into the air. The elf elder, tears streaming down his face, lets out a desperate gasp, his body racked with a low growl of futile resistance. Back with the observer, his hand reaches out, now glowing with a mysterious purple energy, as if instinctively trying to grasp the very essence of the power he just witnessed. A soft thud echoes in the darkness, accompanied by a cascade of shimmering blue particles, as the energy seems to settle or be absorbed. Amidst the lingering blue motes of light, the thief looks on, a thoughtful escaping him as he processes the extraordinary event. A sharp gasp of pain escapes him, as he clutches his arm, glancing back over his shoulder, perhaps at the distant source of the power that just overwhelmed him. He stares at his arm, a profound realization dawning on him, muttering, "So this is what a thief in a fantasy world is like." Deep within the cavern, Greta's eyes widen in alarm, her voice laced with disbelief as she questions the very nature of the power they've encountered. While Ketil, his expression grim, confirms her fears, acknowledging the immense strength of the entity they face. He knows this isn't just any ordinary monster. Greta, still reeling from the revelation, can only stammer out a bewildered query, her mind struggling to process the implications of such a formidable foe. Ketil, however, remains resolute, his gaze fixed on the path ahead as he declares his unwavering determination, ready to confront whatever monstrous power lies in their way. Greta's confusion deepens, her expression a mix of fear and bewilderment, as the weight of their situation truly begins to sink in. Ketil, sensing her apprehension, reiterates the gravity of their discovery, emphasizing that this is no ordinary threat but something far more profound. Greta, her eyes still wide with concern, can only offer a hesitant agreement, the implications of his words clearly weighing heavily on her. Yet, Ketel's resolve remains unshaken, his gaze piercing through the darkness as he declares his readiness to face the unknown, a silent promise to overcome any challenge that stands before them. In a dimly lit chamber, the heavy boots of a figure stand firm. As a red-armored sword master declares his unwavering loyalty, his voice echoing with conviction. Nearby, a white-haired man watches with a mix of surprise and suspicion, while an elder with gray hair observes the scene with a knowing gaze. The white-haired man's eyes glow with a faint purple energy as he questions the sword master's identity, unable to reconcile the title with the thief he knows. His face contorted in disbelief, the white-haired man vehemently denies the possibility, recalling how the sword master had attacked him earlier for a mere silver coin. The armored figure, however, calmly refutes the accusation, pointing out that he never even touched the white-haired man's face during their encounter. A flicker of realization crosses the white-haired man's sharp eyes, as he begins to ponder if the thief might be more than just a common criminal. The armored figure, sensing the shift in understanding, prompts him to elaborate on his sudden change of thought. With newfound certainty, the white-haired man confirms his realization, declaring that the armored figure is indeed a true sword master. The revelation hangs in the air, leaving both the sword master and the elder to process the implications. Meanwhile, in a different, more opulent setting, a hand slams down on a polished table, signaling a moment of intense frustration. Luke Barkan, his face etched with shock and disbelief, grapples with the crushing news of his defeat. He stares ahead, his expression a mix of shock and regret, the weight of recent events pressing down on him. A deep sigh escapes him as he laments, wishing he had listened more carefully, wishing he had seen the truth sooner. Meanwhile, in a different locale, Ketel stands grim-faced, a heavy silence hanging in the air around him. He acknowledges his own part in the unfolding disaster, admitting his failure to communicate the true danger. A somber mood permeates the throne room, where Ketel and Greta sit, their expressions heavy with concern. Greta, her brow furrowed, demands an explanation from Ketel, desperate to understand the chaos that has erupted. He confesses to challenging a dragon to a duel, a decision born of overconfidence and a shocking underestimation of his opponent's power. Greta listens, her eyes wide with disbelief, as he recounts the long, unbelievable tale of his defeat at the hands of the barbarian. Ketel's admission is met with a blunt assessment, his loss was a direct consequence of his own arrogance and failure to properly gauge his adversary. From a distance, the elder can observe the exchange, his mind reeling at the revelation of a dragon's existence and its unparalleled power in the world. He grapples with the implications, wondering if such an uncontrollable force could truly exist. A headache begins to throb as he realizes a misunderstanding is at play, but despite the confusion, he resolves to step in and take action. He knew he should have had a conversation first, but the words were already out there. Then, a sudden, sharp sound echoed through the chamber, as if something had been abruptly set down. Followed by the distinct clatter of a teacup, a stark contrast to the heavy atmosphere. The elder, Can, still reeling from the revelation of the dragon's existence, could only think that the situation was far too complicated. His mind raced, the implications of Ketel's defeat by such a creature weighing heavily, and he muttered that it was all just too humiliating. He knew it was a perfect excuse, a way to save face, but the thought of his pride being torn apart like a worn-out cloth still stung. As his thoughts swirled, a new voice cut through the tension, introducing himself with calm authority. Let me introduce myself properly. I am Kane, the swordmaster. Kane's presence was commanding, his gaze sharp, as he continued, I am the swordmaster of the imperial family. Can, now facing the young swordmaster, acknowledged his title, but his mind was still grappling with the larger issue, wondering if this was all just a misunderstanding. He understood the need for discretion, the desire to keep the dragon's existence under wraps, but the thought of the swordmasters being involved in such a cover-up was unsettling. His expression hardened, a flicker of resolve crossing his aged features, as he prepared to take matters into his own hands. With a surge of power, his hand glowed with vibrant green energy, a clear sign that the Elderkin was about to unleash his formidable magic. As the Elderkin prepares to reveal his true power, a faint green glow emanates from his hand, captivating the attention of Ketel and Greta, who watch with wide-eyed astonishment. He begins to explain, his voice resonating with ancient knowledge, that this phenomenon, this intriguing energy, is what some might call an aura. The green particles swirl around his palm, pulsating with an otherworldly light. And with a knowing glance at the bewildered Ketel, he declares that this very essence is magic. Ketel's eyes widen further, his mind struggling to grasp the implications of such a statement. Barely able to contain his shock, Ketel stammers, how can you possibly use it? The elder simply smiles, the green light intensifying around his hand, as he explains that both mages and summoners possess the ability to manipulate mystery. Ketel's expression remains one of utter disbelief, the revelation clearly overwhelming him. Ken continues, his voice calm and instructive, explaining that mystery existed long before mana, and that an aura is what transforms an individual into a practitioner. With a knowing glance at the observing Kane and Luke Barkan, he clarifies that if one harnesses this mystery as the mana, they become a mage. He concludes his explanation with a confident smile, reiterating that both mages and summoners are capable of manipulating this fundamental mystery. Ketel, still reeling from the profound implications, can only utter a stunned, "What?" admitting with a hint of embarrassment that he is still accumulating such advanced knowledge. Overwhelmed by the revelations of mystery and mana, Ketel, the legendary barbarian, drops to one knee before Can, pleading for guidance. A slight smile playing on his lips, Can responds with a hint of surprise, agreeing to the request. But his expression quickly turns thoughtful as he poses a crucial question: what is the true motivation behind this sudden desire for knowledge? Ketel's mind races, grappling with the irony of the situation, realizing he, a renowned warrior, knows nothing of the fundamental forces he wields, and that he was supposed to be the one training Can. With unwavering resolve, Ketel reiterates his plea, bowing deeply before the seated elder, his companions Greta, Kane, and Luke observing the profound exchange. Can acknowledges Ketel's status, recognizing him as a swordmaster. He then agrees to impart his knowledge, promising to teach Ketel everything he knows. However, a crucial condition is laid bare: Can will not teach him how to wield a sword. Ketel's internal monologue reveals his deep-seated identity, a swordmaster who can only wield a sword, a truth that now feels like a limitation. The barbarian's mind reels, realizing the profound implication: his full strength remains untapped if he is confined to a single weapon. Can, sensing his internal conflict, delivers a powerful truth, asserting that true swordmasters are defined by more than mere physical prowess. He then delivers a final, cutting remark, suggesting that Ketel's reliance on a sword may have been his ultimate downfall in past encounters. Still reeling from the profound challenge to his very identity as a swordmaster, Ketel can't help but wonder if he truly has what it takes to win without his blade, yet a fierce determination sparks within him, looking forward to the arduous journey ahead. Meanwhile, the wise mentor, Can, reflects on his own words, a quiet contemplation settling over him as he considers the weight of his pride, questioning if he can truly recover it, or perhaps, if this entire endeavor is simply a path to even greater confidence. Ketel stands poised, his blade shimmering with an ethereal glow, a testament to the true power of swordsmanship. He wonders if this is merely a skill, but the answer is clear: it's a sword infused with raw mana, a spectacle of power. This, he realizes, is the very essence of true fantasy swordsmanship. As Ketel continues his demonstration, the question echoes once more: is this just a skill, or a blade pulsating with mana? An older man, observing intently, finally grasps the concept, a look of dawning comprehension spreading across his face. He clarifies, asking if it's the sword's materialization he's witnessing, his eyes wide with wonder. Ketel corrects him, explaining that it's more about sword energy, confirming the man's underlying intuition. The older man then elaborates, defining swordsmanship as the profound art of becoming one with the blade, gaining the ability to wield mana itself. His hand resting on the glowing sword, he reveals that those who master this ultimate technique are revered as swordmasters. The blade pulses with raw power, a silent testament to the ancient wisdom just shared. Eve, the older man, gazes at the sword, a profound sense of disbelief etched onto his features, struggling to reconcile what he's seen with his understanding of the world. As Ketel's blade descended, imbued with a vibrant green mana, the older man, Eve, watched intently, his expression unreadable. A flicker of surprise crossed his face, as the sheer power emanating from the sword became undeniable. The green energy pulsed, a dynamic force, ready to unleash its full potential. With a blinding flash, the mana surged, forming a cage of pure power. Another observer, a swordmaster with ash-blonde hair, gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief as the sword's technique unfolded before him. The single blade of mana didn't just strike, it fractured, splitting into 5 distinct, shimmering forms, each a deadly extension of Ketel's will. The ground beneath them erupted, shattered by the sheer force of the multi-pronged attack, sending dust and debris flying. This wasn't just a physical strike, it was a masterful display of mana manipulation, creating illusions of overwhelming power. Eve, now enveloped in a faint green aura of his own, mused aloud, acknowledging that true mana control was only possible through the sword itself. He continued, his voice laced with a mix of awe and disbelief, pondering the incredible technique Ketel had just unveiled. The silence that followed was heavy, punctuated only by the lingering echoes of Ketel's power. Eve's face, etched with profound shock, reflected the impossible reality he had just witnessed. He watches Ketel walk away, his mind reeling from the sheer audacity of the young man's words, wondering, what nonsense is this? The sword master, equally stunned, can only mutter, he couldn't possibly have meant that, could he? But Eve, his gaze fixed on Ketel's retreating form, knows better, his voice tight as he acknowledges, it's faster to show you directly. Ketel, now facing them, stands ready, a massive, gleaming axe resting casually on his shoulder, its weight seemingly nothing to his powerful physique. The observers gasp, their eyes widening in disbelief as they realize, an axe. Without a word, Ketel shifts his stance, his foot lifting from the ornate carpet, the air around him beginning to crackle with raw power. Then, with a blur of motion, he unleashes a devastating swing, the axe a silver streak, tearing through the very fabric of the air itself. The force of his strike is immense, a visible shockwave rippling outwards, promising utter destruction. Eve's eyes bulge, his jaw dropping as he witnesses the impossible, a single thought echoing in his mind, sword strokes. He can barely comprehend the sight, muttering in utter disbelief, he's using an axe, but it feels like a sword. No, it's beyond that. It's like he's using pure strength. The axe slams into the ground, not with a simple thud, but with an explosive impact that shatters the very earth, sending concentric shockwaves and brilliant light particles erupting outwards. As the dust settles, Ketil stands triumphant amidst the devastation, the ground around him scarred by the sheer power of his strike. The sheer force of Ketil's axe strike still reverberates, a blinding explosion of red and orange energy slowly dissipating into the air. Witnessing such raw, untamed power, Eve's eyes are wide with an almost comical disbelief, his mouth agape in utter shock. The impact itself was devastating, the axe head still embedded deep, splattering crimson as the sound of the smash echoes. Yet, Ketil stands unfazed, a confident smirk playing on his lips, while the sword master and Eve remain stunned by the display. Eve, grappling with the implications, questions the very nature of the attack, wondering aloud, what do you think? It can't be right. He's simply swinging an axe, not using any swordsmanship. But the result is similar. Swordsmanship is for actual combat. He shakes his head, almost laughing at his own momentary lapse, I almost fell for it. The sword master, equally perplexed, voices his own assessment, what you did was just swinging. There's no technique in it. Eve, however, counters, his gaze fixed on the lingering destruction, but the result is similar. Swordsmanship is for actual combat. The sword master's eyes narrow with conviction, declaring, it's different, while Eve's thoughtful gaze suggests a deeper understanding, murmuring, that's. He continues to ponder, a new theory forming in his mind, not mana. But an inner force. With a resolute grip on his sword hilt, the sword master challenges, then, how about this? As if to answer his own question, he unleashes a surge of vibrant green energy, the air crackling with power as he prepares his own devastating technique. As the sword master's gaze sharpened, a chilling realization dawned upon him, his mind racing to comprehend the sheer scale of the devastation he was about to unleash, wondering if even his target could withstand such power. Then, with a blinding flash of emerald light, he unleashed his signature technique, a torrent of vibrant green energy erupting from his form, tearing through the air with a deafening roar. The raw power intensified, the green aura swirling into a vortex of destruction, its force threatening to obliterate everything in its path. Finally, with a thunderous impact, the attack detonated, scattering brilliant green particles across the landscape, leaving a trail of pure devastation in its wake. The ground itself buckled and shattered, massive fissures tearing through the earth as the sheer force of the blow carved a deep scar into the very fabric of the world. When the dust finally settled, a colossal crater remained, a testament to the sword master's power, with Ketil standing defiantly at its very heart, seemingly unfazed. Eve, his eyes wide with awe, mused aloud about the profound nature of the technique, recognizing it as the ultimate separation of body and soul, a warrior pushing their very aura to its absolute limit. The sword master, his expression unreadable, then challenged the elder, wondering if such a feat could ever truly be replicated by another. Yet, from the depths of the newly formed chasm, Ketil's heavy, fur-lined boots remained firmly planted, his stance unwavering despite the cataclysmic force he had just endured. He slowly lifted his head, his piercing blue eyes meeting the astonished gazes of the sword master and Eve, a silent challenge passing between them. With a primal roar, Ketil gripped his massive axe, his muscular frame tensing, a fierce determination burning in his gaze as he prepared his own devastating response. Suddenly, a malevolent purple aura erupted from his body, enveloping him in a shroud of raw power, his axe glowing with an ominous light, signaling that the true battle was only just beginning. The raw power of the sword master's technique continues to ripple through the air, green energy swirling violently as the impact settles. Red impact lines streak across the dissipating aura, a testament to the sheer force unleashed just moments before. The green energy pulses one last time, a final, fading echo of devastating power. But then, from the very heart of the impact zone, new, ominous purple energy begins to churn and swirl, defying the aftermath. It erupts with a guttural roar, the purple aura flaring outwards with an intensity that shakes the very ground. Standing completely unscathed amidst the devastation, Ketil looks down at the newly formed crater, a defiant question hanging in the air, what do you mean? His gaze then lifts, meeting the unseen eyes of his astonished opponents. From a distance, the sword master stands frozen in disbelief, while Eve can only stare, utterly speechless at the impossible sight. The ground beneath Ketil is a testament to the attack's power, a massive, jagged crater, yet he remains untouched, leaving the sword master to ponder, my incredible. Ketil lets out a low, rumbling sound, his presence dominating the newly carved landscape as he surveys the destruction around him. Eve, his face etched with profound shock, grapples with the reality that the sword master's technique, built over a lifetime, had utterly failed. As Ketil stands triumphant in the crater, Eve can only voice the collective disbelief, this is impossible. The elder's face contorts in a silent scream, his mind reeling from the impossible display of power he just witnessed. Looking down at the man's shattered composure, Ketel's voice cuts through the air, a chilling assessment of his opponent's mental fortitude. Your mind is weaker than I thought. The ground beneath Ketel's feet still echoes with the force of the sword master's ultimate technique, a testament to the raw power he effortlessly shrugged off, leaving a massive crater in its wake. Eve, however, refuses to be completely broken, a flicker of defiance igniting in his eyes as he stares at the impossible figure before him. Kneeling amidst the debris, the elder struggles with his own perceived inadequacy, his voice filled with a mix of frustration and awe. Should I just be so weak? I'm not even able to stand. He tries to reconcile the impossible, acknowledging the sword master's technique was undeniably real, yet admitting his inability to grasp its true meaning, a profound mystery unfolding before his very eyes. As Eve ponders, Ketel's hand begins to glow with a vibrant green aura, shimmering particles swirling around his fingers, prompting the elder to exclaim in sudden realization, that's right. The blue light of his sword. The glowing energy intensifies, a clear demonstration of Ketel's unique power, the ability to materialize immaterial reality, a technique he alone possesses in this world. The revelation hits Eve with full force, his eyes widening in utter disbelief as he cries out, right. That's impossible. Ketel, still looking down at the humbled elder, corrects his assumption with a calm, knowing tone, that's not the true meaning of his words. Overwhelmed by the profound implications of Ketel's power, Eve, now completely humbled, makes a desperate plea, can you teach me the true meaning of your technique? A sheepish expression crosses the elder's face, realizing the audacity of his request, as he quickly apologizes, sorry. Standing before Ketel, Eve finally grasps the profound implications of the power he just witnessed, a realization that echoes through the shattered earth beneath his feet. Clearing his throat, the elder begins to unravel the secrets of this enigmatic force, a concept he simply calls mystery. He elaborates that to truly wield the essence of aura, one must first master its handling, but the path to that mastery lies in understanding this mystery. As a vibrant green aura flares around his hand, Eve emphasizes that before one can even begin to manipulate aura, they must first comprehend the profound enigma of mystery itself. This isn't the domain of mages, swordsmen, or witches as they know it, this power transcends conventional understanding. Instead, it is an inherent, divine power, a fundamental force woven into the fabric of existence. Ketel watches intently as Eve continues, explaining that this profound ability is simply called the mystery. And just as its name suggests, this mystery is an enigma, especially when considering the power wielded by witches. A swirling orb of green energy manifests, pulsating with raw power, its very nature dictating that how one wields it determines everything. Eve demonstrates, clarifying that this isn't about manipulating aura, mana, or summoning spirits. To truly gain the power of mystery, the first step is simply to understand it. He then reveals the structured path to its mastery, declaring that there are 5 distinct stages of mystery. With a thoughtful gaze, the elder concludes, the very first of these stages is known as the void. He continues his profound explanation, posing a critical question to his eager student, can anyone truly sense mystery? The answer, he reveals, is a resounding no, as only those with the innate ability to handle mystery are assigned its power. As he gestures, vibrant green orbs of energy materialize around him, illustrating the concept of classification by grades, a fundamental aspect of this divine power. These glowing spheres swirl with ethereal light, representing the hierarchy where third-rate stands as the very first of these crucial grades. Mylina, her expression thoughtful, confirms her understanding, acknowledging that these are indeed the 5 distinct grades of mystery. A flicker of realization crosses Ketel's face, as the pieces of this complex puzzle begin to fall into place. The elder then clarifies that the true meaning of aura is intrinsically linked to understanding mystery, a concept that has eluded even the most seasoned practitioners of conventional magic. Ketel, absorbing this profound revelation, simply responds with a concise, understood. The elder then reiterates the initial stage of this journey, emphasizing that the void is the very first step in mastering mystery. The elderly elf, Eve, meditates, his thoughts drifting to a profound truth, to truly sense the world's mysteries, one must cultivate a perception unlike any they've known before. Urging himself to open his senses fully, to truly feel the essence of all things. He envisions the breath of the earth itself, a rhythmic pulse to be absorbed into every fiber of his being. The very trees and the space around him seem to breathe in unison, a soft, rustling sound echoing the profound connection he seeks. As the elder continues his deep meditation, a faint, rhythmic thumping resonates, a testament to his unwavering focus. Yet, despite his efforts, he finds himself unable to grasp the elusive sensation. A look of surprise crosses his face, the realization hitting him that even he, with all his wisdom, cannot simply conjure this perception. Turning to his companions, Eve remarks that he had expected someone as formidable as Ketel to grasp such a concept with ease. Ketel, his fist glowing with a faint aura, admits his confusion, explaining that this new awareness feels fundamentally different from sensing mana, and despite the elder's guidance, he still doesn't comprehend it. The elder ponders Ketel's words, musing aloud if this mystery thing is an awareness that has been awakened to the world itself, a deeper connection beyond mere magical energy. With Greta and Maja now present, listening intently, Eve concludes that no one around here has been able to sense this mystery thing, hinting that perhaps only those from Snowfield possess such an innate ability. He continues his lesson, acknowledging that this new perception isn't easy, especially for a first attempt. Instead, he proposes a different approach, suggesting he'll directly change Ketel's energy and help him open a path. Ketel, still looking perplexed, questions if the elder is attempting to transmit something directly to him. The elder confirms with a knowing look, implying his method is indeed a form of direct transmission. With a determined expression, the elder declares, "Now, let's begin," as Ketel braces himself for the experience. The elder places his hand firmly on Ketel's chest, a faint glow emanating from his touch as he initiates the transfer. He instructs Ketel to change his energy and turn his senses inward, guiding him through the intricate process. "Feel the mana I'm sending in," the elder urges, his hand still glowing with transferred energy. Ketel's face contorts in confusion, a question mark hanging over his head as he struggles to comprehend the sensation. The elder observes Ketel's struggle, a hint of surprise on his face as he notes the difficulty. He then poses a startling question, is he even human, his gaze fixed on Ketel with newfound scrutiny. Ketel, still lost in his own confusion, can only manage a bewildered, as the elder's words hang in the air. Oops. The elderly elf, momentarily lost in thought, quickly snaps back to attention, apologizing for his distraction. With a renewed sense of purpose, he declares it's time to begin the next phase of their training. Intending to guide Ketel in controlling his aura, but the process proves far more challenging than anticipated. He struggles to find the right path for his student, realizing the immense difficulty involved in teaching this fundamental skill. A sudden realization hits him, a profound understanding of the obstacle before them. He turns, a question forming on his lips as he tries to comprehend the true nature of Ketel's struggle. No, it's not just difficulty, there's something more fundamental at play, something he needs to clarify with Ketel directly. The young man confesses his utter inability to sense anything, his frustration palpable as he admits, "I can't sense it." Despite the elf's best efforts, Ketel remains utterly disconnected from the flow of mana, a strange anomaly in this world. Even as the vibrant aura flows around his hands, washing over him, it touches nothing within him, leaving him sensing absolutely nothing. The elderly elf's voice echoes, a dire warning of the dangers that await those who cannot grasp the fundamental forces of the world, hinting that without mana perception, you could be dragged into a bottomless abyss. Or worse, be crushed under unimaginable pressure until nothing remains. Yet, despite his earnest efforts, the elf's frustration mounts as he mutters, "It's not working." A guttural sound of exasperation escapes the elder, while Ketel, still struggling to comprehend, can only respond with a confused, "Huh?" His brow furrowed in disbelief, Ketel demands clarification, "What do you mean, not working? Are you saying I lack the talent?" The elf quickly dismisses the notion of lacking talent, his expression a mix of bewilderment and wonder, explaining, "No. It's not that, it's just that. I've never seen anyone like you before." He reiterates the fundamental principle, a vibrant green aura illustrating the flow of energy, emphasizing that one must sense the mana within and around you with your inner force. Ketel acknowledges the instruction, his voice tinged with a hint of frustration, "I'm aware of that," he states, but then trails off, "But..." His eyes widen in sudden realization, a profound shock washing over him as he finally grasps the implication of the elf's words, uttering a stunned, "What?" The elderly elf, still trying to process the anomaly, presses him further, "Wait, are you saying you couldn't sense the mana at all?" Ketel's expression is one of dawning, almost painful, clarity as he simply replies, "No." The truth, stark and undeniable, finally settles. Ketel confirms with a heavy heart, "No. I can't sense it. Not at all." The elderly elf looks on, utterly baffled by this unprecedented revelation. He stands in silent contemplation, a single ellipsis hanging in the air, as the weight of his unique condition settles upon him. The elderly elf, still grappling with the unprecedented situation, explains that while mana usually penetrates deep into the mystery path, his aura is inexplicably both too shallow and too profound. Ketel, absorbing this baffling information, wonders if this mystery path is some crucial part of the body, a deep hum of confusion resonating within him. He presses the elf, asking if this is some kind of mystery, but the elder admits he wouldn't call it that, confessing he couldn't even imagine such a thing and never knew a place like that existed. As Ketel processes the implications, a fleeting image of his past self, sword drawn amidst shimmering mana particles, flashes through his mind, a stark contrast to his current mana-less state. The elf, offering alternative solutions, suggests consulting the oracle, who might be more reliable than himself, or perhaps even visiting the formidable magic tower. With a heavy sigh, the elder elf apologizes for his inability to help further, his expression etched with genuine regret. Ketel, however, reassures him, dismissing the apology and acknowledging the elf's significant efforts, insisting that he has done a great job. Keatle, with a confident smile, expresses his genuine gratitude, affirming that he has learned a tremendous amount through their interactions. Yet, a deeper truth about his nature, perhaps a reflection of his barbarian past, surfaces. Every barbarian he has ever encountered has been utterly uncontrollable. In a grim, shadowed cavern, the aftermath of a brutal attack unfolds, with several figures lying injured and defenseless, having already been overwhelmed and disarmed. Observing the chaos, the elderly elf remarks with a knowing gaze, that this particular situation is unlike any he has witnessed before. Keatle, his expression questioning, presses him, demanding to know the meaning behind his words. The elf, his gaze steady, explains that with Keatle's immense power, he could secure a formidable position, even offering his personal sponsorship. As the elf extends a hand, the offer hangs in the air, Keatle's thoughts betraying a flicker of consideration, finding the proposition undeniably alluring. Yet, his resolve quickly hardens, his gaze drifting away as he firmly declares that he has no intention of being controlled by anyone. His eyes blazing with a fierce red glow, Keatle acknowledges the potential benefits of the elf's proposal, but the thought of sacrificing his freedom for mere survival is anathema to his very being. The elderly elf, perhaps recalling the oppressive weight of authority, reflects on the necessity of breaking free from the emperor's tyrannical rule. A quiet sigh escapes the elf, his hand resting thoughtfully on his chin, as he processes Keatle's unwavering stance. Keatle, a confident smirk playing on his lips and his eyes still glowing with an inner fire, declares his ultimate purpose, to simply exist, unbound and untamed. His powerful physique is framed by his fur cloak as he reveals the true motivation behind his actions, the pursuit of his own amusement. The elderly elf's eye narrows, a flicker of deep concern crossing his aged features, as he fully comprehends the untamed nature of the man before him. Keatle simply nods, acknowledging the elf's words with a quiet understanding. Before offering a curt, almost dismissive, "Thank you for the interaction," his expression unreadable. But the underlying intensity in his gaze promises that he will not forget this encounter, a silent vow hanging heavy in the air. As Keatle departs, the elderly elf is left to ponder the implications of their exchange, his thoughts a whirlwind of concern. He walks through the grand, echoing halls of his domain, the weight of his responsibilities pressing down on him. The elf laments Keatle's untamed spirit, recognizing that the barbarian acts solely on his own will, a force of nature beholden to no one. Such independence is unheard of for a human, leading him to speculate that Keatle might play a far greater role on the surface world, a pivotal figure in the coming conflicts. He understands that Keatle is driven by his own deep-seated thoughts, his true intentions shrouded in mystery, making him an unpredictable ally or foe. A flicker of disappointment crosses his ancient features as he admits to himself that his initial hopes were perhaps misplaced. A barbarian, after all, remains a barbarian. Meanwhile, in a different chamber, Luke Barkon stands in quiet contemplation, a subtle hum of unease escaping his lips. The elderly elf, still lost in his thoughts, marvels at the sheer audacity of Keatle's ambition to conquer the very abyss itself. Luke Barkon, however, is focused on a different, more immediate threat, questioning the emperor's mysterious motives and plans. Still deep in thought, Luke Barkon sits in his opulent chamber, a single word hanging in the air. His companion, a stern-faced noble, confirms the shocking truth: the emperor truly intends to conquer the abyss. The sheer audacity of the plan leaves him incredulous, demanding to know if this is truly serious. Luke Barkon, his gaze distant, affirms it, musing that his majesty might be some reincarnated hero from legend, a thought he quickly dismisses. Deciding to table the discussion for now, he concludes they will deal with it later. His companion, however, remains troubled, pointing out that humanity hasn't even unified its own lands yet. With a steely gaze, the noble declares that day will inevitably come. Luke Barkon listens intently, his expression unreadable. He then looks up, a flicker of concern in his eyes, as the conversation shifts to the emperor's half-baked schemes. The noble's face hardens with resolve, his determination unwavering. A thought crosses his mind, a question he dares not voice aloud: could the rumors about the emperor truly be true? Luke Barkon confirms his fears, revealing that more and more unbelievable reports are indeed circulating. Luke Barkon's expression tightens, a silent acknowledgement of the unsettling truth, as the conversation shifts to the escalating chaos. Indeed, the very fabric of reality seems to be tearing, with reports confirming that dungeon breakouts are spiking at an alarming rate. Though not officially confirmed, whispers spread like wildfire, suggesting that the very essence of the abyss is already pouring out into their world, a terrifying purple energy seeping into existence. Kan, the elder statesman, leans forward, his voice grave as he confirms, something strange is happening. The emperor, it can't be said he's crazy. A sigh escapes the elder's lips, his hand rising to his chin in contemplation, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. The ominous purple energy pulses once more, a visual echo of the elder's unspoken thought: perhaps the strangest thing is already upon them. Luke Barkon nods slowly, his gaze distant as he acknowledges the grim reality: true enough. Kan turns back to him, his eyes searching for answers. What do you think? The elder's face is etched with concern, his voice barely a whisper as he admits, I have no idea. As Ketel continues his journey, the bustling sounds of civilization begin to replace the quiet of the wilderness, yet his presence seems to cause more alarm than welcome. His sharp gaze takes in the wary glances of the townspeople, a clear sign that his rugged, barbarian attire is not exactly fitting in with the local fashion. Soon, a concerned merchant steps forward, his expression a mix of fear and polite exasperation as he addresses the imposing figure. Ketel's jaw tightens, the unspoken tension palpable as he listens to the man's words. He realizes the truth in the merchant's plea: his wild, fur-clad appearance is simply too intimidating, causing widespread fear and alarm. A sigh of exasperation escapes him, the weight of societal expectations pressing down on the legendary barbarian. The merchant, still visibly nervous, explains that his current attire is simply too much for the common folk, suggesting a change might ease their fears. With a determined glint in his eyes, Ketel finally concedes, recognizing the practical necessity of blending in. He throws his hands up in a gesture of resignation, declaring his intention to acquire more civilized clothes, a small but significant step in his journey. After the awkward encounter, the legendary barbarian finds himself in a place he never expected, a tailor shop, surrounded by an array of fine fabrics and measuring tools. A nervous merchant greets him, attempting to maintain composure as he works on a mannequin, while Ketel, still in his imposing fur and leather, stands silently. The merchant's eyes widen in barely concealed terror, a silent scream echoing his fear of the formidable figure before him. Unaware of the merchant's internal panic, Ketel simply states his purpose, his voice deep and resonant. The merchant stammers, caught between his professional duty and overwhelming apprehension, struggling to form a coherent response. He tries to reassure himself that Ketel is merely a customer, but the sheer presence of the barbarian makes him question everything. Ketel, growing impatient with the merchant's obvious discomfort, presses him for service, his gaze unwavering. Finally, the merchant, still trembling slightly, relents, agreeing to assist him once he is ready to choose. A dark, almost visible aura of frustration emanates from Ketel as he looks down at the cowering Greta, the implications of his current attire painfully clear. He considers his options, a whirlwind of potential new identities flashing through his mind, each one a stark contrast to his wild, untamed past. A moment of contemplation passes as he weighs the unfamiliar choices, wondering which path to take. Finally, the transformation is complete, and Ketel emerges, looking remarkably refined in his new, civilized attire, now confidently making his way towards the guild. A brilliant, ethereal glow emanates from a small, mysterious gem. As a hand swiftly reaches out to claim it, the legendary barbarian, Ketel, his gaze fixed on the luminous object, now holding the pulsating blue light in his grasp. Its vibrant energy reflecting in his sharp, discerning eyes. As he muses aloud about seeking answers at the guild, marking a significant shift in his journey, where a young merchant named Boga, with a curious expression, awaits his inquiry. As he presents the enigmatic gem, explaining he found it on his way, emphasizing its unusual nature to the attentive shopkeeper, who, upon closer inspection, acknowledges its peculiar properties. Realizing the gem's surface bears the unmistakable marks of skilled craftsmanship, hinting at a deeper mystery. As Boga carefully examines the mysterious blue gem, her thoughts race, noting its lack of identifying marks yet sensing its undeniable, immense value. A subtle glow emanates from the artifact, confirming her suspicions, and she acknowledges its unique nature. Suddenly, a surge of energy pulses from the gem, causing a vibrant blue light to flare around her hand. The intense power momentarily overwhelms her senses, her eye glowing with the gem's potent aura. Recoiling from the unexpected jolt, Boga gasps in genuine surprise at the gem's raw, untamed energy. Observing her reaction from across the table, Ketel calmly inquires if everything is all right. Still holding the glowing bead, Boga explains that the gem's power had momentarily captivated her. Ketel, however, dismisses the notion of enchantment, shrugging off her concern with a casual wave. With a sigh, Boga admits the gem is difficult to identify, its strange power palpable, and offers to purchase it from him. A confident smirk plays on his lips as Ketel declines, insisting that keeping the mysterious artifact is all part of the adventure. Accepting his decision, Boga then shifts the conversation, inquiring about his next request or task. He sits, contemplating the tablet in his hands, a thoughtful expression on his face. After a moment of reflection, he stretches, his powerful physique rippling as he prepares for whatever comes next, a new day dawning with fresh challenges. But his attention is quickly drawn to the mysterious gem, which pulses with an ethereal blue glow in his palm, its strange energy captivating him. He brings the glowing artifact closer, a sense of wonder mixing with his curiosity, pondering its true nature. A soft hum seems to emanate from the gem, a subtle vibration that resonates deep within him, drawing him further into its mystery. As he sits, the gem continues to glow, its light reflecting in his eyes, a silent conversation unfolding between man and artifact. The gem's glow intensifies, a soft voice echoing in his mind, urging him to come to me, a clear directive from the enigmatic object. He stares at the gem, a flicker of understanding crossing his features, realizing it's not just an object, but a guide. The gem's light now bathes him in a soft, inviting aura, its magic swirling around him, a beautiful and powerful call to adventure. The voice repeats its command, "Come to me," a clear path laid out before him, beckoning him towards an unknown destination. Lost in thought, he ponders the implications of the mysterious gem. A silent question hanging in the air, should he follow its enigmatic call? But the gem's insistent whisper, "Come to me," leaves him little choice. His resolve hardening as he declares, "I'm going, so shut up." With a surge of determination, the barbarian sets off, glowing particles swirling around his every step. A flicker of confusion crossing his face before his eyes ignite with an intense, otherworldly blue. As he strides deeper into the unknown, drawn by an unseen force. A confident smirk plays on his lips, his glowing blue eyes reflecting the power now coursing through him. The journey continues, the gem in his hand pulsing with the same insistent command, "Come to me." Finally arriving at his destination, he surveys his surroundings, demanding to know, "I'm here. Where's the one that called me?" Mysterious, glowing chains materialize in the darkness, hinting at the true nature of his summons. As a powerful blue aura erupts around him, confirming the arrival of a new summoner. As the ethereal blue energy pulsed around the glowing chains, a chilling voice echoed, dismissing the new summoner as nothing more than a stupid barbarian, whose very presence made him a suitable offering. Meanwhile, a massive, shadowy hand, its form barely visible in the oppressive darkness, clutched a brilliant blue gem, the source of the mysterious power, as it clattered into place. Then, from the depths of the shadows, a skeletal figure cloaked in dark robes and radiating an ominous blue glow began to materialize, its hollow eyes burning with cold intent as it reiterated, "This time." Its bony hand, now crackling with purple energy, extended forward, issuing a chilling command, "Bring here." Born into a world where only the strong survive, Ketil was initially cursed with a weak body and no talent, but he refused to accept such a fate, training his body, mind, and soul until he became a legend, mastering the very power of the abyss. Known as the legendary barbarian, he was ultimately betrayed and captured, abandoned by his very allies. However, just before his capture was complete, he made a desperate move, transferring his soul into a lich's body, thus becoming a lich himself. A lich, a being of immense magical power that cannot truly die unless its soul is destroyed, was now his new form. As the newly reborn skeleton monarch, he began his brutal revenge, collecting the souls of the dead and earning the terrifying title of the Monarch of Death. He defeated countless monsters, his power growing with each victory, until he was known as the Monarch of the Abyss, the abyssal monarch himself. His relentless pursuit of power led him to the heart of the abyss, and upon claiming it, he ascended to become the abyssal emperor. With his soul now brimming with immense abyssal power, he was a force to be reckoned with. Yet, despite all his transformations and power, a part of him remained undeniably human. In his human form, Ketil explains to Greta, that's why he came to the barbarian village, finding it not a bad place at all. The remote location offered some peace, as those from the north hadn't traveled this far. Meanwhile, in his terrifying lich form, the abyssal emperor muses, that someone will make a fine sacrifice. The one who betrayed him had granted him a twisted grace, transforming him into a lich, an undead monarch, and ultimately, the monarch of death itself. As those who master the abyss ascend to emperorship, he reached out, claiming its dark power as his own. With a surge of raw energy, he became the monarch of the abyss, his human form now radiating an otherworldly glow. From the depths of his being, the abyssal emperor commanded, a single word echoing with terrifying authority. This newfound power, however, would become the very foundation of his great destruction. Suddenly, a sharp gasp escaped Greta, her eyes wide with disbelief and alarm. The soft fur of the bed offered little comfort, as the air around them crackled with an unseen force. A small foot, clad in a simple slipper, recoiled, a cry of surprise echoing through the quiet space. Ketil himself gasped, his eyes wide with a sudden realization, as faint purple energy lines began to glow across his skin, a manifestation of his abyssal power. Meanwhile, the skeletal abyssal emperor reached out from the shadows, his glowing orb pulsating with dark intent as he gazed down upon his next target. A stunned silence hangs heavy in the air, broken only by Greta's piercing scream, her eyes wide with terror as she stares down at the fallen figure, while Ketil stands grimly behind her, observing the aftermath. He reflects on his very essence, a lich, a being of death, now reaching into the transcendent realms, a power beyond mortal comprehension. Suddenly, his form shifts, his skeletal visage now glowing with an eerie blue light, a chilling question escaping his non-existent lips, "What the?" His glowing eyes fixate on a smaller, spectral form, realizing the true nature of his pursuit, "We speak of the abyss. So that's what you're after, huh?" A scoff escapes him, his staff crackling with nascent purple energy, as he declares his new, terrifying identity, "I don't feel my power from my. But now, I'm the monarch of the abyss." His voice echoes with chilling authority, challenging any who would dare claim divine power. "You can't use a god's power, mortal. In respect of your power, I will take it. I don't know what kind of god could have such a power." A surge of dark purple energy erupts around him, his declaration absolute, what you are looking for is already mine. There's no such thing. He holds aloft a swirling orb of abyssal power, explaining the terrifying rebirth, if you can. If you have gotten it, you will be reborn as the monarch of the abyss. With a resounding crack, the very ground beneath him shatters, as he vows to dominate, but now, I'll crush you with force. A torrent of purple energy erupts, summoning an army of skeletal warriors, their forms coalescing around the newly declared monarch of the abyss. His command rings out, absolute and unyielding, a chilling decree to his spectral legions, no surrender. The abyssal power swirls and intensifies around him, a terrifying display of his newfound dominion. A flashback reveals Ketil, in his human form, observing the chaos as an evil lich attacks a dungeon, a rough understanding of the unfolding events already forming in his mind. Suddenly, a skeletal warrior lunges, its bone weapon arcing with deadly speed, but Ketil remains unfazed. With a casual, almost dismissive gesture, he blocks the attack with a single forearm, the impact barely registering. Then, in a blur of motion, Ketil retaliates, his fist erupting with a burst of purple energy that utterly obliterates the skeletal foe. The skeleton's glowing blue eye cracks and fades, its brief existence extinguished. Its form disintegrates into a shower of dust and ethereal particles, leaving nothing but a faint glow. Ketil surveys the remnants, a thought echoing in his mind, this enemy was far weaker than he had anticipated. The last piece of the skeleton, its jawbone, clatters to the ground, a final testament to its swift defeat. Back in the present, Ketil, now fully transformed into the terrifying monarch of the abyss, stands amidst his newly summoned skeletal army, his thoughts focused on the impending confrontation with the dungeon boss. He surveys the countless skeletal warriors, his gaze piercing through them, knowing he needs to face the ultimate challenge alone. With a surge of abyssal power, Ketil strikes down another skeleton, clearing his path with ruthless efficiency. His fist clenches, a silent declaration of his unwavering resolve, ready to claim what is rightfully his. With a blur of motion, Ketil unleashes a devastating, purple-infused strike, tearing through the very fabric of the dungeon to meet the encroaching skeletal monster. The impact is explosive, shattering the air with raw power as his attack connects, a vibrant burst of purple energy engulfing the foe. In an instant, the skeletal warrior is reduced to nothing but splintered bone and dissipating particles, a testament to his overwhelming might. Standing amidst the fading echoes of his power, Ketil surveys the scene, his presence commanding even in the aftermath of battle. The very ground beneath him still crackles with residual energy, a silent testament to the raw power he just unleashed. Then, the scene shifts, revealing the true monarch of the abyss, Ketil in his terrifying lich form, staff held high, its blue orb pulsing with dark power. He watches as more skeletal remains dissolve into nothingness, a chilling reminder of the words spoken by Kazan, if the head doesn't die, the summons will persist. Back in his human form, Ketil's brow furrows in thought, a silent contemplation of the challenges ahead. He muses on the nature of lich powers, wondering if the ability to summon death knights and other undead is limited to mere skeletons. Once more, the monarch of the abyss stands tall, his staff's blue orb now radiating an even more intense, ethereal glow. But then, in a flash, he's human again, his gaze fixed on the glowing orb, a fierce determination in his eyes as he declares, I don't let you get away. The mysterious blue orb pulsates with an almost hypnotic rhythm, its energy swirling, hinting at the immense power contained within. From the dark earth, a skeletal knight erupts, its bones crackling and glowing with an intense, vibrant blue energy, ready to unleash chaos. His gaze falls upon the newly formed entity, a formidable skeleton knight now standing before him, a chilling testament to his power. He had never imagined he would witness a skeleton knight again, a rare and devastating summon, yet here it stands, ready for battle. Yet, the sight before him suggests the impossible has occurred, a new level of undead might unleashed. With a surge of blue energy, the knight charges forward, a terrifying blur of destructive motion. A single, sharp command echoes through the space, kill it. The skeleton knight continues its relentless advance, its glowing eyes locked onto an unseen target, pure destructive force in motion. He muses on the nature of this creation, a skeleton knight brought forth by a lich, a truly terrifying prospect for his enemies. A thoughtful expression crosses his face, his brow furrowed in contemplation of the sheer power he now wields. The summoned knight unleashes a powerful swing, its sword arcing with brilliant blue energy, a devastating blow about to land. He looks forward to seeing just how durable this new creation proves to be, anticipating the destruction it will wreak. The newly summoned skeleton knight crashes to the ground, the impact sending shockwaves through the air, as Greta recoils in sheer terror from the raw power unleashed. But Ketil isn't finished, plunging down from above, a blur of motion, ready to strike again. A devastating purple explosion erupts, engulfing the knight in a maelstrom of destructive energy. The assault continues, another wave of raw power slamming into the armored summon. The sheer force of the impact creates a crater of pure destruction, the ground itself trembling under the relentless barrage. Yet, through the settling dust, the knight is merely pushed back, its form still intact. As the last wisps of smoke dissipate, the formidable skeleton knight stands, seemingly unfazed. Its eyes blaze with an ominous orange glow, a powerful blue aura flaring around it as it prepares to retaliate. Observing its incredible resilience, Ketel acknowledges the knight's superior durability. With a silent command, the knight's eyes shift to an intense blue, its mana surging to its absolute limit. Then, with blinding speed, it unleashes a flurry of devastating swings with its glowing blue blade. Standing ready for battle, the skeleton knight is now a beacon of formidable, blue-hued power. Its eyes blaze with an unholy blue light, mana surging through its skeletal form, ready to unleash devastating power. The energy intensifies, swirling around it in a maelstrom of raw power, the air crackling with its formidable presence. A skeletal knight, its form glowing with an eerie blue light, materializes before Ketel, who simply observes the new arrival, a single thought echoing in his mind. As a surge of blue energy erupts around him, he questions the entity's presence, a dismissive, "Is that it?" escaping his lips as his power flares. The vibrant blue aura intensifies, swirling around the skeletal knight, its raw power threatening to overwhelm the summoned creature. Meanwhile, the unseen summoner reflects on their creation, a skeletal knight, conjured by a low-rank summoner, a seemingly insignificant foe. But Ketel's power is anything but insignificant, as his blue energy slams into the knight, a casual, "Pretty good," muttered as the impact ripples through the air. The blue energy expands, engulfing the skeletal form, its destructive force undeniable. The knight struggles, its form distorting under the immense pressure, the vibrant blue light consuming it entirely. With a final, explosive burst, the skeletal knight shatters into countless fragments, purple energy trails marking its demise. Ketel watches the remnants dissipate, his expression calm, the blue glow around him slowly fading. All that remains is the shattered skull mask, a testament to the overwhelming power unleashed. The air shimmers with residual magic, blue and purple particles dancing as the last traces of the battle fade. A surge of dark, ominous energy begins to coalesce around Ketel's hand, dripping with raw power. He stares down at the remnants of his foe, a chilling question echoing through the air, "Is that it? Who are you summoning to me?" An unseen presence acknowledges his overwhelming might, a spectral skull briefly manifesting as if in thought, "I should have known this barbarian." But Ketel, ever perceptive, notices something crucial about the spectral form now taking shape before him, realizing, but there's no mana. The unseen entity grasps the terrifying truth, so that means it's entirely the barbarian's own mana? With a dark, powerful aura now swirling around him, Ketel confirms the chilling reality, simply stating, "Indeed." His eyes ignite with an intense, electric blue glow as he channels an unfathomable amount of power, the dark energy around him growing exponentially, so much, so much. He unleashes a torrent of this newfound, terrifying force, challenging his unseen adversary to rise to his level, AK. You should get stronger. The dark energy around him erupts into a swirling vortex, a raw display of his escalating might, chwack. Oh. With a thunderous explosion, the power bursts forth, shaking the very foundations of the space, Kwang. His piercing blue gaze fixes on the void, a taunting question hanging in the air, "Are you afraid?" Then, with an almost predatory calm, he issues a final, bone-chilling warning, "Yes. Fear me, the barbarian. Would you regret ever getting in my territory?" A young man, disoriented and wearing glasses, finds himself in an unfamiliar, dark void, wondering aloud why he'd been called to this strange place. Suddenly, a hand crackles with formidable dark purple energy, its voice echoing through the void, demanding to know if it was indeed the one who had been summoned. The scene widens to reveal a cloaked, skeletal figure, flanked by a blonde woman, standing before the bewildered young man, the summoner's words cutting through the tension, asserting his control over all who had arrived. With an imperious gesture, the skeletal summoner silences the purple energy entity, declaring himself the true monarch of death, the abyssal emperor, and master of the undead, the one who had orchestrated this very summoning. His skeletal hand grips a staff, and he begins to chant an ancient, powerful incantation, the air around him crackling with dark magic. As the blonde woman pledges her loyalty and offers a wish to her lord, the young man can only stare in disbelief, utterly overwhelmed by the bizarre and potent magic unfolding before him. A monstrous entity, wreathed in glowing purple tendrils and eyes, manifests from the spell, its form a stepping stone for the abyssal emperor's resurrection. The monstrous form lunges, its tendrils striking the young man with brutal force, sending him reeling from the impact. He is swiftly engulfed by the swirling, dark purple energy, his body consumed by the resurrection ritual. From the depths of the purple maelstrom, a powerful, muscular figure emerges, his ash-blonde hair and sharp features now framed by an intense, glowing purple gaze, the abyssal emperor, Ketel, reborn into a new vessel. His newly awakened purple eye glows with immense power, a silent testament to the profound transformation. This potent magic, capable of such a dramatic rebirth, is revealed to be a spell that manipulates the very essence of human emotion. The cloaked figure, a master of dark arts, had a plan, a twisted vision to breathe life into a corpse, forging a new vessel for the abyssal emperor. With a chilling incantation, the ritual master called forth the abyssal emperor, a skeletal entity materializing from the swirling purple energies. The summoned entity, its eyes glowing with an eerie blue light, questioned its purpose, its very existence now bound to the will of another. Undeterred, the ritual master reiterated the summoning, the purple aura intensifying around the skeletal form. With the vessel ready, the ritual master commanded that the young man be put into a deep slumber, his body now merely a shell awaiting its new occupant. The skeletal abyssal emperor, now fully manifested, began its slow, deliberate approach towards the unconscious vessel. Trailing ethereal blue energy, the skeletal form moved with an unsettling grace, its glowing eyes fixed on its target. Then, with a blinding flash of blue light, the skeletal abyssal emperor plunged into the young man's body, initiating the terrifying transformation. The vessel's face contorted, its features shifting and reforming as the essence of the abyssal emperor took hold, his eyes now burning with an ominous purple glow. From the depths of the ritual, Ketil emerged, reborn and radiating a potent, dark aura, his new form a testament to the ritual master's forbidden magic. Behind him, the last vestiges of the skeletal form dissipated into shimmering blue particles, leaving only the newly resurrected abyssal emperor. He stands there, the newly resurrected Ketil, his form radiating an ominous power, yet his expression remains unreadable, almost blank. The cloaked figure, the ritual master, watches him with a sudden, sharp intake of breath, a single exclamation of surprise escaping his skeletal form. Suddenly, a massive burst of purple energy erupts, a chaotic explosion of raw magical force, shaking the very foundations of the ritual site. The skeletal ritual master recoils, clutching his staff, a tremor in his voice as he mutters, "What? That shouldn't have worked." He stares at Ketil, his empty eye sockets conveying disbelief, unable to comprehend the unexpected outcome. Meanwhile, Ketil's own thoughts echo a profound sense of disappointment, his glowing purple eyes reflecting an inner turmoil. The ritual master's shock is palpable, his skeletal hand raised in a gesture of utter bewilderment. He recalls the fundamental truth of his craft, that humans are emotional beings. Clutching his head in frustration, the ritual master remembers how they carry deep emotions in their hearts, and that's why emotion magic never fails. But Ketil's lack of response defies this logic, leaving the ritual master to wonder, can't you at least feel a firebally magic missile? Still observing Ketil from a distance, the ritual master acknowledges, I have yet to know his true intent. With a renewed sense of purpose, the skeletal figure raises his staff, chanting a powerful incantation, commanding, come forth. Dark, swirling energy begins to coalesce, forming a vortex of raw power as he declares, take form, my powerful wave. The ritual master's summoning reaches a terrifying crescendo, dark energy swirling and crackling with ominous blue lightning. These chaotic energies then coalesce into a swirling vortex, threatening to drag the very world into madness. As a guttural growl echoes from within the maelstrom, the ritual master's eyes widen in a mixture of surprise and dawning horror. From the depths of the vortex, a monstrous form begins to emerge, its glowing purple eyes piercing the darkness as crackling energy surrounds it. The entity's terrifying gaze fixes on its surroundings, and a chilling command echoes, urging all to be consumed as shadowy tendrils slither forth. With a thunderous crash and a guttural growl, the monstrous being fully manifests, its immense form shaking the very ground. The newly summoned entity stands tall, its dark, armored silhouette dominating the space, a palpable aura of dread emanating from it. Suddenly, the ritual master screams in sheer terror, his body violently pulled into the shadowy mass of the creature he had just summoned. A chilling, triumphant cackle erupts from the monster, its laughter echoing as a torrent of dark energy swirls around it. The ritual master lets out a final, desperate cry of agony, his form rapidly dissolving into the entity's shadowy depths. With his last breath, the ritual master curses the madness of the ritual, his words swallowed by a final, sickening gulp as he is fully absorbed. A heavy thud marks the end, as the last remnants of the ritual master fall to the ground, leaving only the monstrous summoner behind. Lying defeated on the cold ground, Ketil can only wonder how this skeletal knight managed to overcome him, his mind reeling from the unexpected turn of events. The skeletal knight, its blue eyes glowing with an eerie light, acknowledges the barbarian's power, muttering that for a mere spell, Ketil's resilience was not bad at all. A chilling blue aura pulsed around the knight, as it stood triumphantly over the fallen warrior, the air thick with its oppressive presence. But against all odds, Ketil begins to stir, pushing himself up from the ground, a defiant glint in his eyes as he prepares to continue the impossible fight. The skeletal knight recoils in shock, lightning-like energy crackling around its form, utterly bewildered that its powerful dark magic had failed to keep the barbarian down. It was a spell designed to shatter the will of even the mightiest warriors, the strongest dark magic in the entire demon conjuration arsenal, yet Ketil still stood. The swirling vortex of purple and blue energy, a testament to the spell's devastating power, had been meant to shatter the mind of any barbarian, no matter how mighty. As Ketil stared down his foe, a new question formed in his mind, wondering who this mysterious man was, for he was clearly unlike any other opponent he had ever faced. The skeletal knight's glowing blue eye narrowed, taunting Ketil with a challenge, if that was your best move. With a fierce grip, Ketil's hand tightened around the hilt of his axe, a vibrant purple glow emanating from the blade as he prepared for his counterattack. A powerful surge of energy erupted around him, enveloping Keatle in a brilliant purple aura as he channeled his strength. His eyes burning with renewed resolve, Keatle declared that it was now his turn to unleash his full power. A low growl escapes Keatle, his expression unreadable as he grips his massive axe, ready for whatever comes next. Before him, a cloaked figure with eyes glowing an ominous purple challenges his very understanding of power, asking if he truly doesn't know the Abyssal Emperor, then declaring with absolute certainty that this is indeed how things are. The sheer audacity of the claim leaves Keatle momentarily stunned, his mind reeling with a single, bewildered question. But the cloaked figure doesn't wait for an answer, raising a staff that crackles with dark energy, proclaiming once more that they will demonstrate the true power of the Abyssal Emperor. With a surge of malevolent magic, the summoner repeats their chilling promise, vowing to unleash the might of the Abyssal Emperor upon him. Keatle, however, is no stranger to battle, his own unique talents shining through as he effortlessly dispatches a monstrous foe, a testament to the barbarian's enduring strength. His movements are a blur of practiced precision, each strike a testament to countless battles, a blade honed through relentless conflict. Yet, the summoner's power is undeniable, as a skeletal warrior, its eyes burning with an eerie blue glow, lets out a triumphant cackle, echoing the earlier boast of the Abyssal Emperor's might. The cloaked figure's purple eyes intensify, their voice resonating with dark power as they declare once more their intent to reveal the Abyssal Emperor's true strength, leaving Keatle to wonder about the identity of this formidable foe. A look of profound confusion crosses Keatle's face as he grapples with the mystery of who this Abyssal Emperor truly is. A surge of brilliant blue energy erupts, arcing with raw power. This potent magic coalesces around a mysterious, ornate vase, its surface shimmering with an ethereal glow, hinting at ancient, untold power. Suddenly, Keatle unleashes a devastating strike, his glowing blue weapon tearing through the air with explosive force, obliterating whatever stood in his path. Meanwhile, a chilling voice echoes, demanding, "Hand over your body," as the glowing vase continues to pulse with dark energy. Unaware of the ominous declaration, Keatle continues his relentless assault, his weapon a blur of destructive blue light. But a new presence emerges from the shadows, its eyes burning with an unnatural, piercing purple glow, a figure shrouded in mystery. This cloaked summoner clutches the glowing vase, his voice filled with a desperate ambition. "Once I do, I will no longer be a slave, and I'll have to give up the rest of my life to obtain the power of the Abyssal Emperor." The glowing artifact pulses, as the summoner continues, his words hinting at a profound sacrifice, so there's no more the so-called my memories. Before he can utter another word, Keatle's hand shoots out, seizing the summoner by the throat and lifting him effortlessly, his grip unyielding as the summoner's purple eyes widen in shock. The summoner struggles, a guttural cry escaping him, his glowing purple eyes fixed on Keatle, a mix of defiance and terror in their depths. A chilling narration reveals the summoner's true intent, echoing from within Keatle's inner mind, inside Keatle's inner mind. The summoner, still struggling, manages a defiant, "Huh." The summoner's words continue to resonate, revealing his ultimate goal: "I will obtain the power of the Abyssal Emperor," as a skeletal figure, wreathed in dark energy, appears in a vision, symbolizing the power he seeks. The skeletal manifestation of the Abyssal Emperor's power looms, its voice echoing with an insatiable hunger, demanding the Emperor's might, yet acknowledging the impossibility of its creation. A single, malevolent purple eye glows in the darkness, questioning the very essence of the power it seeks, wondering if the true Emperor has truly vanished. Suddenly, the cloaked summoner screams, his body racked with an agonizing surge of power, purple energy erupting around the glowing vase he desperately clutches, vehemently denying the Emperor's absence. His face contorts in a terrifying grimace, eyes blazing with the same sinister purple, as he grapples with the overwhelming realization that even the Emperor himself couldn't forge such an entity. Without warning, the summoner's form gives way, collapsing amidst a violent burst of purple energy, his body succumbing to an unseen, devastating force. A sharp gasp escapes Keatle, his own blue eye flaring with intense light, as he feels his connection to the unfolding chaos begin to fracture, his very essence threatened. The skeletal figure, momentarily perplexed by the summoner's sudden fall, ominously declares that the seal will inevitably be unlocked. Keatle, weapon still clutched tight, can only stare in stunned disbelief, his mind reeling from the sheer, unexpected turn of events. The narrative confirms the summoner's inexplicable collapse, a sudden, internal implosion of power that left him utterly incapacitated. A swirling, abyssal darkness then consumes the fallen figure, a terrifying void taking root within his very being, seizing control. With renewed, chilling resolve, the skeletal manifestation proclaims its ultimate goal, to claim the very hand of Hell's Emperor for itself. A final, agonizing shriek tears through the air, accompanied by a violent, purple surge, marking the complete subjugation of the summoner. Keatle, having just cleared the dungeon, observes his surroundings, noting the impressive fortune this particular delve has yielded. With the dungeon now conquered, he decides it's time to claim his well-deserved reward. As he reaches for a glowing vase, its ethereal light reminds him of his own magical abilities, a familiar shimmer he'd seen when wielding his power. A spark of realization ignites within him, wondering if this means he's truly a mage, capable of wielding such potent forces. His expression shifts to one of surprise and contemplation, a silent acknowledgement of the potential power now within his grasp. Deciding against leaving such a valuable artifact exposed, he carefully tucks it away, ensuring its safety within his pocket. Suddenly, a strange sensation washes over him, his eyes widening as he questions the unexpected shift in his surroundings. A shadowy arm, seemingly detached from any visible source, reaches out, pointing towards an unseen path. Accepting the mysterious guidance, he muses that this unexpected turn of events should be sufficient for his current quest, perhaps even hinting at a search for something more profound than mere seafood. His gaze sharpens, focused intently on the unfolding mystery. As he steps forward, he once again questions the nature of this strange new discovery. The path leads him to a concealed chamber, a hidden room that promises further secrets within the dungeon's depths. As Ketel's hand reached out, a surge of raw, purple energy pulsed from the newly revealed opening. The ethereal glow swirling and expanding into the dark cavern, a mesmerizing display of power that hinted at something truly extraordinary within. The sheer intensity of the mana was palpable, washing over him with an almost physical force. A wide grin spread across his face as he realized the magnitude of his discovery, a triumphant bingo echoing in his mind. He stepped forward, his boot hovering over the edge of the newly formed chasm, the purple light illuminating his path into the unknown. Peering down into the depths, he could sense an ancient, potent energy radiating from below. The hidden chamber stretched out beneath him, its secrets waiting to be unveiled. This was no ordinary dungeon room, this was Lion Cardo's hidden sacrificial room, a place steeped in forgotten rituals and immense power. His eyes widened in disbelief and awe, the sheer scale of the discovery leaving him momentarily speechless. A thought crossed his mind, there really is one, as he considered the legends of such hidden places, and then a more pressing question arose, by the way. He looked at his hand, still tingling from the mana's touch, wondering, where did this mana come from? The hidden room lay open before him, a vortex of purple energy promising untold secrets and challenges. As he stares into the mysterious chamber, Ketel can't help but wonder about the implications of this hidden sacrificial room, a place that feels far too significant to be a mere dungeon anomaly. His companion, Greta, her eyes wide with concern, calls out to him, a hint of worry in her voice as she tries to grasp the situation. He ponders the next move, his mind racing to formulate a plan for this unexpected discovery. With a decisive nod, he declares his intention to secure the territory, prioritizing the safety of those who might be affected by this new threat. His thoughts drift to the people they left behind, a heavy concern weighing on him as he considers the potential dangers this room could unleash upon them. Meanwhile, in a different location, perhaps a quiet study or office, a desk sits bathed in a soft, ethereal glow, hinting at the passage of time or a shift in focus. Two figures are seated there, a blonde woman and a dark-haired man, the woman expressing her relief that he has finally returned. Her smile is warm, as she confirms his arrival, a sense of anticipation in her voice. Ketel, now in a more relaxed, chibi form, acknowledges his return, hinting at a period of absence. The blonde woman, also in a chibi style, then questions his intentions, specifically asking about work, suggesting a task or duty awaits him. He offers a curt affirmation, his expression unreadable as he processes the unfolding situation. Meanwhile, a shimmering, ethereal purple energy pulses into existence, radiating an otherworldly glow, hinting at a powerful magical phenomenon manifesting nearby. A blond man, his brow furrowed with concern, pleads softly, a desperate, please, escaping his lips. He turns his head away, a clear refusal in his tone as he insists, I'm not joining, though. A frustrated, humph, escapes him, his foot thudding against the ground with a resonant kung, as he struggles with the decision. With a deep, drawn-out kiwi-wup sound, he hoists a heavy jug, his gaze fixed on something unseen, perhaps the source of his apprehension. A sudden, sharp jiek-jiek sound accompanies his startled, as he reacts to a new, unexpected development. His eyes widen in utter disbelief, a profound shock washing over his face with another impactful kung, as the gravity of the situation, which he now realizes is no joke, fully dawns on him. A young woman, her face etched with relief, reflects on a harrowing escape, thinking she was moments from death. Yet, as she stands before Ketel, holding a small, glowing creature, he casually admits to abandoning her, assuming her demise. Ketel, still holding the mysterious glowing entity, expresses a wish for guild reinforcements, only to be abruptly shocked by an unseen development. Meanwhile, the young woman, her expression a mix of determination and exasperation, declares her sole purpose for being there, to earn gold. Elsewhere, a chilling narrative unfolds, revealing frequent monster sightings, but ominously, no reports of a lich have surfaced. Back with the young woman, her face now flushed with frustration, she hastily ends a call, clearly exasperated. Suddenly, a monstrous purple entity with glowing eyes erupts into view, prompting a terrified question, what's going on? A lich? The terrifying creature looms large, its presence confirming the chilling possibility of a lich's emergence. Elsewhere, a red-armored warrior recoils in shock, a sudden realization hitting him with visceral force. Meanwhile, Ketel, now in a more relaxed setting, greets a blonde woman with a warm smile, expressing his pleasure at meeting her. He continues to charm her, stating his genuine affection, but she retorts with a pointed question, demanding to know his true nature. The red-armored warrior's shock deepens, as a chilling question echoes, Cardo's brawler's assassin? Keatle, his expression thoughtful, confirms the name, asking if the Swordmaster knows of this, Cardo's brawler. The Swordmaster, his face contorted in disbelief, can only stammer out a shocked affirmation. The name itself, Cardo's brawler's Kessas, conjures an image of a formidable, red-robed mage, a figure of immense power. This was the being who had single-handedly decimated the Empire's elite knights, a terrifying lich, a creature of unimaginable strength. Keatle's eyes widen, the weight of the revelation settling upon him, as he questions the truth of such a monstrous rumor. The Swordmaster, still reeling, admits the information isn't fully confirmed, but the sheer audacity of the tale leaves him shaken. He dismisses it as a grim joke, a dark jest too terrifying to be real. Keatle, however, remains perplexed, the implications of such a powerful entity weighing heavily on his mind. The Swordmaster's face, a mask of pure shock, reflects the horror of the situation. Determined, he turns to leave, vowing to immediately inform the guild of this grave development. Meanwhile, in a different, opulent setting, a chilling silence descends. An imposing figure, seated on a grand throne, contemplates the same unsettling truth, the guild had indeed sent a lich. The Swordmaster, grappling with the shocking news, can only ponder if the terrifying mention of a lich is just another wild rumor. Even as reports confirm it's one of the captains, a truth he finds almost impossible to accept. With no clear way to prove such an unbelievable claim, his thoughts drift, while elsewhere, a mysterious, glowing blue vessel pulses with an ethereal light. The robed figure, observing the same enigmatic vessel, muses on its surprisingly petite size for a being as formidable as a lich. Back with the Swordmaster, a grim resolve hardens his expression, this critical matter can no longer be left solely to the guild, compelling him to report the findings himself. The sheer weight of the situation clearly a monumental headache for him. A soft, grating sound echoes as the robed figure rises from his imposing throne. Meanwhile, the Swordmaster issues an urgent order to depart for the window, feeling a strange, unexpected relief despite the mission's gravity. The robed figure approaches a grand window, his thoughts consumed by the implications of the first cutting-edge research facility. The glowing blue vessel is revealed to be part of a larger, intricate setup, confirming that Cardo's has indeed become a lich, now preparing for a full, terrifying resurrection. Gazing out, the robed figure concludes that the entire situation was far from normal, hinting at deeper, more sinister machinations at play. From his opulent throne, a regal figure considers the situation, a single thought echoing through the grand chamber, that's absolutely likely. Meanwhile, Luke Barkan, a noble with a discerning gaze, muses on a recent accomplishment, declaring it a feat, and believing the individual responsible deserves a fitting reward. Yet, as he gazes out into the moonlit night, a shadow of doubt crosses his features, a quiet uncertainty whispering, I'm not sure if I should trust him. The vast, star-dusted expanse of the cosmos stretches endlessly. A silent witness to the unfolding machinations of power and distrust. As sunlight streams through an ornate window, illuminating a grand, empty hall. Suddenly, urgent cries echo through the vast space, a voice desperately calling out, Lord! Lord! Luke Barkan, now clad in rich, red and gold robes, steps into view, his calm voice responding, I'm here. Come in. A maid, her expression a mix of shock and urgency, rushes forward, blurting out, my lord. I'm sorry for the interruption but, are you leaving the territory? Her unexpected question catches Luke Barkan completely off guard, his eyes widening in a surprised, what? Meanwhile, a brilliant, almost blinding light erupts, revealing the back of a white-haired figure, their presence suddenly illuminated. Turning back to the maid, Luke Barkan's expression hardens, demanding, why are you here? As the maid's words hang in the air, a new, formidable presence makes itself known, her piercing gaze fixed on an unseen target, a faint, ethereal glow emanating from her forehead. Her expression remains unreadable, yet the sheer intensity of her aura suggests a profound purpose, as if the very air around her crackles with unspoken authority. The opulent interior of a noble's estate provides a stark contrast to the tension now filling its halls, its rich furnishings and intricate detail speaking of immense wealth and power. Within this grandeur, Luke Barkan, lord of the Barkan territory, extends a formal greeting, his words a polite acknowledgement of the unexpected visitor's presence, despite the underlying current of unease. The white-haired figure, Adaz, responds with a cool, measured tone, her expression unwavering as she acknowledges the hospitality, her glowing forehead symbol pulsing faintly. This is Adaz, the sun god's heretic inquisitor, a name that strikes fear into the hearts of many, her very title a declaration of absolute authority. She is not just any inquisitor, but the youngest to ever hold the title, a prodigy who has already decapitated 7 dark mages and made pacts with demons, single-handedly stopping a black ritual that threatened untold destruction. Her reputation precedes her, for she is currently known as the most powerful magic user in the entire sun god's church, her golden aura shimmering with raw, untamed power. Indeed, her capabilities are so vast that they easily surpass those of a territory's lord, making her a force to be reckoned with, even for the most established nobles. A pair of ominous, glowing yellow eyes pierce through the darkness, hinting at a power far beyond mortal comprehension. Meanwhile, the formidable heretic inquisitor, Adaz, sits regally on her throne, her gaze unwavering as she considers the territory where the black ritual had unfolded. When Luke Barkhan, sensing her dissatisfaction, attempts to reassure her that the situation has been resolved, asking if it's not to her liking. His question hangs in the air as the inquisitor looks down, a subtle shift in her demeanor prompting him to wonder why she remains so unpleased. With a piercing gaze, she responds, her voice calm yet chilling, asking why she would be displeased, for she is an oracle. A being capable of seeing both the future and the past. Luke Barkhan can only offer a hesitant, well. In response to her profound declaration. As the very fabric of reality seems to ripple around them, hinting at the abyss and the light she speaks of. Her expression remains unreadable, a testament to her otherworldly insight. Then, with a surge of vibrant purple energy swirling around her, Adaz declares that there is indeed a reason she is called the Heretic Inquisitor. Revealing with chilling finality that the very beast they had fought was, in fact, hers. A close-up on her hand, now glowing with the same potent purple energy, solidifies the shocking truth of her claim. As the shocking revelation hangs in the air, Adaz's gaze falls upon a chilling artifact, the very life vessel of Lich Kardos, its ancient power palpable. A gasp escapes her, her eyes widening in a moment of profound realization, the weight of the vessel's existence crashing down upon her. Her hand trembles slightly, a silent question forming in her mind, could this be connected to that barbarian, the one who defied all expectations? Luke Barkhan watches her intently, his gaze unwavering as she grapples with this new information, the air thick with unspoken tension. Yet, despite the initial shock, a deeper, more calculating thought begins to form, a realization that lingers, persistent and unsettling. Her expression now composed, almost chillingly serene, she holds a small, glowing object, her eyes reflecting a newfound, dangerous resolve. The object pulses with faint energy in her grasp, as she murmurs a crucial question, her thoughts turning to the very territory where this power might reside. Despite the overwhelming odds, Ketil remains defiant, his gaze fixed downward as if challenging the very ground beneath him. Greta, watching from afar, can barely believe her eyes, wondering if it's even possible for him to endure, especially after even Sir Kane had fallen. Her mind races, trying to comprehend the sheer power of this barbarian, questioning which clan he could possibly hail from to possess such resilience. Meanwhile, Ketil's expression hardens, a grim realization dawning as he senses the ants around him growing wilder, their presence utterly hateful. Greta, still observing, can only marvel at his unwavering stance, the barbarian's continued presence defying all expectations. Indeed, Ketil remains rooted to the spot, his resolve unshaken as Greta watches on, a silent witness to his struggle. The sheer tenacity of the barbarian leaves Greta speechless, a profound sense of awe mixing with her lingering concern. Elsewhere, Luke Barkhan, accompanied by the elderly elf, expresses a keen interest, eager to meet this extraordinary individual in person. The source of the chaos is finally revealed, a monstrous purple entity reaching out with a clawed hand, its glowing eyes burning with malevolent energy. As the dust settles from his last brutal encounter, Ketil lies wounded, his assistant tending to him with a glowing orb, a worried plea escaping her lips, well, I can only hope my master doesn't get mad. But even in recovery, his gaze is sharp, his mind already elsewhere, a silent command echoing within him, look to the sky. Sitting up, the barbarian acknowledges the call, a knowing smirk playing on his lips as he declares, it seems it's about time. Meanwhile, a familiar figure emerges, the formidable warrior who once fell before Ketil's might, Sir Kane, now standing tall once more. He addresses Ketil with a stern directive, insisting, when you meet that person, you must show your courtesy. Unfazed by the warning, Ketil simply replies, no need to worry. A subtle shift in the air, a quiet understanding passing between the two warriors, as they prepare for what lies ahead. Kane, observing Ketil's unwavering resolve, confirms with a nod, you're ready. The knight's expression is one of quiet confidence, trusting in the barbarian's capabilities. With a renewed sense of purpose, Ketil strides forward, declaring, let's get moving. The world they inhabit is a brutal one, where raw power dictates everything, a harsh truth where might rules and only the strong can defeat the strong. It's a stark reminder of the unforgiving nature of their reality, a place where the weak are sacrificed to the relentless pursuit of power. The grand, ethereal spires of the Church of the Sun God pierce the heavens, a beacon of divine power in this fantastical realm. Arriving at its hallowed grounds, Ketil and Kane stand before the entrance, the latter confirming their destination with a simple declaration, this is the place. Ketil's gaze drifts upwards, a flicker of concern crossing his features as he contemplates the ominous, black energy he senses, even here, beneath the very sky. The Church of the Sun God stands as a bastion of light, its intricate architecture a testament to ancient faith, yet even its grandeur cannot fully dispel the shadows of the world. Stepping inside, the sheer scale of the sanctuary leaves him breathless, a single, awestruck wow. Escaping his lips. Kane then informs him that an escort awaits, preparing the barbarian for the next stage of his important visit. With a determined stride, Ketel begins to move deeper into the church, his heavy boots echoing softly on the polished floors. Suddenly, he stops, a questioning escaping him as he notices a figure approaching, their presence drawing his attention. A serene woman in flowing white robes, her face radiating calm, steps forward to greet him, her demeanor one of respectful welcome. She is joined by two others, all three bowing in unison, their voices harmonizing in a formal welcome, "Welcome, Sir Ketel." The lead priestess then clarifies, informing him that someone is waiting for you within the chambers. A slight smile plays on his lips as he responds, a simple, all right, confirming his readiness to proceed. A soft creak echoes through the grand halls of the Church of the Sun God, as an unseen voice extends a formal greeting, promising a pleasant encounter. The air crackles with an unspoken authority, heralding the presence of a formidable figure, the Sun God's very own heretic inquisitor. With an aura of serene power, the woman introduces herself, her name, Aquila, resonating with quiet confidence. Ketel, ever the pragmatist, returns the greeting with a slight nod, identifying himself as the barbarian Ketel. Aquila, however, doesn't mince words, expressing a hope that her bluntness won't cause offense, a directness Ketel immediately perceives as the mark of a single-minded individual. A flicker of amusement crosses Ketel's face, a subtle smile that doesn't escape Aquila's notice, prompting her to question its meaning. Undeterred by his enigmatic expression, she presses on, asking if she might pose a question to him, to which he offers a simple affirmation. Her gaze sharpens, a prelude to the inquiry she's about to make, her intensity palpable. As Ketel observes her, a profound realization dawns on him. The natural mana she possesses is unlike anything he's ever encountered, a power so rare and deadly that all who have witnessed it in this world have met their end. He reflects on a past foe, a lich of immense power, acknowledging that only a true hero could have stood against such a being, a stark reminder of the forces at play. A wistful longing washes over him, wishing he could have witnessed such a confrontation, yet a nagging feeling persists that he's still missing a crucial piece of the puzzle. Still reflecting on the rare mana he sensed, Ketel challenges Adaz, declaring that she doesn't truly believe what he's just said, even as he admits his own understanding of the situation remains incomplete. Adaz, her expression unreadable, simply asks, then, what is it you don't believe? He responds with a knowing smirk, yes, if you tell a lie to the Sun God, a negative reaction will occur. Adaz's eyes narrow slightly as she considers his words, her conviction unwavering as she states, there's no way I'd lie to the Sun God. Ketel, still observing her intently, simply reassures her, so, you don't have to worry. Adaz, clearly confused by his cryptic demeanor, asks, what is it, as Ketel seems to be enjoying her bewilderment. Her confusion deepens, as she presses him, didn't you feel bad about the others? Ketel's confidence is absolute, as he dismisses her concern, why would I feel bad about that? I'm confident. Adaz gasps, a dawning realization crossing her face, as Ketel's true meaning becomes clear, he hasn't told a single lie. With a chilling declaration, Ketel states, then, in that case, let's begin, his words echoing with a profound sense of purpose, as if invoking a higher power. As Ketel speaks, Adaz's eyes begin to glow with an intense, radiant light, golden energy erupting around her, a manifestation of the Sun God's power, observing all. The golden light intensifies, engulfing her as she prepares to unleash her full divine sight, her vision now fully connected to the Sun God's omniscient gaze. A sacred tome, bathed in an ethereal golden glow, slams shut with a resounding thud, its pages whispering an ancient command, please remove the impurity in this place. Suddenly, from above, a blinding pillar of golden light erupts, tearing through the darkness and illuminating an unseen structure with divine radiance. With a whoosh. Ketel, his eyes reflecting the intense glow. The divine vision had passed, leaving Adaz's eyes burning with an intense, crimson glow, a testament to the Sun God's power. Fortunately, she declared, there was no negative reaction. Her form, now marked with the glowing symbol of the Sun God, stood resolute, the weight of the revelation settling upon her. From this moment forward, she proclaimed, her voice echoing with newfound authority, no lies are allowed in this sacred space, as Ketel's own eyes flared with an electric blue, the divine truth resonating within him. He stood his ground, absorbing the profound implications of her words. A quiet understanding passed between them as he simply responded, I got it. Under the watchful gaze of the Sun God, the abyssal war had begun, and somehow, she felt incredibly lucky. Ketel had manifested his true form during the dungeon clear, a terrifying sight that was half man and half dragon. And his entire story of deception and betrayal, everything he had said, was true. It had been a long time since Greta had heard such a shocking story, leaving her to wonder if he truly was the Abyssal Emperor. She couldn't help but ask, and you, are you really the Abyssal Emperor? Somehow, despite all the evidence, it was still hard for her to believe. Taking a moment to compose herself, she then posed one last personal question to the man before her, who simply invited her to proceed. Her voice filled with a mix of awe and trepidation, she repeated, "Are you truly the Abyssal Emperor?" He confirmed his identity with a simple, "I am," leaving her to grapple with the implications. The weight of his title, the Demon Lord, settled heavily upon her thoughts. Could they truly be trusting a Demon Lord, she wondered, before deciding to ask him one last thing in return. Her eyes narrowed, a subtle crackle of tension filling the air. Still reeling from his shocking confession, she watches as he stammers. Her gaze sharp as she declares her own prior engagements. He dismisses her words with a knowing smirk, challenging her to deny her true intentions. But she maintains her composure, feigning ignorance to his probing questions. A dry, humorless laugh escapes her, a clear sign of her disbelief. He leans back, casually admitting his limited knowledge, yet emphasizing the gravity of the situation she's involved in. His eyes narrow, a subtle warning in his tone as he calls out her transparent denial. Her expression hardens, her voice laced with conviction as she reminds him of the divine truth that no deception can escape the god's watchful eyes. A flicker of surprise crosses his face as he concedes her point, then a new question forms, realizing she might not be alone in her knowledge. Her silence speaks volumes, her gaze unwavering as she considers his implication. Finally, she reveals the source of her insight, a single, potent word, oracle, hinting at a deeper, mystical understanding. Greta, her expression somber, admits her oversight, acknowledging that she hadn't seen anyone mentioned during her last visit to the territory, yet she couldn't deny her concern, offering a quiet apology. Her voice tinged with regret, she insisted she had done her absolute best. Ketel, his gaze lowered, echoed her sentiment with his own quiet, "I'm sorry." Greta then clarified, her hand now holding a shimmering, golden orb, that oracles weren't omniscient, they only revealed what was destined to be seen, emphasizing the power of the oracle itself. The orb pulsed with a soft, inner light, its golden glow illuminating her thoughtful expression. Ketel watched the glowing artifact, his gaze fixed on the mysterious object in her hand. A moment of silent contemplation passed between them, the weight of the oracle's revelations settling heavily. Later, in a grand, sunlit hall adorned with intricate Gothic architecture, Greta stood by a towering arched window, gazing out at the world beyond. Her thoughts seemed distant, lost in the vastness of the view. A new figure, a man with a neatly trimmed beard and a distinguished red coat, entered the hall, his presence commanding attention. Approaching her with a concerned expression, he observed that she seemed troubled. Greta, her expression troubled, confides that the situation has only grown more complicated, as the distinguished, bearded man before her simply listens. She reveals the source of her concern, explaining that he is an abyssal emperor from the treacherous snowfield. The bearded man reacts with surprise, acknowledging that rumors of a wasteland tribe have circulated, but they had chosen to ignore that particular detail, hoping it was false. He gazes out a window at the desolate, snow-covered landscape, reflecting that many factions seek to conquer the snowfield, and the emperor's direct involvement would undoubtedly unleash chaos. The very thought of the emperor's direct intervention sends a shiver down his spine, knowing that if he were to get involved, chaos would follow. A new, sharp-eyed man interjects, reassuring Greta with a confident tone that she doesn't have to worry about such matters, as they will handle the Cardos situation on their end and keep the barbarians in check. Greta, now looking out a window, acknowledges his words, finding some relief in the news, before asking if all the rumors are similarly exaggerated. The sharp-eyed man considers her question, replying with a dismissive, probably, adding that if the rumors of the snowfield's conquest were true, it would have already fallen. He concludes with absolute certainty, stating that it would have been conquered, and that's a fact. She listens intently as Luke Barkhan, his expression grave, warns that even without the abyssal serpent, the emperor from the snowfield is a barbarian of immense power. His voice drops, emphasizing their terrifying combination of immense ability and a complete lack of intelligence. Greta turns, her gaze distant, contemplating. The chilling thought of what might happen if a race with unmatched strength were to also gain intelligence, as she recalls hearing that the current emperor of the snowfield is indeed different. Luke confirms her fears, stating that the rumors describe him as a monster of both strength and intelligence. He admits his deep worry about the snowfield, then turns to her, asking for her own assessment. Luke then muses on the potential alliance between the abyssal serpent and the emperor, finding the prospect interesting. But Greta, her face etched with concern, quickly dismisses his casual remark, finding nothing interesting about such a terrifying prospect. Later, in a grander hall, Kane's swordmaster offers a different perspective, suggesting that perhaps the rumors have simply been exaggerated. Greta, however, remains unconvinced, insisting that the situation is far too serious to simply laugh off. She then hears a question about what the oracle said to Buyan, and her expression darkens as the ominous reply echoes, that this meeting may be fruitless. Kane, his sharp eyes fixed on something unseen, concludes their discussion by stating his need to confirm something important. The weight of the abyssal emperor's true nature, whether a pure villain or a deceptive force, presses heavily on Greta's mind. A profound uncertainty that gnaws at her. Especially after the oracle's ominous pronouncements. Leaving her lost in thought. Meanwhile, Luke Barkhan is struck by a sudden realization. His expression shifting to one of utter disbelief. The implications of the unfolding events begin to settle. A chilling silence descending upon the world. After what feels like an eternity, Luke Barkhan sits in quiet contemplation. His hands clasped, the weight of his decision palpable. As he resolves to personally uncover the truth, no matter the cost. A steely determination hardens his gaze, ready to face whatever lies ahead. As he sits, a figure kneels before him, offering profound gratitude for saving Taehyun from the Lich King. The kneeling man, Kan, continues, revealing that news of Luke's return has spread, and the little prince is now an emperor, prompting a curious, "Is that so?" from the seated noble. Then, with a somber tone, Kan adds a necessary apology. Luke, his expression unreadable, simply asks, "For what?" Kan confesses to his betrayal of Kratos, but quickly clarifies that this particular detail will not be made public. He insists, however, that his betrayal was not personal. The elder explains that the emperor's involvement in the matter simply didn't concern him. Luke dismisses the apology, suggesting Kan call it what he wants, but promises a personal reward for such loyalty. A hand reaches out, its fingers brushing against a heavy, bulging sack. The distinct thud of a weighty object echoes through the room. Kan then reveals that his lord, the emperor, asked him to deliver a gift. With a significant exclamation, the elder presents a large, heavy bag, its contents clearly valuable. As the mysterious gift from the emperor is revealed, a small, sparkling pouch rests on a plush red cushion, its contents yet unknown but clearly radiating an aura of immense value. Kan, his eyes wide with a mix of awe and reverence, clarifies that this isn't just any ordinary pouch, it holds something far more significant. With a dramatic gesture, he urges the recipient to examine it closely for themselves. Deep within a cavern, the barbarian Ketil gestures towards a mysterious opening, urging his companions to proceed, declaring, "Go ahead and check inside." His gaze sharp and focused, he scans the surroundings, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Soon, a small, unassuming pouch appears in his hand, a pouch-type artifact that allows him to store any item, limited only by its spatial capacity. As he examines the magical item, the sheer density of mana in the air makes it difficult to even breathe, a testament to the artifact's power. The pouch glows with vibrant, cosmic energy, a true artifact infused with immense mana. He understands its function: to retrieve an item, one simply needs to reach inside and pull it out. Deciding to test its limits, he declares, "In that case, we should try it out," as he holds up a massive, ornate axe, ready to store it. Moments later, he retrieves a delicate flower from the pouch, observing that it doesn't seem to fly from the mystery bag, but rather appears instantly. A look of pure astonishment crosses his face, his eyes wide with wonder at the artifact's seamless function. Still reeling from his discovery, Ketil lets out a triumphant scoff, a single word escaping his lips: "Amazing." Meanwhile, in a different locale, Kan gravely recounts an ancient prophecy, stating that the world's savior will be a human. The words echo in the mind of Adaz, who ponders the very nature of this prophecy, her expression etched with deep thought. Unaware of these discussions, Ketil looks out at the world with fierce resolve, declaring his intent to save it himself, while Kan's voice continues to narrate the prophecy of a human savior. Meanwhile, the elderly elf, observing the shifting energies of the world, senses that something significant is unfolding, hoping for a chance to confirm his suspicions soon. Adaz, still lost in thought, repeats the word prophecy, as if trying to grasp its full weight. Her gaze turns outward, a chilling realization dawning upon her as she foresees the descent of a great evil. The vision intensifies, revealing that this malevolent force will descend upon their very location and spread its corruption throughout the entire world. Kan explains that the Wapkin territory is an organically connected network of countless villages, and because of this intricate web, they have forged a deep connection with one another, until one day, everything changed. He continues, describing how a lone figure fought not against others, but against the very essence of the world's suffering, yet as days turned into weeks, he stumbled upon a nearby village filled with people he knew, a place that should have been lost to the chaos. A somber voice recounts a grim tale, explaining how those who ventured into the darkness never returned, prompting a lord to dispatch his own guards into the abyss. But the darkness claimed them too, and only then did the lord truly grasp the gravity of the situation. His face etched with concern, the man's realization was stark. Indeed, something truly terrifying was unfolding. Meanwhile, in a bustling shop, Boga beams with delight, exclaiming at a bargain, while a thought crosses her mind about someone's prolonged absence. Kan, standing opposite her, inquires about the situation, and she explains it's about checking on those who've lost contact. A look of understanding dawns on Kan's face, as the gravity of the missing people sinks in. Boga, however, maintains a cheerful demeanor, a small smile playing on her lips. Far away, Ketil walks through a shadowy landscape, a sense of dread washing over him, yet his resolve remains unshaken as he mentally accepts the challenge ahead, determined to press on. His journey continues through the oppressive gloom, each step a silent testament to his unwavering will. Suddenly, a burst of ethereal light and shimmering particles erupts, signaling a shift in the very fabric of reality. Unfazed, Ketil presses onward, his silhouette disappearing deeper into the unknown. As the journey continues, a lone figure presses onward, each step echoing with purpose through the quiet landscape. The rhythmic crunch of boots on the forest floor marks his relentless progress. Cloaked and determined, he moves with an undeniable aura of power. Suddenly, a familiar voice cuts through the silence, her tone laced with disbelief as she recognizes the formidable traveler. Ketil stands before her, his new attire a stark contrast to his usual rugged look, a silent testament to his recent endeavors. He casually explains the change, mentioning that his previous garments had simply worn out from his travels. The intricate details of his new, fur-lined vest and dark tunic are revealed, a design he personally requested, finding it quite distinctive. Hayes, clearly impressed by his taste and the story behind it, can only offer a quiet acknowledgement of his impressive choice. Then, a new thought strikes her, prompting her to inquire if he had also accepted a particular request. He confirms her suspicion, admitting he couldn't refuse such an intriguing job, though he quickly clarifies it wasn't for monetary gain. Later, as they rest, Hayes ponders the mysterious nature of the request and the man who accepted it, noting his strange demeanor and the unsettling fact that he isn't human. Standing together in an open field, Ketil muses that the recipients of his request should have received it by now, confident they won't refuse. Ketil observes his surroundings, a subtle acknowledgement escaping him as Hayes confirms her understanding. As they continue their journey, Hayes can't help but notice the surprisingly sparse number of people around them, a stark contrast to what she might have expected. Despite her earlier caution, Ketil assures her he's not the type to actively seek out trouble, his gaze steady. He then probes, wondering if her concern is tied to the recent purple hazard, hinting that the reward for their current task is astronomically high. Hayes, however, dismisses these worries as mere rumors, confident they'll simply die down soon enough. A thoughtful hum escapes Ketil, as he reveals he had expected a much larger contingent for this mission, at least 10 people. Hayes then confesses her true intentions, admitting she's been searching for something specific, and asks about its whereabouts. Her gaze drifts, lost in a moment of deep contemplation, her thoughts far away. Meanwhile, in a different, opulent setting, a woman with striking silver hair murmurs a name, a soft, questioning pause, escaping her lips. This is none other than the chaotic god's heretic inquisitor, and she is about to join her own formidable request. Indeed, it's an utterly unexpected turn of events, the sun god's heretic inquisitor herself making an appearance. Dismissing the notion entirely, Ketil declares that such an outcome is impossible, asserting that the woman beside him is a potential ally. He then probes, wondering if she's acquainted with Lady Anne Roma, before confirming his own familiarity with a confident of course. As they continue their journey, he reiterates his stance, emphasizing that she is indeed a friend. The revelation hits Hayes with a jolt of disbelief, her eyes widening as she questions how a heretic inquisitor could possibly be considered a friend. Turning to him, she addresses the barbarian captain, a hint of disbelief still lingering in her tone. A knowing smirk plays on his lips as he acknowledges her awareness of his identity. With a playful gesture, he suggests they forge a new friendship, starting right then and there. Her shock deepens, as she questions if his companion is also a heretic inquisitor, perhaps even of a different deity. Ketil quickly clarifies, stating he is no heretic, merely a human. He then playfully challenges her, suggesting she's too young to be an inquisitor, before asking if she is, in fact, Lady Anne Roma. Meanwhile, in a starkly different setting, Adaz, the sun god's heretic inquisitor, declares with grim finality that it is too late for her to intervene. Her gaze sharpens, realizing that only those in the highest echelons of power could act now, a chilling thought dawning upon her. A soft sigh escapes her lips, Adaz closing her eyes in what seems like a moment of weary contemplation. Suddenly, her eyes snap open, a flicker of surprise crossing her features as a man in dark armor approaches, his presence unexpected. She looks up, a question hanging in the air between them. The man turns his back, listening as Adaz explains her limited knowledge of the current orders, admitting she might be mistaken about the details. His armored boots stand firm, a voice confirming her arrival, acknowledging that she has indeed come. Nearby, 2 guards in striking red and gold armor stand at attention, their presence a silent testament to the importance of the gathering. Adaz smiles, a hint of relief in her expression, as she stands beside the man, noting that they have met again in this place. Her gaze falls, perhaps to the assembled guards or the ground before her, a moment of quiet anticipation before the next step. The 2 red-armored guards remain vigilant, one of them stepping forward to formally address the group, extending a welcome to all who have accepted the request. This is the Kingdom of Gerbant Guard Captain, his stern face visible beneath his helmet, his voice carrying authority as he speaks. With everyone now assembled, the captain declares it's time to move, signaling the start of their collective journey. A soft hum resonates through the air as Greta walks along a forest path. Her gaze sweeping across the golden-lit trees, a sense of unease beginning to settle over her. Ketil, walking ahead, remains silent as she considers their situation, wondering if the village they're heading towards has already been affected by recent events. The blonde warrior simply hums in response to her unspoken thoughts, his presence a quiet anchor amidst her growing apprehension. Greta's expression tightens as she voices her deepest fear. If he has truly made his move, does that mean the prophesied time has finally arrived? Ketil offers no immediate answer, leaving her to ponder the ominous implications. She admits she cannot say for certain, but a chilling vision of a monstrous, purple-eyed entity flashes through her mind, reminding her that even the sun god's reach might not be absolute. Trying to rationalize the growing dread, Greta suggests it could be something simple, perhaps the village has merely lost contact. Yet, another fleeting image of the glowing-eyed horror crosses her thoughts, a silent counterpoint to her attempts at reassurance. She murmurs about the gods, her mind once more haunted by the monstrous entity. Her eyes widen, a stark realization dawning on her as she looks up, the chilling truth of a great evil's descent becoming undeniable. A great evil, indeed, she thinks, as the unsettling vision of the purple-eyed monster flashes through her mind, the impact of its presence still reverberating through her very soul. After what feels like an eternity of travel, Ketil announces their arrival, his voice cutting through the quiet anticipation. As they approach the village, Greta's gaze sweeps over the desolate landscape, a sense of unease growing within her. The sight of the eerily silent settlement makes her question, this is. Standing motionless amidst the deserted buildings, a lone armored figure remains, its presence a silent enigma, offering no response. As they draw closer, Ketil observes the figure with a keen eye, declaring, I don't sense any presence. Confused by his words, Greta retorts, what do you mean? She points to the warrior, insisting, but he's right there. Ketil simply acknowledges, got it, before elaborating, he's not breathing. He's not leaving a single trace of mana. He continues to ponder the impossible situation, but even so, it's impossible for the body to be so perfectly preserved without leaving a single trace. His gaze fixed on the armored figure's helmet, Ketil concludes, there must be some clue. The quest for answers begins, a new search initiated in the wake of strange disappearances. A quiet creak echoes through a dimly lit chamber, where an ancient tome lies open on a table, bathed in an ethereal blue glow. Swordmaster, his gaze fixed on something unseen, muttering a single, bewildered word. A heavy sigh escapes him as he studies a map alongside a dark-haired woman, lamenting the terrible traces left behind, yet knowing that isn't the true problem. His expression grim, he concludes that something far more intricate must be at play. A hand reaches out to grasp a pulsating, purple orb, its mysterious energy prompting a question of its very nature. A sudden jolt accompanies the chilling realization, an entire island has vanished without a trace. Since that fateful day, the man in the trench coat has not been seen, yet a lingering hope suggests he must still be alive. Armored riders scour the desolate lands, their desperate query echoing into the void. Back in the chamber, Swordmaster confirms to his companion that no clear path has emerged, the trail still obscured, the mystery deepening. His eyes narrow with fierce resolve, a silent vow to uncover the truth behind the vanishing island and its lost inhabitants. Having scoured the desolate landscape for any sign of life, the Swordmaster and his armored companion finally conceded, deciding to conclude their fruitless search for now. Despite finding remnants of a camp, like a discarded knife and some food, there was absolutely no trace of the people themselves. A cooking pot sat abandoned, leaving the companion to wonder aloud, how could something like this just vanish? Frustration mounting, the dark-haired warrior suggested, they should just ask someone who might actually know. As the Swordmaster let out a soft exclamation, he sensed the lingering mana. The mana signature was unmistakable, the same they had encountered before, confirming their presence, yet he mused, there was proof they were here, but now, there was no one. His companion, equally perplexed, added, no physical traces either. The Swordmaster turned to him, seeking clarification, asking what he meant. A white-haired woman, clad in purple, joined them, her expression mirroring their confusion as she admitted, she didn't know either. The dark-haired warrior, addressing the newcomer, inquired, if she had found out anything. The Swordmaster, his brow furrowed, reiterated his earlier point, he couldn't even sense a presence. Exasperated, his companion repeated his earlier suggestion, they should just ask someone who might actually know. As the Swordmaster surveys the desolate landscape, a profound silence hangs heavy in the air, broken only by his own quiet contemplation. Suddenly, a realization dawns on him, prompting a sharp question, what do you mean by that? His mind races, piecing together the implications of a hidden presence. Someone else, he murmurs, the chilling thought confirming that others were here before their arrival at the village. As if summoned by his thoughts, a mysterious woman materializes, her calm demeanor contrasting sharply with his surprise. That woman, who is she? He demands, his gaze fixed on the newcomer. Her presence is so subtle, so perfectly concealed, that he can only wonder, since when has she been here? A flicker of disbelief crosses his face as he processes the impossible feat of her stealth, a single, stunned, escaping his lips. The woman, Maja Sausht, offers a knowing smile, her eyes sparkling with amusement, well, isn't this interesting? Her composure shifts slightly, a hint of intrigue in her voice as she questions his perception, I thought I had concealed myself perfectly. How did you see through it? Meja moves with an ethereal grace, glowing particles trailing her every step, a testament to her mastery of concealment, yet even with such skill, a certain essence of her being remained detectable. She challenges him with a playful smirk, "Don't tell me you didn't notice," to which he retorts, "No. That's impossible. Normal people wouldn't even notice her presence at all." A thoughtful expression settles on Meja's face, her gaze distant as she considers his words, a subtle smile playing on her lips. Her next words drop a bombshell, revealing a deeper connection to the world's power players. "Even that sun god's heretic inquisitor didn't notice, did she?" The sword master, intrigued, observes, "You don't seem like somebody who's related to the Inquisition." A heavy boot slams down, its impact echoing with a silent fury. Suddenly, the sword master finds himself face to face with an unexpected presence, his voice cutting through the tension as he demands to know, "Who are you?" The mysterious figure, Adaz, flinches slightly at his outburst, her sharp gaze narrowing in the dim light. Unfazed by her presence, the sword master barks a command to his subordinates, "Everyone. Fall back." But before his order can be fully processed, another heavy stomp echoes, accompanied by a frustrated growl, Shut up." The sword master's eyes widen in disbelief, uttering, "It can't be." Adaz, however, remains composed, her voice dripping with disdain as she dismisses their squabble, "I'm not interested in your petty squabbles." The sword master and his guard exchange a look of concern, a quiet, "Yes," from the guard confirming their readiness to obey. Adaz continues, her true intentions laid bare, "I'm only interested in the one who could possibly be the abyssal emperor. After all, he's the one who's been giving me the most trouble lately." Her eyes glow with an ominous red light as she considers another possibility, or even a high-ranking demon whose hard to be perceived. A cruel smile plays on her lips as she concludes, "Ahaha. What a shame. I really wanted to meet him in person and take a look at your mana." The ground beneath Ketel's foot crunches with barely contained frustration, a silent thought echoing, "Amusing little barbarian." Adaz, the sun god's heretic inquisitor, finds her arm firmly grasped by Ketel, but her expression remains unfazed, a chilling smirk playing on her lips. Suddenly, dark, ethereal chains begin to manifest around her, glowing with an ominous purple-red energy, as a powerful, malevolent aura erupts from her form, threatening to consume everything in its path. Her eyes now burning with an infernal glow, Adaz unleashes the full terrifying extent of her power, the air crackling with dark magic and vibrant particle effects, her voice echoing with a chilling promise, "I'll take you as my slave and drag you to hell." A sudden, violent surge of dark purple energy erupts, striking Greta with brutal force. The crackling power overwhelming her as she cries out in pain, her hand reaching out in a desperate, futile gesture. The source of this devastating assault is revealed, a colossal, shadowy monster with glowing purple eyes and menacing horns, its form radiating an aura of pure, destructive energy that dwarfs everything around it. The monster's power expands rapidly, a wave of vibrant purple magic engulfing Ketel, Greta, and their allies, trapping them within its terrifying domain. As the oppressive energy closes in, Ketel's face hardens with grim resolve, while Greta, Meja Soushed, and Hayes are gripped by terror, their screams echoing through the encroaching darkness. A desperate cry rings out, urging everyone to flee, a desperate attempt to break free from the monster's grasp. Ketel, with Greta close behind, sprints through the chaos, shouting for his companions to hurry, their escape a blur against the encroaching purple haze. But the monster's power is too swift, a tendril of purple energy snaking out and seizing a fleeing hand, pulling its owner back with a horrified scream. The purple energy solidifies, forming an impenetrable barrier around the village, as Ketel desperately pounds against it, his shouts to open it, echoing in vain. The monster's voice booms, asserting its absolute dominance, declaring the village its territory and sealing any hope of escape. With a final, menacing crackle of power, the purple monster stands triumphant, its glowing eyes promising a grim fate for those trapped within its domain. The monstrous entity looms over them, its voice echoing with chilling finality, declaring them all its prey. As the purple energy crackles around its hand, the creature silences any dissent with a guttural roar, its glowing eyes burning with malevolent power, leaving the trapped group to question the very nature of their foe. Amidst the terror, Hayes, her face etched with fear, can only whisper if this truly is a demon. Overwhelmed by the horrifying reality, she cries out to her lord, begging for deliverance from the evil god. But a steady hand grasps hers, and Ketel's calm voice cuts through her panic, urging Hayes to compose herself. His presence a bulwark against the encroaching despair, he reassures her that he stands right before her, a shield against the terror. Her wide, fearful eye slowly focuses on him, a flicker of hope returning to her gaze. As the group watches on, Hayes finds a moment of respite in Ketel's unwavering resolve. Yet, the true nature of their adversary is far more complex than a mere title, for not every being labeled a demon in this world possesses genuine power, it is often just a convenient term for monsters. Most so-called demons are simply monsters who have attained immense strength, but there exist beings who are demons by their very essence. Born from the very cradle of darkness, these are the true demons, a race unto themselves, defined by their inherent malevolence. And the entity before them is nothing less than a true demon. Even a named demon, no matter how weak, possesses the power to shatter an entire kingdom. And as Ketel considers the implications, Hayes, her voice trembling, asks if this creature could truly be a named demon. The shadowy form of the monster looms, a terrifying unknown, and the one they've stumbled upon could be anything, its true nature shrouded in mystery. This isn't just any demon, this is a creature that emerged centuries ago, its sheer mana output hinting at a power level far beyond the ordinary. Meja, her eyes wide with disbelief, can only utter a single word, unbelievable. Ketel, however, corrects her, explaining that this place is already a demon's territory, and that only a true demon could possess the power to break through their formidable barrier. As he speaks, a faint purple aura crackles around him, his words carrying the weight of grim realization. His brow furrows in concern, the gravity of the situation settling upon him. Meja, still reeling from the implications, questions if the barrier could hold out any longer. Ketel, however, responds with a resolute shake of his head, assuring them that there's nothing to worry about. His expression hardens, a determined glint in his eyes, as he ponders the crucial question, demon, which one? The purple monster, its form now fully revealed, seems to mock their confusion, its voice echoing with a chilling question, what? Wasn't it obvious? The menacing aura of the purple monster still hangs heavy in the air, its shadowy form barely contained by the oppressive darkness surrounding it. Meanwhile, far from the immediate danger, a figure with flowing white hair and eyes glowing with sinister purple energy observes the unfolding chaos, a dismissive scoff escaping their lips, as if merely toying with the very fabric of reality. Lounging on a grand throne, they casually watch the world's drama unfold, popcorn in hand, a chillingly detached amusement playing across their features, the crackle of purple lightning around them echoing their silent, sinister laughter. Standing within a swirling magic circle, the white-haired figure muses on the rarity of a demon with a name, acknowledging the small population of true demons, yet recognizing their unique ability to breach even the strongest barriers. It is truly uncommon for such a creature to exist, making their presence here all the more perplexing. Their glowing purple eyes narrow, a profound question echoing in the depths of their mind, how could a true demon possibly manifest in this world? A hint of irritation crosses their face as they consider the implications, muttering that they should have been informed of such a significant development. Their thoughts drift to the concept of foul corruption, a sinister force seemingly at play, working to defile the world itself. Now surrounded by a retinue of shadowy figures with glowing red eyes, the white-haired antagonist stands poised, a chilling sense of anticipation emanating from them, as if sensing something fresh has entered their twisted game. With a direct, piercing gaze, the white-haired figure addresses an unseen entity, a challenge in their voice. Hey, dog of God, they taunt, do you truly understand what that implies? She commands the very air, her voice echoing with dark power, urging all to listen as the world itself begins to transform around them. For too long, she declares, the world has been held captive by the gods, but no longer, it is time for it to belong to her. Her ambition stretches back through the ages, a plan meticulously woven over countless millennia. She recalls a time when gods and humans clashed in a brutal, unending war, their battles tearing the very fabric of existence. Yet, even amidst that chaos, the outcome was never truly decided by either side. Instead, she reveals, it was a third, unseen force that ultimately shaped the world's destiny. From the deepest abysses of hell, she has patiently awaited this very day, her dark magic swirling with anticipation. A sinister grin spreads across her face, her sharp teeth hinting at the malevolence within. She proclaims herself the harbinger of foul corruption, the very embodiment of gravity, pulling all things into her dark influence. With a chilling resolve, she reveals her ultimate desire, to witness the complete corruption of the world, a spectacle she has long yearned for. And through this world, now steeped in evil, she will finally eradicate all the disgusting creatures that infest it. Her gaze sharpens, her glowing forehead symbol pulsing with power, as she prepares to reshape existence itself, a world that will truly belong to her, free from the gods and their creations. Her hands glowing with an ominous golden light, Adaz begins her ritual, a chilling command echoing through the dark expanse. As the words leave her lips, an explosive burst of energy engulfs her, the very air crackling with power, revealing her true title, the sun god's heretic inquisitor Adaz, now consumed by a blinding pillar of golden light. The golden energy expands outwards with terrifying speed, a wave of raw power threatening to overwhelm everything in its path. From within the blinding radiance, intricate golden armor begins to coalesce and form, shaping itself around her body with divine precision. From a shadowed vantage point, Kazan Hark and Hayes watch the spectacle unfold, the former voicing his unease. It doesn't seem to be a normal transformation. He mutters, while Hayes questions, who is that? The transformation continues its relentless progression, the golden energy solidifying into a form of terrifying beauty. Finally, she emerges, fully clad in resplendent golden armor, her eyes now glowing with an ethereal light, radiating an aura of absolute power. Standing tall and imposing, Adaz surveys her surroundings, her expression cold and utterly determined, a formidable presence now unleashed. With a contemptuous sneer, she extends a hand, projecting dark, corrupted energy, her voice dripping with disdain as she declares, insolent. The malevolent energy surges forward, a destructive wave aimed at an unseen target, leaving a trail of shimmering particles in its wake. Recognizing the escalating danger, Kazan Hark urgently advises Hayes, "Let's go. This is none of our business," while Adaz, still radiating dark power, dismisses her unseen foe as an insolent wretch. Her golden form a stark contrast to the dark power she wields, Adaz continues to unleash her corrupted energy, reshaping the very fabric of reality around her. She unleashes her power, her eyes blazing with an infernal, golden glow. As if in response, a cataclysmic torrent of dark, corrupted energy explodes from her, ripping through the very fabric of reality. Her gaze remains locked, an unyielding beacon of destructive intent, as the raw power surges. The unleashed energy detonates in a violent, world-shattering explosion, obliterating everything in its path. Greta is utterly consumed by the blast, her scream lost to the deafening roar as she's violently hurled backward. The sheer force continues to propel her, sending her helplessly spiraling through the air. Relentless, the dark power batters her, a merciless assault driving her further into the abyss. From a distance, Kazan Hark can only stare in stunned horror, questioning the very identity of this monstrous force. With eyes still burning like twin suns, she embraces the unholy energy now coursing through her veins. Ketel, cloaked in a radiant golden aura, surges forward, his weapon a blur of motion, ready to strike. But before his assault can land, the purple monster erupts with a devastating counterattack, a torrent of dark energy slamming into him. The sheer force of the impact distorting reality around them as the monster's power continues to surge. Leaving Ketel's eyes wide with shock and disbelief as a chilling voice echoes, proclaiming, "I'm here." The declaration is punctuated by another brutal strike, the purple energy slamming into the barbarian with crushing force. Eliciting a pained gasp from him as the monster's power continues to envelop him. A taunting voice echoing through the maelstrom, demanding, "Get crushed." The purple monster's attack intensifies, completely engulfing Ketel in a vortex of destructive energy, leaving his fate uncertain. Engulfed by the purple monster's devastating attack, Ketel is utterly overwhelmed, the crushing force threatening to tear him apart. The pervasive purple energy consumes even his outstretched hand, leaving him helpless against the relentless assault. The monstrous entity continues its brutal squeeze, its form looming large as Ketel's body distorts under the immense pressure. With a final, explosive surge of dark power, the purple monster seems to seal his fate, but then, a memory flashes through his mind. He sees himself, clad in resplendent golden armor, sword raised, ready to unleash the power of Karmahin, chapter 2, verse 12, a forgotten strength stirring within him. This vision of his past self, channeling the abyssal emperor's power, strikes the purple monster with a blinding golden force, the impact rippling through the ethereal battlefield. He gazes up at the monstrous foe, a silent awe. Escaping him as he comprehends the true scale of his own potential. A brilliant golden aura erupts around him, signaling a profound awakening of power. Standing firm against the purple monster, his golden armor glows with renewed determination. With unwavering resolve, he declares, "I'm going to show it to you all," echoing the ancient wisdom of Karmahin, chapter 2, verse 12. As the abyssal emperor's power surged through him, a blinding golden radiance erupted from Ketel, illuminating the darkness with an otherworldly glow. This wasn't just light, it was pure, unadulterated power, burning away all that was evil, as his golden armored hand struck the purple monster, its form beginning to dissolve under the intense heat. Now fully encased in shimmering golden armor, Ketel moved with impossible speed, delivering a devastating blow that sent the monstrous entity reeling. A sickening crack echoed through the void as his golden fist connected squarely with the purple monster's head, the impact rippling through its grotesque form. He pressed his advantage, each strike infused with raw, golden energy, pummeling the creature with relentless fury. The purple monster, once so dominant, could only recoil, its shadowy form distorting under the sheer power of the assault. With a thunderous wham, Ketel delivered a golden-infused kick that sent the colossal monster hurtling through the air. The creature spun wildly, a blur of purple and shadow, as Ketel pursued it relentlessly, a golden streak across the dark expanse. A primal roar tore from his lips, his eyes blazing with golden light, as he channeled every ounce of his newfound power into a final, decisive strike. The golden aura around him intensified, crackling with raw energy, as he prepared to unleash an attack that would obliterate his foe. His gaze, sharp and unwavering, locked onto the monster, his resolve absolute. Then, with a cataclysmic crash, Ketel unleashed a colossal golden blast, utterly annihilating the purple monster in a blinding explosion of light and power. The golden energy of the abyssal emperor erupts, a blinding torrent of power slamming into the purple monster, tearing through its form with explosive force. As the monster's very essence begins to unravel under the relentless assault, its purple aura struggling against the golden tide before being utterly overwhelmed. A final, agonizing shriek escapes the creature as it dissolves into nothingness, leaving only a lingering haze of dark particles where it once stood. The sheer, devastating power of the attack forces a horrified scream from Asia, her eyes wide with disbelief and terror. She gasps, unable to comprehend the spectacle unfolding before her, as the golden energy continues its absolute obliteration of the monster, leaving no trace behind. With a final, resounding explosion, the purple monster is utterly erased from existence, leaving only a shimmering void. Moments later, Ketil stands, his golden armor gone, a confident smirk playing on his lips, the battle's intensity replaced by his usual casual arrogance. Meja, still reeling from the display, can only utter his name, as he turns to her, a challenging glint in his eyes, asking if she witnessed his performance. She manages to respond, acknowledging that she probably could have seen it, her voice still tinged with awe. But Ketil, ever the provocateur, cuts her off, his next words dripping with dismissive indifference, questioning why he should care if she watched. His bluntness leaves Meja utterly bewildered, her expression a mix of shock and confusion at his casual arrogance. As he walks away, a final, rhetorical question hangs in the air, challenging the very notion of her needing to witness his power or flee from it. As the dust settled from his previous display, Ketil's gaze sharpened, a flicker of ambition in his eyes, knowing full well he possessed the power to end this himself. But for now, he chose to observe the unfolding chaos, a strategic patience guiding his next move, while Meja watched on, her expression a mix of awe and apprehension. Her eyes widened in disbelief, the sheer scale of the power she was witnessing clearly overwhelming her. This wasn't how any of it was supposed to go, the raw, untamed force defying all expectations. Suddenly, with a blur of motion, Ketil launched himself forward, a blue flash marking the incredible speed of his assault. He slammed into the purple monster, a violent explosion of dark energy erupting on impact, the sound of the clash echoing through the confined space. Golden power surged around him, overwhelming the monster's defenses as he continued his relentless assault, a powerful aura radiating from his form. With a thunderous crash, the monster began to shatter, its purple essence fragmenting under the sheer force of his blows. He delivered a final, devastating strike, a blinding wave of golden energy ensuring the creature's complete and utter annihilation. Meja could only stare, her mind reeling, the brutal efficiency of his attack leaving her speechless. He hadn't hesitated, not for a second, yet her own strength felt so insignificant in comparison. A choked gasp escaped her lips, the raw power she had just witnessed shaking her to her core. Standing amidst the dissipating golden light, Ketil remained, the monster he had faced already reduced to nothing more than lingering particles, a testament to his overwhelming might. In a world where beings of demonic energy are simply known as demons by the common folk, a cloaked figure, wreathed in crackling purple energy, descends upon a fallen foe, delivering a decisive blow. The battle, a whirlwind of destruction, was already drawing to a close, leaving the white-haired warrior standing amidst the wreckage, the air still humming with residual power. With a thunderous impact, he unleashes another devastating wave of purple energy, obliterating anything left standing. His red eyes gleaming with fierce determination, Ketil declares his intent to pursue the remaining high-ranking threats. Then, with a burst of speed, he launches himself into the air, a streak of purple lightning tearing through the desolate landscape. From a hidden vantage point, Adaz watches the display of raw power, her expression a mix of shock and disbelief. Suddenly, Ketil's head snaps in her direction, his red eyes narrowing as he senses her presence. He finds himself facing a squad of heavily armored figures, their presence a clear indication of impending danger. A powerful impact reverberates through the air, as an unseen force clashes against a barrier. Unyielding, Ketil unleashes another torrent of purple energy, his assault relentless and overwhelming. But before Adaz can even react, Ketil appears behind her, striking with a blinding flash of golden energy that sends her reeling. The force of the blow sends her hurtling backward, crashing violently into a crumbling wall as Ketil stands victorious. Ketil's golden energy continues its devastating impact, tearing through the air and causing a violent eruption of purple power. The sheer force of the clash sends nearby armored figures reeling, their desperate screams echoing through the chaotic air. One of them cries out in pure agony, their eyes glowing with an unnatural, terrifying red as the raw, chaotic energy consumes them. But Ketil isn't finished, his golden power surges again, striking its target with an explosive, earth-shattering force. He unleashes a torrent of golden lightning, overwhelming his opponent in a blinding display of raw power. Foolish creature, Ketil declares, his voice laced with contempt as the golden energy crackles menacingly around his hand. But from the very heart of the chaos, a new, terrifying form emerges. Adaz, now a demonic entity with wicked horns and leathery wings, lets out a chilling, triumphant laugh. Her transformation is complete, purple energy radiating from her as she stands ready, a formidable and terrifying presence. Ketil observes her, a profound thought forming in his mind, you already rejected emptiness from a demon? His red eyes glow intensely, a fierce, unyielding determination burning within them. With gritted teeth, he recalls an ancient, powerful text, Karmanon, Chapter 1, Verse 1. A blinding burst of golden energy erupts, tearing through the darkness with a violent crackle. As Ketil, now radiating with a fierce golden aura and clad in formidable armor, prepares for the coming onslaught, his voice echoing with a single, commanding word, everyone. Nearby, a horned figure, Suga, recoils in terror, his dark form trembling as he struggles to comprehend the sheer power before him, stammering, "Bah. She's too huge. Arg dash." But Keatle shows no mercy, closing the distance in a flash of golden light, his attack meeting Suga's desperate purple energy in a violent collision. Sending the horned demon reeling from the impact, his face contorted in pain as he cries out, "It's really you. Fight to the death, Suga. My lord, stop it." Keatle's response is swift and brutal, a powerful golden strike silencing Suga's pleas with a resounding crack, "Shut up." And in that moment, something shifts within Suga, his eyes now burning with a fierce, unyielding resolve. A transformation Keatle observes with a satisfied smirk, acknowledging, "Yes, that's how you should be." He then unleashes another devastating blow, engulfing Suga in a violent explosion of purple energy. Still reeling from the previous assault, Suga's body contorts as raw purple energy crackles around him. Then, wreathed in a brilliant golden aura, Keatle delivers a devastating kick, sending his opponent flying. He follows up with a sweeping attack, a crescent of pure golden energy tearing through the air. The horned demon is sent hurtling backward, enveloped in a chaotic swirl of purple, as Adaz watches from the shadows. His battered form struggles to regain balance, the demon admitting to himself that he'd never encountered such overwhelming strength before. Yet, with a fierce glint in his purple eyes, he defiantly declares that he is far from finished. Meanwhile, the inquisitor Adaz, her forehead symbol glowing faintly, dismisses the notion of a noble sacrifice. Unrelenting, Keatle lunges once more, his golden energy flaring as he presses the attack against the still recovering demon. He warns his opponent that at this rate, he will lose and disgrace the honor of his god, while Adaz remains a silent observer. Still, the demon's resolve hardens, contemplating the possibility of defeating his tormentor and returning victorious. Adaz, however, knows the truth, it is impossible to enter the sanctuary of the sun god. With an intense gaze, Keatle challenges his foe, demanding to know what he intends to do next. As the brutal exchange continues, Suga taunts his opponent, questioning how much more he can truly endure, while Adaz, ever the detached observer, muses on the futility of noble sacrifice. But Keatle stands firm, his gaze unwavering, a silent testament to his unyielding will. Suga, his lips curling into a sneer, dismisses his foe's defiance, as Adaz's piercing gaze hints at a deeper, more sinister understanding of the unfolding conflict. Then, with a surge of raw, dark power, Suga unleashes a devastating torrent of swirling purple energy, crackling with malevolent force. The attack slams into Keatle with explosive force, engulfing him in a blinding flash of purple light and concussive waves. Suga watches, his form wreathed in a dark aura, the sheer power he wields radiating outwards. A chilling satisfaction gleams in his glowing purple eye, confident in the devastation he has wrought. Still, the relentless purple energy continues to batter Keatle, pushing him back with immense force, yet he refuses to fall. Suga intensifies his assault, his entire being crackling with dark lightning, determined to crush his resilient foe. But through the chaos, Keatle's eye burns with an unyielding resolve, a fierce blue glow defying the overwhelming darkness. The purple energy culminates in a final, cataclysmic explosion, shattering the air with its raw power. As the dust settles and the energy dissipates, Keatle emerges, battered but unbroken, his stance firm, ready to unleash his own counterattack. He unleashes a devastating counterattack, a torrent of dark purple energy erupting from his form and slamming into the demon with explosive force. The impact sends a shockwave of agony through Suga, his face contorting in a grimace of pure, unadulterated pain. Engulfed in the swirling, destructive magic, the demon is violently thrown backward, his scream swallowed by the purple inferno. The sheer force of the attack slams him into the ground, leaving a deep, smoking crater where he lands. Still pinned by the oppressive magical energy, Suga struggles, unable to break free from the crushing grip. From a distance, Adaz watches the brutal display, her voice cutting through the chaos with a chilling declaration, "The abyss does not need backup. I will handle this." Meanwhile, the demon continues to writhe and scream, the purple energy grinding him deeper into the earth. The ground beneath him cracks and splinters, unable to withstand the immense pressure of Keatle's magic. With a final, decisive flash of his glowing blue eyes, Keatle commands, "Enough." But even as the pressure eases, Suga's eyes blaze with furious red light, his voice a guttural snarl, "I care not to hear any more of your god's heroes." Still partially engulfed in the dissipating purple aura, Suga pushes against the ground, his body trembling with effort and rage. Finally released from the crushing magic, he collapses to one knee, battered and bruised, but his defiance remains unbroken. Still reeling from the previous assault, he lay trapped beneath a crushing weight of abyssal energy, the nightmare of his opponent's power pressing down. Then, the blonde warrior, Keatle, unleashed another devastating torrent of purple magic, slamming into the demon with a violent crash. The raw force of the impact intensified, crackling and tearing through the very air around them. A blinding explosion of dark energy erupted, tearing apart the very ground beneath them. The demon's face contorted in agony, every nerve screaming as the crackling power consumed him. Yet another wave of crushing force slammed into him, eliciting a pained cry that echoed through the cavern. The abyssal magic surged one last time, a colossal burst of destructive power threatening to obliterate everything. The aggressor's hand, glowing with malevolent purple light, maintained the relentless pressure, a silent testament to his control. Finally, the assault subsided, leaving the demon pinned to the ground, held captive by shimmering chains of dark energy, as Ketil stood triumphantly above him. The oppressive purple aura began to recede, slowly fading from the battered figure. But even as the last vestiges of the attack vanished, Suga, though wounded and brought to one knee, refused to yield, letting out a guttural roar of pure, unadulterated rage. The last traces of the abyssal power dissolved into the air, leaving only the silence of the aftermath. As the very fabric of reality begins to tear, a colossal, glowing portal rips open, unleashing an ominous energy that crackles through the air. The gate shatters with a deafening crash, and terrified screams echo as shadowy figures emerge from the swirling abyss. Observing the chaos from a distance, Ketil's gaze remains sharp, his mind already calculating the implications of this sudden, violent intrusion. A wave of raw, purple energy washes over the scene, a palpable force emanating from the newly opened rift. From the depths of the portal, a new demon queen emerges, her eyes glowing with malevolent glee, declaring with a chilling giggle that she will devour all as dessert. Her sharp, red eyes gleam with hunger, a predatory smile twisting her lips as she surveys her new hunting ground. The purple energy intensifies, a prelude to the unfolding conflict, but before the demon queen can act on her threats, another figure steps forward. A golden knight, radiating an aura of dark power, challenges her, his voice laced with a chilling curiosity about the flavor of mana blood. The demon queen bares her fangs, her patience wearing thin, snapping a sharp command for him to stop. The golden knight recoils slightly, his expression shifting to one of surprise, as if caught off guard by her sudden aggression. But before their clash can escalate, Ketil steps between them, his voice firm and resolute, declaring that enough is enough. The golden knight, now enveloped in a surge of purple energy, looks on in stunned disbelief, his plans abruptly interrupted by the protagonist's unexpected intervention. The demon queen's fury boils over, her glowing purple eyes burning with indignation. What just happened? A moment of utter confusion. Suddenly, a blur of motion, and Ketil strikes with devastating force, his attack landing with a sharp impact. The demon queen reels from the unexpected assault, her mind racing to comprehend how he could have appeared so silently. Her purple aura flares as she realizes the terrifying truth, his presence was completely undetectable. Before she can recover, Ketil presses his advantage, a flurry of blows raining down upon her, each strike echoing with raw power. The chaotic energy of their clash distorts the very air around them. But just as Ketil's next strike is about to land, a brilliant golden barrier erupts, intercepting his attack with a blinding flash of light and a resounding crash. Ketil, momentarily halted, turns his attention to the golden armored figure, concern etched on his face as he inquires about his well-being. The knight, his eyes glowing with an inner light, recognizes Ketil, recalling his legendary feat of defeating the formidable Beyond. A flicker of recognition crosses Ketil's features, a name forming on his lips, yet a deeper thought seems to trouble him. A flash of crimson erupts from the demon queen's eyes, her power surging with an ominous glow. Caught off guard by the sudden shift in her demeanor, Ketil watches as the demon queen, now in a smaller, more human-like form, lets out a surprised cry. Her form shifting back to its true, terrifying visage, she snarls, "Insolent barbarian." Her eyes burning with pure rage, the demon queen demands, "How dare you interfere with my meal?" Unfazed by her fury, Ketil calmly responds, "My friend. So I cannot simply let her die." The demon queen's expression shifts from rage to a chilling smirk, her voice dripping with malice as she declares, "I was planning to keep you alive as a toy, but..." A predatory grin stretches across her face, her sharp fangs glinting in the dim light, as Ketil remains unfazed, a faint, confident smile playing on his lips. With a sudden, explosive surge of dark energy, the demon queen unleashes a devastating purple attack, tearing through the air with a thunderous impact. The attack manifests as a razor-sharp blade of pure magical force, glowing with malevolent purple light as it hurtles towards its target. Surrounded by a swirling vortex of dark power, the demon queen declares, "Then you'll just have to die." But before the deadly strike can connect, Ketil, with unwavering resolve, manifests a brilliant golden barrier, intercepting the attack with a resounding clash of magic. He stands firm, a silent resolve hardening his gaze. The demon queen, however, is absolutely incandescent with rage, a furious energy crackling around her. Her voice, sharp as a blade, cuts through the air, declaring that no mere mortal could ever hope to defeat a demon. But Ketil's response is utterly unexpected, a declaration that leaves even the demon queen stunned, as he claims her as his wife, a statement she vehemently denies, leaving onlookers to wonder if he's lost his mind. Her fury intensifies, a powerful surge of energy erupting as she asserts that no other power could possibly stand against her. This isn't just arrogance, it's a fundamental truth, a law established since the very dawn of creation, when gods and demons first walked the world, a truth especially potent when it comes to her own immense power. A terrifying purple magic circle ignites behind her, radiating raw demonic power, as she confidently declares that he can never hope to defeat her. Indeed, the ancient texts whisper that only the gods themselves possess the might to truly oppose a demon of her caliber. Ketil acknowledges the grim reality of her words, a faint heartbeat echoing his internal struggle, yet his resolve remains unbroken. His eyes, burning with an unyielding determination, reflect the immense effort he's pouring into this impossible stand. Despite the overwhelming power she wields, he calmly points out her current weakened state, suggesting she's in no condition for a prolonged fight. Yet, with unwavering conviction, he declares his sacred duty, his unwavering service to the god compelling him to act, regardless of the odds. Her crimson eyes narrowing with fury, the demon queen glares, her composure cracking under the weight of his audacious claims. Meanwhile, his thoughts echo with a defiant declaration, a challenge to the very fabric of her existence, I, who stand against even the gods. He then questions her with a smirk, his gaze piercing, so this is true, then. She has no thing. As he holds up a mysterious, glowing object, the demon queen recoils slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. A faint purple aura emanates from her feet as she acknowledges, her voice laced with grudging respect, impressive. The object in his hand pulses with golden light, drawing her attention as she stares, momentarily speechless. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he reveals his cunning, I've been thinking about it. Her patience utterly exhausted, the demon queen snarls, I told you that you can't defeat me. Unfazed, he leans in, his voice a low, dangerous challenge, would you? Her mouth opens, a flash of purple energy hinting at the raw power within, her tongue flicking out in a predatory gesture. His words cut through the air, a chilling promise, I want to see your eyes twist in agony. Enraged, the demon queen unleashes her full might, a torrent of dark purple energy erupting around her, her form becoming a vortex of destructive power. As the demon queen's fury erupts, a torrent of dark purple energy engulfs the space, threatening to consume everything in its path. The sheer force of the blast sends Ketil hurtling upwards, his body momentarily overwhelmed by the raw power. Still caught in the devastating impact, he's tossed through the air, a mere plaything in the demon queen's destructive aura. But even amidst the chaos, a fierce resolve hardens his expression, a silent declaration of defiance escaping his lips. With a subtle shift, a crimson glow ignites in his palm, signaling the activation of a hidden power. As the purple energy still swirls around him, Ketil's form undergoes a dramatic change, his eyes blazing with a fierce red light, enveloped by a brilliant white aura that pushes back against the darkness. In a flash, his blade arcs through the air, meeting the onslaught with a resounding clash that shatters the magical assault. He carves a path directly through the remaining purple energy, a dark, unstoppable silhouette moving with impossible speed. Leaving trails of dissipating magic in his wake, he presses his advantage, closing the distance with terrifying momentum. The demon queen, witnessing this sudden reversal, can only stare in utter disbelief, her previous rage replaced by a stunned, huh. Ketil watches in stunned disbelief as his formidable barrier shatters, the raw, purple energy of his opponent tearing through it with impossible ease, leaving him to wonder if their mana truly surpasses his own rank. The sheer audacity of the attack leaves him reeling, a single thought echoing in his mind, is this even possible? His knuckles whiten as he instinctively grips his belt, the pressure of the encroaching power almost unbearable. Meanwhile, Suga, cloaked in an ominous purple aura, continues to unleash his devastating energy, the air crackling with raw power. Ketil's eye snaps wide open in sheer terror, the swirling purple vortex now directly before him, threatening to consume him whole. He's violently pulled into the heart of the maelstrom, his body twisting amidst the vibrant, destructive magic. But even as he's overwhelmed, a fierce rage ignites within him, demanding to know how such an impossible feat could be happening. Suga's chilling smirk is the only answer, prompting Ketil to demand, just what are you? The question hangs heavy in the air, and Ketil, regaining a sliver of composure, retorts, you mean, my identity? I am. As if in a flash of memory or a glimpse of another self, a younger, more carefree Ketil appears, scratching his head with a casual, sucks. But the demon queen, with her sharp, crimson eyes and dark skin, scoffs at the impending revelation, a disdainful, don't make me laugh, escaping her lips. Amidst the swirling purple energy, Ketil feels a profound, unsettling shift, a strange feeling washing over him as his true identity begins to surface. Ketil can hardly believe the overwhelming force he's facing, his mind reeling from the impossible situation, while the demon queen, observing the unfolding chaos, scoffs at the notion that Ketil is the only one capable of wielding magic with an aura. With that, the purple-eyed demon's power surges, his gaze burning with malevolent intent, as he gathers an immense, crackling energy in his hand. Unleashing a devastating blast, Suga sends a massive sphere of raw, purple power hurtling towards Ketil, who can only watch in wide-eyed horror as it engulfs him. His face contorted into a monstrous snarl, the demon screams his murderous intent, promising Ketil a brutal end. Still wreathed in his terrifying purple aura, Suga lunges forward with impossible speed, a blur of destructive energy closing in for the kill. The impact is devastating, sending a shockwave through the air, and Ketel's face twists in agony as he takes the full force of the blow. A moment later, the demon's voice echoes, a chilling declaration of his triumph, acknowledging the unexpected but ultimately satisfying outcome of their clash. Standing victorious, Suga looms over the fallen Ketel, who lies defeated, still enveloped in the lingering, oppressive purple energy. Even on the ground, Ketel struggles against the crushing force, his body racked with pain as the purple magic continues to bind him. But then, a flicker of surprise crosses Suga's face, his glowing purple eyes widening slightly, as if something entirely unexpected has just occurred. A single, sharp gasp of disbelief escapes him, the demon utterly taken aback by the turn of events. Unleashing a torrent of dark power, Suga brings his glowing purple blade down with devastating force. The impact erupting in a violent burst of arcane energy, shattering the very ground beneath them. He presses the assault, his form radiating an overwhelming purple aura, a living embodiment of destructive power. With another furious strike, Suga drives his power into the earth, ensuring his opponent's defeat. But then, a flicker of disbelief crosses his face, a sudden, unexpected turn in the battle. The ground around the defeated Ketel cracks and glows with an eerie blue light, a strange energy emanating from the impact site. Ketel lies broken, his body battered, Suga's purple blade impaled beside him, yet the blue glow persists. Suga stares down, his mind reeling, uttering a disbelieving, "That's impossible." His surprise deepens as he realizes nothing is truly happening to his foe, this place, this real honest place, somehow negating his power. From the ground, Ketel's voice echoes with chilling resilience, declaring that he regenerates right away. Still reeling from the previous assault, he finds himself on the ground, a low groan escaping his lips as the demon looms over him. But then, with a surge of unexpected energy, he pushes himself up, his eyes wide with a sudden, chilling realization, his mana, his very life force, is being actively drained by this place. What kind of cursed ground is this? Unfazed by the regeneration, Suga slams his foot down, the ground erupting in a violent tremor, a clear signal that this fight is far from over. With a guttural cry, he unleashes another devastating wave of purple energy, tearing through the air with destructive force. The demon warrior launches himself into the fray, a whirlwind of dark power, his form wreathed in crackling purple lightning as he closes the distance. His attack connects with brutal efficiency, a searing burst of purple magic ripping through the air, leaving trails of raw power in its wake. With a final, explosive surge, Suga delivers a devastating blow, his face contorted in fierce determination as the purple energy flares around him. The impact is immense, Ketel's body recoiling violently as the purple magic slams into him, sending shockwaves through the very air. He is thrown backward with incredible force, his form a blur against the dark backdrop as the residual purple energy trails behind him. Crashing into the unforgiving ground, Ketel creates a deep crater, the impact echoing through the cavern as dust and purple sparks fly. Suga gazes down at his seemingly defeated foe, the last vestiges of his purple aura fading as he anticipates victory. But then, from the depths of the crater, a soft, golden glow emanates, and Ketel's body begins to knit itself back together, defying the demon's destructive power with impossible speed. Still reeling from the impact, Ketel's form shimmered as the last vestiges of purple energy faded from his body. But the demon warrior, Suga, wasn't finished, his own dark power surging around him, ready for another devastating assault. Tendrils of malevolent purple energy erupted from his form, twisting and coiling with deadly intent. They stretched out, reaching for his seemingly unkillable foe, a silent promise of destruction. In an instant, Ketel was engulfed, trapped within a swirling vortex of mana-draining force. The purple prison solidified around him, a seemingly inescapable cage of raw power. A cruel smirk played on Suga's lips, confident that this time, his enemy was truly caught. Yet, from within the swirling darkness, Ketel's voice cut through the air, his form now completely restored, questioning the futility of the attack. He scoffed, declaring the demon's efforts utterly useless. With a blinding flash of pure, unadulterated power, Ketel unleashed his own energy, shattering Suga's purple construct into a million fragments. A guttural growl escaped Suga, his eyes burning with furious resolve as he swore to end his resilient opponent. But Ketel merely met his gaze, a chilling challenge in his voice, daring the demon to truly face him. Ketel, having just shrugged off the demon's previous assault, now faces a furious Suga, who points a menacing finger, his form crackling with dark purple energy. The demon's voice booms, demanding attention, as he commands Ketel to listen well. His face contorts into a terrifying grin, purple eyes glowing with malevolent power, as he declares himself a demon of high gravity, a force to be reckoned with. With horns now fully manifest and claws extended, Suga screams his indignation, challenging Ketel's very existence. Yet, Ketel remains unfazed, his expression calm, observing the demon's theatrics with an almost bored gaze. A slight smirk plays on his lips as he dismisses Suga's grandstanding, declaring that the demon simply lacks the mana to impress him. Ketel's casual insult strikes a nerve, causing Suga's eyes to widen in disbelief, his demonic features momentarily faltering in shock. Enraged by the barb, Suga unleashes his true power, purple energy swirling violently around him, as he invokes the abyssal god, preparing to offer Ketil as a sacrifice. The sheer force of the demonic invocation causes Ketil to cry out, his body tensing as the overwhelming power descends upon him. A torrent of dark purple energy erupts from Suga, engulfing Ketil entirely, the raw power threatening to tear him apart. The energy coalesces around Ketil, forming a crushing prison of pure malice, its tendrils digging into his very being. Trapped within the abyssal cage, Ketil's body is visibly strained, the purple energy attempting to rip him limb from limb, a sacrifice to the dark god. Still reeling from the abyssal god's power, Ketil finds himself crushed under the relentless purple energy, Suga's demonic grin a terrifying promise of his impending sacrifice. The sheer force of the attack contorts his body, but even as the dark shards tear at him, a flicker of defiance remains in his eyes. Suga presses his advantage, the purple aura flaring with renewed intensity, each shard a testament to the abyssal god's hunger. Despite the agony, Ketil's mind remains sharp, a grudging respect forming for his opponent's power, acknowledging that this attack is, indeed, not bad. He feels the immense weight of the magic pressing down, a formidable challenge he mentally concedes, "It is heavy, I'll give you that." Suga's relentless assault continues, but the barbarian king's spirit refuses to break. Suddenly, a blinding burst of golden energy erupts from Ketil, shattering the purple prison and sending Suga recoiling in shock. Standing tall amidst the dissipating purple shards, Ketil now glows with a powerful golden aura, completely free from the demonic attack. Suga's face contorts in pure fury, his eyes burning crimson, the dark energy around him flaring with enraged disbelief. But Ketil doesn't hesitate, unleashing his own golden energy in a devastating counterattack that slams into the demon. The impact sends Suga flying backward, his form a blur against the cavern walls. As he plummets through the air, a single word escapes his lips, a testament to the impossible defeat he just suffered, impossible. Enveloped in a maelstrom of dark purple energy, Suga unleashes his ultimate declaration, his voice echoing with chilling power. His eyes blazing with malevolent purple light, he proclaims himself the demon of gravity, his form radiating an oppressive aura. The very air around him crackles with his dark magic, a testament to his terrifying might as he repeats his claim. But then, a flicker of doubt crosses his face, his purple aura momentarily faltering, as he grapples with the impossible truth, his attack wasn't just blocked, it was utterly shattered. Meanwhile, Ketil, the barbarian reincarnated to mystery, stands unfazed, his calm demeanor a stark contrast to the chaos he just quelled. Suga's mind reels, his disbelief palpable, as the reality of his defeat begins to sink in. His hand trembles, purple energy still clinging to him, as he mutters the single, desperate word, impossible. But before he can even process his shock, Ketil's counterattack lands with devastating force, sending Suga hurtling backward, his dark magic shattering into countless fragments. He flies through the air, a broken puppet, his once formidable purple aura dissipating into nothingness. The demon of gravity, now utterly defeated, crashes to the ground, his body limp and broken. Meanwhile, Ketil's hand glows with an ethereal golden light, the true source of his overwhelming power revealed. He stands tall, a beacon of radiant golden energy, the undisputed victor of this brutal clash. The demon of gravity unleashes his full power, a swirling vortex of dark purple energy erupting around him, threatening to consume everything in its path. The destructive force expands rapidly, its ominous glow filling the entire space with raw, untamed magic. As the purple energy intensifies, it forms a crushing sphere, ready to obliterate its target. The attack culminates in a blinding flash, a devastating explosion of dark power that rips through the air. But before the purple chaos can fully manifest, a brilliant burst of golden energy erupts, tearing through the darkness and shattering the demon's attack with overwhelming force. Witnessing the sheer power on display, Greta gasps, unable to comprehend the magnitude of the clash unfolding before her eyes. Meanwhile, the legend of Azure, the invincible and most powerful demon king, echoes through time, a chilling reminder of ancient power. Centuries ago, he single-handedly brought ruin to the world, a force of destruction unmatched by any other. Back in the present, Ketil channels his golden energy, a radiant aura flaring around him as he prepares to deliver a final, decisive blow to the demon. With a powerful surge, he unleashes a devastating golden arc, tearing through the air with incredible speed. The impact is cataclysmic, sending the demon of gravity reeling backward, engulfed in a blinding golden light. Ketil's golden power continues to surge, overwhelming Suga completely, leaving no doubt as to the victor of this epic confrontation. He can hardly believe it, she's being held down by nothing but raw, brutal punches, yet still, she resists. Purple tendrils of energy writhe around her, trying to crush her spirit, but her eyes blaze with an unyielding defiance. Even as the barbarian presses his boot down onto her head, a desperate, final attempt to break her, she remains unbroken. A look of utter shock crosses his face as he realizes the impossible, she simply refuses to die. This means pure, unadulterated physical force alone won't be enough to end her, a monstrous truth that gnaws at the edges of his understanding. In the shadowy depths, a chilling truth echoes, the first step in any confrontation is always intimidation. And the raw power emanating from the abyss is undeniably strong, overwhelmingly so, eliciting a mocking laugh from the darkness itself. A massive, dark-skinned demon, its foot crushing the very ground beneath it, demands to know what Ketil truly is, its glowing purple eyes fixed on him. But Ketil, surrounded by a faint purple aura, simply looks down. The demon's smirk widens, finding his declaration utterly ridiculous, its sharp teeth glinting in the dim light. Yet, Ketil feels a strange lightness, a subtle shift within him, as if shedding a burden. The ground around him cracks and shatters under an unseen force, purple energy surging from his very being. He knows, however, that despite this newfound power, there's still one final test he must face. Suddenly, a blur of motion, Ketil surges forward, a streak of purple energy leaving a stunned opponent in his wake. With devastating speed, he delivers a powerful blow, his form wreathed in crackling purple energy. The impact sends his foe reeling, eyes wide with shock and a spray of blood marking the force of the strike. A sudden, blinding flash erupts, signaling an impossible turn of events. The ground itself shatters as a dark figure unleashes an unholy torrent of purple energy. Lightning crackles and swirls, a maelstrom of destructive power emanating from the demon. The sheer force of the blast rips through the air, a devastating wave of pure, unadulterated power. With a chilling declaration, the demon embraces his true nature, his voice echoing with primal fury. His eyes blaze with malevolent red light, a terrifying promise of utter annihilation. The purple energy intensifies, swirling into a vortex of raw, untamed might. He commits to unleashing every ounce of his terrifying strength, holding nothing back. A concentrated surge of demonic power erupts from his hand, ready to strike. Ketil, axe in hand, recognizes the terrifying truth: this is no mere magic, but pure demonic power. A bead of sweat trickles down his brow, he knows the immense danger they face. Even Adaz, glowing with divine energy, realizes her power is useless against such a foe. A chilling grin spreads across Suga's face, his voice dripping with malevolence as he declares this power to be sickening, pure, and evil, the very same as the Demon King's. Before anyone can react, a torrent of raw purple energy erupts from him, slamming into Adaz and sending her reeling. Adaz is thrown violently backward, the sheer impact of the demonic energy leaving her breathless and disoriented. His eyes now glow with an infernal purple light, the demonic aura around him intensifying, a clear sign of his overwhelming power. But Ketil, ever the warrior, refuses to yield, launching himself forward with a desperate, arcing strike of his own blue energy blade. His attack cuts through the oppressive purple haze, a beacon of defiance against the encroaching darkness. From a distance, Adaz can only watch in horror, her face contorted in a scream of pure terror, questioning the very nature of this monstrous power. Yet, the demonic force is too great. Suga effortlessly deflects the attack, his purple energy lashing out to strike Ketil with brutal force. The impact sends the warrior reeling, his body momentarily engulfed in the malevolent glow. He is utterly overwhelmed, the relentless purple energy pushing him back, his valiant effort proving futile against such raw, destructive might. Adaz's scream echoes through the cavern, her face a mask of primal fear as she witnesses the utter dominance of the demon's power. As the ancient text of Carmavian, chapter 3, verse 139, unfolds, a sudden, blinding light erupts, catching Ketil completely off guard. Its radiant energy so pure, so potent, that it feels as though it could incinerate all evil in its path. From the heart of this blinding brilliance, Suga emerges, now wielding a colossal golden axe, crackling with raw, untamed power, the air around him shimmering with intense magical energy. Ketil, utterly stunned, can only stare in disbelief, the horrifying realization dawning on him: this isn't just power, it's the power of a god. With a chilling command, Suga unleashes the golden energy, his voice echoing with absolute authority, demanding that it strike down his foe swiftly and decisively. Though a part of him relishes the spectacle of his overwhelming might, he knows this battle must end, and he cannot afford to prolong it. The golden axe descends with terrifying speed, a blur of divine power, as Suga delivers the final, crushing blow, a mocking farewell to the defeated monarch. Engulfed in the searing golden light, Ketil can only utter a single, desperate word, his mind reeling from the sheer impossibility of what he faces. The golden energy intensifies, now interwoven with ominous purple tendrils, completely consuming Ketil, leaving no doubt about the devastating force unleashed upon him. His face contorted in pure terror, Ketil struggles to comprehend the reality of his defeat, the words catching in his throat as he faces utter annihilation. As the golden light engulfs him entirely, Ketil finally succumbs, a single, resigned thought escaping him: this is his loss, a crushing defeat at the hands of an unimaginable power. The golden and purple energies slowly dissipate, leaving behind a lingering scent of victory, as Suga savors the moment, a satisfied hum escaping his lips. Fresh. He plunges deeper into the swirling abyss, the dark energy consuming everything around him. His arm outstretched as if reaching for something just beyond his grasp, the descent seemingly endless. Yet, in a sudden shift, he stands calmly, a chilling smile playing on his lips, utterly unfazed by the chaos he has wrought. The sheer terror on Ketel's face is palpable, his eyes wide with disbelief as the purple energy envelopes him, his defeat absolute. The victor looks down, his gaze piercing through the vanquished foe, who lies broken amidst the swirling power. A chilling voice echoes, "Still, thanks to you, it was entertaining," as the defeated Ketel is named, his terror evident. A desperate, guttural scream tears from his throat, a final, futile protest against his inevitable end. The overwhelming power crushes him, his form distorting under the pressure, his screams echoing into the void. With his last breath, a monstrous truth escapes his lips, a chilling declaration for all beings in hell. An ominous red castle, wreathed in dark energy, looms in the distance, a stark reminder of the barbarian's true identity. As the purple energy finally consumes him, Ketel lets out a final, pained gasp, his defeat now complete. From the depths of the darkness, a colossal red eye opens, its gaze piercing through the void, hinting at a power far greater than what was just witnessed. As the ominous red castle and giant eye manifest, a swirling vortex of crimson eyes erupts, each one burning with an infernal glow, threatening to consume everything in its path. The sheer number of these malevolent orbs is staggering, their collective gaze piercing through reality itself, accompanied by a chilling, guttural sound. Suga, the demon who just vanquished Ketel, stands amidst the chaos, his expression a mix of shock and grim determination as the terrifying spectacle unfolds around him. The crimson eyes multiply, forming an endless, spiraling tunnel of pure dread, their hypnotic patterns drawing the viewer deeper into the abyss. A guttural scream echoes through the void, as the eyes converge, hinting at an unimaginable power being unleashed. The chaotic energy intensifies, the red eyes blurring into streaks of pure destructive force, accompanied by a low, rumbling sound. Suddenly, the swirling red eyes converge directly on him, enveloping his form in a torrent of crimson energy, his own blue aura flaring in response to the overwhelming force. The demonic energy begins to seep into his very being, red tendrils snaking across his body, twisting and contorting him as if trying to tear him apart from the inside. Yet, instead of being destroyed, the energy seems to be absorbed, swirling around his outstretched hand with a soft, resonant hum, hinting at a profound transformation. The scene abruptly cuts to black, leaving the fate of the demon shrouded in mystery. Then, his purple eyes snap open, a single thought escaping his lips, what? But the voice isn't his own, as the perspective shifts dramatically to a young boy, who looks up at a bright, clear sky, his blue eyes wide with utter bewilderment, a soft, calm sound escaping him. Ketel demands answers from Suga, who kneels, racked by an unknown force. Feeling something alien invade his very being, as Ketel questions the darkness sealed within him. Suddenly, a torrent of crackling purple energy erupts from the ground, its raw power undeniable. Drawing a gasp of shock from a blonde-haired woman nearby, while Suga's eyes blaze crimson, his face contorted in a grimace of power. The demonic energy swirls, engulfing him completely. As Ketel watches the spreading aura, a chilling realization dawns upon him. The ground itself crackles with raw power, and a sinister smirk spreads across Ketel's face, confirming that the ritual is now complete. High above the sprawling Durant kingdom, a realm nestled within the Barkon territory, the sun shines down on a seemingly peaceful day. But suddenly, a figure plummets through a shimmering rift in the sky, crashing towards the earth with a desperate gasp, their body contorting in mid-air as they struggle to breathe. Meanwhile, life continues in a quiet home, a woman diligently preparing a meal while a man sits patiently at the table, unaware of the dramatic events unfolding above. Elsewhere, a scholar pores over ancient, cryptic texts, the intricate script hinting at forgotten knowledge, his brow furrowed in deep concentration. He questions the nature of a recent event, wondering if it's a trap, and how such a thing could have come to pass, his assistant listening intently behind him. His frustration mounts as he exclaims, unable to comprehend how such trials could befall a territory as small as theirs, his face etched with disbelief. He turns to an ancient tome, its pages holding secrets of a name that appears only in the oldest of books, a name now echoing through their present reality. Indeed, word of the Sword Master, a formidable figure clad in striking red armor, is spreading like wildfire throughout the territory, his reputation growing with every passing moment. The scholar, deep in thought, acknowledges that at least some consolation can be found in the current situation, even amidst the growing chaos. However, he concludes that they cannot afford to think carelessly about the implications of this return, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily on him. Standing over a defeated foe, Ketel surveys the grim aftermath, a heavy silence hanging in the air as he acknowledges the unsettling truth: the territory remains in turmoil. This isn't just some minor skirmish, he realizes, the implications of the ongoing unrest far more profound than a simple local dispute. Meanwhile, Meija, immersed in ancient texts, muses over the forgotten histories, believing even the faintest echoes from such records could hold vital clues to their current predicament. Her bare foot rests casually on the worn pages, a testament to the hours she spent poring over forgotten lore. Later, Ketel confronts her, his tone firm as he suggests she should have informed him sooner, to which she humbly replies that she herself was unaware. The young woman reiterates her ignorance, a genuine apology escaping her lips for any trouble caused. The tension in the room is palpable, as Ketil stands observing her, a silent assessment passing between them. Her gaze drops, a slight tremor in her voice as she addresses the formidable Lord Ketil. He remains stoic, his presence commanding as she continues to explain herself. Maja apologizes once more for risking her life, confessing that her only course of action was to follow his shadows, a desperate attempt to aid him from afar. Ketil cuts her off, his voice calm but firm, assuring her that gratitude is entirely unnecessary. His gaze piercing, he clarifies his actions, revealing his true motivation: he simply saved a companion. With a confident smirk, Ketil extends an open hand, proposing a new dynamic between them. Greta's eyes widen in disbelief, the notion of such an alliance clearly shocking her. He counters, his gaze piercing, reminding her of her own formidable status as the sun god's heretic inquisitor. Her gaze drops, a flicker of introspection crossing her features as she considers his words. Still, a lingering hesitation holds her, a silent, but hanging in the air. Ketil dismisses her reservations with a simple, definitive statement. A subtle shift crosses Greta's face, a hint of understanding, perhaps even a faint smile. A soft, almost imperceptible sound escapes her, a quiet acknowledgement. The truth of his words resonates deeply within her. His tone shifts, the conversation turning to a more pressing, darker matter. Greta's head snaps up, a jolt of surprise at his unexpected question. Ketil's gaze darkens, his words hinting at a forbidden knowledge, a dangerous name. Her expression tightens with concern as the explanation begins, the danger stemming from what is known as the mark. A silent question hangs in the air, her gaze fixed, awaiting further details. He clarifies that a demon's mark is a sign of darkness etched deep into the soul, impossible to erase, and it allows them to be effortlessly tracked. Anyone bearing such a mark, he continues, becomes like prey, emitting a sweet, irresistible scent of blood to the demonic entities. A chilling thought crosses her mind: what if she herself carries such a mark? If she does, she would be in grave danger. The man before her, sensing her unease, poses a question of his own, wondering if he too might bear the mark. Her confusion is palpable, her brow furrowed as she struggles to comprehend the implications. He quickly reassures her, confirming that she is not marked. Despite the relief, a new concern surfaces: the beings of hell will still have learned her name. Ketil, however, remains unperturbed, stating that she doesn't need to worry about her location, even if they might send a target after her. A chilling visual of glowing red eyes in a dark, abyssal void underscores his confidence, as he asserts they will have no means of pursuit. Therefore, even if she were to encounter them again, it should not pose any real trouble. Greta acknowledges the explanation, her expression thoughtful, but a lingering curiosity remains. Ketil's hands are shown, perhaps emphasizing a point, as he explains that the true power of the mark, or perhaps the beings themselves, could never be wielded by mere physical force. Greta turns away, gazing out a window, as she admits that is something she cannot help him with. A long time ago, in the dawn of existence, the great God created humanity, a cosmic energy swirling into being. Even when humanity was weak and relied solely on instinct, the gods never lost their profound interest in them. But then, other entities, those from beyond the known realms, also began to take a keen interest in humanity. A terrifying figure, the demon queen, her form radiating dark energy and countless eyes, emerges from the abyss, a stark contrast to the divine creation. Ultimately, the gods settled into their own moral realm, distinct from the human world, allowing humanity to flourish in its own space. They coexisted with humanity, and alongside them, the beings known as demons also existed, their presence a shadow to the light of creation. In gratitude, humanity once again worshipped the gods, building churches in their honor. With the gods' benevolent assistance, humanity advanced rapidly, their civilization blossoming under divine guidance, as the demon king Azure observes from afar. But as time passed, for some unknown reason, the balance began to shift, with the demon queen and the demon Suga now standing ominously over a fallen figure. The demons then began to fight for control of the human world, forcing the gods to intervene once more, bestowing their immense powers upon humans to defend themselves, a revelation that leaves Greta in deep thought. Greta listens intently as the Abyssal Emperor continues his chilling history lesson, revealing that for demons, humanity was nothing more than mere sustenance, utterly devoid of divine power. He confirms her unspoken thought, emphasizing that humans were indeed the most delectable prey in this entire world. A grim realization washes over Ketil, the weight of such a truth resurfacing like a recurring nightmare. Greta remains composed, her expression thoughtful as the narrative unfolds. But the gods, the very creators of humanity, refused to simply stand by, and from the depths of evil, a new, divine power began to emerge. This pivotal shift, this turning point in history, began precisely 1 year ago. The revelation hangs heavy in the air, Ketil's own words echoing back to him with a sudden, intense gravity. With a final, dismissive gesture, Ketil declares their conversation complete, having shared enough for now. Greta, ever respectful, offers her sincere gratitude to Lord Ketil for his invaluable insights. Turning to a regal woman with long purple hair, Greta extends an invitation, assuring her that she is welcome to seek assistance should the need arise. Meanwhile, Ketil observes a small, cat-like creature, a hint of disapproval in his voice as he comments on its less-than-pleasant demeanor. As the journey continues, the vehicle rumbles along a winding road, carrying its passengers deeper into the unknown. Inside, a sense of quiet determination settles over Greta, her gaze fixed, lost in thought. Even though her strength hasn't fully returned, she knows she must deliver her message to Ketil without delay. Yet, a lingering doubt crosses her mind, even as Ketil's presence offers a silent reassurance. He, too, seems lost in contemplation, his thoughts drifting to an unspoken question. A soft, ethereal chime echoes through the opulent halls of a magnificent structure, its grandeur hinting at immense power and ancient secrets. Within, the elder strides purposefully, his presence a stark contrast to the delicate sounds, as he prepares for a crucial meeting, one that fulfills Her Majesty's direct request. His voice, calm and measured, announces his purpose: he has come to deliver the results of his extensive research. A subtle smile plays on his lips as he anticipates her reaction, certain that she will be pleased with his findings. Meanwhile, within a lavish chamber, the Queen of the Magic Tower stands, her regal presence commanding attention amidst the ornate decor, a figure of both beauty and formidable authority. Can continues his journey through the tower, his path leading him deeper into its mysteries, though he apologizes for his inability to disclose the full details of his mission, keeping certain information close to his chest. This is the Grand Magic Tower, a legendary nexus where the world's most formidable mages converge, a beacon of arcane power and knowledge. Its towering spires pierce the heavens, pulsating with raw magical energy, a testament to its unparalleled might. As Can finally stands before her, the Queen's gaze is sharp, her voice cutting through the silence, demanding to know the true nature of his business within her sacred tower. Can, ever composed, dismisses her inquiry as merely of particular concern he harbored, but the Queen, unconvinced, presses him further, seeking the deeper truth behind his vague words. With a final, unwavering declaration, Can reiterates his initial purpose, insisting he was simply delivering the results of his research. Her Majesty's gaze pierces through Can, her voice a silken challenge, demanding to know if his visit truly concerns only the research results, or if there's a deeper, more personal reason behind his presence. With a slight bow, Can attempts to deflect her inquiry, insisting that his intentions are purely professional, but the Queen's sharp mind isn't easily fooled. As he speaks, his mind drifts to a haunting memory, a time when an elderly elf, with long white hair and piercing blue eyes, spoke of something dreadful, a chilling event that still echoes in his thoughts. The elf's words painted a grim picture of a world consumed by darkness, a place where even the very air seemed to crackle with malevolent energy, a place he called Plaga. He remembers the elf's desperate plea, a warning about the encroaching shadows, and the stoic figure of Ketil, the abyssal emperor, standing by his side, a silent witness to the impending doom. Can's internal monologue continues, reflecting on the elf's chilling words, a prophecy of a world where dreams of peace would be shattered by an overwhelming force. He clenches his fist, the memory fueling a quiet determination, as the elf's question echoes in his mind: why would the emperor want to subjugate the entire world? The elf's answer, however, was not one of simple conquest, but a far more complex and terrifying ambition that transcended mere power. Back in the present, the Queen's voice cuts through his reverie, her expression unyielding, as she declares that his concern is indeed a matter of great importance. Can, still haunted by the elf's words, confirms her suspicion, admitting that the situation is far more dire than he initially let on. The Queen's hand rises, a subtle glow emanating from her fingertips, as she acknowledges the gravity of his revelation. With a decisive gesture, she prepares to delve deeper into the matter, her magic swirling around her, ready to confront whatever hidden truths Can has brought to her attention. As the Queen of the Magic Tower prepares to delve deeper into the mysteries Can has unveiled, a powerful magical circle shimmers into existence, its blue light pulsating with raw energy, a silent testament to the forces at play. Observing the unfolding display of spatial magic, Can questions her, wondering if she isn't concerned about the sheer scale of the situation. Yet, the Queen remains unfazed, her expression dismissive as she declares there's nothing to worry about. A low growl escapes her as her boot presses down, a chilling question hanging in the air: did he truly believe he could hide it from her? Can's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his aged features as the blue aura around him intensifies. Meanwhile, the Queen's gaze sharpens, her dark eye glowing with a faint purple light as she reveals her state of observation. His surprise turning to a sharp inquiry, Can demands to know when she managed to attach whatever magical probe she was using. The Queen, a small glowing orb hovering nearby, simply replies that it's one of her inherent weaknesses, a subtle hint at the depth of her unique magical abilities. With the blue aura still swirling around him, Can, intrigued, asks if she's truly curious about this weakness she speaks of. Her purple aura flaring slightly, the Queen confirms her interest, specifically in the weakness he just mentioned. A moment of quiet contemplation passes before Can simply acknowledges her statement, a hint of understanding dawning on his face. With a final, resolute expression and her purple aura radiating, the queen declares the situation impossible, leaving the true implications of her discovery hanging in the air. She continues to press him, her gaze unwavering as she reveals a startling truth: she can observe him, even attach herself to him, sensing a profound weakness within his very being. Her words hang heavy in the air, a chilling declaration of power, as she confirms that she has indeed been observing him for some time now. This isn't just a casual glance, it's a deep, intrusive magic, like a shimmering chain of arcane energy, allowing her to perceive the very core of his existence. The revelation hits him hard, a cold dread creeping in, as he realizes the full implications of her words. He stands there, absorbing the shock, the weight of her magical intrusion settling upon him, a profound sense of unease washing over his form. Her expression remains calm, almost serene, despite the gravity of her confession, as she admits that her curiosity about his weakness is very real. Can, still reeling from the implications, finally finds his voice, demanding to know the nature of her magic. His mind races, trying to comprehend how such an intimate observation could be possible, the blue glow of his own magical energy subtly flaring around him in his agitation. The queen, however, dismisses his question with a wave of her hand, stating that the details of her magic are irrelevant to him. Instead, she reiterates her primary concern, the sheer impossibility of the weakness she has detected within him. The air crackles with unspoken tension, the magical particles around them shimmering with her profound realization, as she concludes that she will leave him for now, but the implications of her discovery linger. Her words echo in his mind, a haunting whisper from a skeletal visage, demanding to know his thoughts on this impossible truth. The skeletal figure of Ketil confronts Can, his voice echoing with an unsettling certainty, demanding to know if he truly believes he can hide the truth from him, asserting that Can is the one concealing something significant. Can, his gaze dropping, acknowledges the mention of the Barbarian, a name that clearly holds a deeper, more complex meaning for him. Ketil, however, dismisses the notion of simple concealment, his glowing red eyes fixed on Can as he reveals his own extensive knowledge, implying he's already aware of the Barbarian's true nature. A sharp gasp escapes Can, his eyes widening in shock as a faint blue aura flickers around him, while Ketil continues, detailing how the Barbarian has transcended his origins to become a monarch, a force capable of moving entire kingdoms. The skeletal figure warns of dire consequences, predicting a catastrophic confrontation should the lunatic discover the Barbarian's true identity. As Ketil speaks, a ghostly image of his human self, Can, and the Queen of the Magic Tower appears in the background, a silent testament to a shared past, while he contrasts the Barbarian's primal instincts with the monarch's world-shaping influence. He emphasizes the gravity of the situation, declaring that if these two colossal forces were to clash, the entire world would suffer the fallout. Can's hand glows with a vibrant blue energy as he questions the impossibility of the situation, his agitation palpable. He then challenges Ketil's underlying implication, suggesting that he believes the Queen of the Magic Tower is aligned with the Empire. Ketil's skeletal face remains impassive, admitting he cannot say for certain, yet a knowing, however, hangs in the air. A subtle blue glow emanates from Ketil's eye socket as he delivers the chilling truth: the Queen must surely have noticed Can's unique class band. Can's face contorts with worry, unable to voice a denial or confirmation of such a profound statement. His voice drops to a chilling whisper, the implications of his words hanging heavy in the air. He continues, painting a grim picture of a world on the brink, describing the barbarian monarch as nothing more than a lunatic, utterly incapable of controlling his immense power. Meanwhile, far from this tense confrontation, the sprawling capital of the barbarian territory, the kingdom of Rebirth, bustles with life, unaware of the dark prophecies being spun about its ruler. Its vibrant markets and towering structure stand as a testament to the barbarian monarch's power, a stark contrast to the chaos Ketil predicts. Back in the shadows, the elderly man remains silent, his mind reeling from the weight of Ketil's accusations and the terrifying implications for the future. His foot begins to tap a nervous rhythm against the floor, a subtle tremor betraying his inner turmoil. Suddenly, a new thought strikes him, his eyes widening in a flash of realization as he gasps in surprise. His hand clenches into a tight fist, the tension in his body palpable. Looking down, he finally speaks, a question forming on his lips about a wish that seems to connect to Ketil's ominous warnings. A memory flashes through his mind, a tender scene from the past, the Queen of the Magic Tower cradling a young boy, while he watches from a distance, a silent observer to a moment of profound significance. The weight of that memory, combined with Ketil's words, leaves him visibly shaken, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and dawning comprehension. Ketil, the legendary abyssal emperor, finds himself in an utterly unexpected situation, a bewildered whoops escaping his lips. As a kind merchant woman thanks him profusely, her words echo in the bustling street, a stark contrast to the fear he usually inspires. He walks away, leaving the grateful woman behind, but the interaction clearly leaves him unsettled. A moment later, a look of utter bewilderment crosses his face, as if questioning the very fabric of this reality. He continues his journey through the vibrant, sprawling capital of the barbarian territory kingdom of Rebirth, a city teeming with life and activity, yet devoid of the fear he expected. As he observes the various stalls and merchants, including the woman who had just thanked him, a strange, unsettling realization begins to dawn on him, his mind struggling to process the anomaly. His eyes narrow, a deep internal process unfolding as his mind struggles to compute the unexpected normalcy around him, leaving him to wonder, why aren't people running away from me? Luke Barkhan, his expression etched with concern, addresses the barbarian, asking if he's alright. The barbarian, his gaze distant, replies that he's fine, though he admits dealing with nothing is far harder than any tangible threat. Luke, having heard about the recent ambush, expresses his relief that Ketil is safe, his words trailing off as he recalls the details of the attack. Ketil, his eyes narrowing, questions if the ambush occurred around here, a hint of suspicion in his tone. He then presses Luke, confirming that he knows about the people who died, his expression grim. Luke hesitates, a pained, escaping him, before concluding that the widespread damage and the transformation of people into meat must be the cause of the fear. He elaborates on the horrific scene, describing the damage and the gruesome fate of the victims. Ketil confirms the widespread terror, noting that everyone is now scared and trembling after the attack. He continues, explaining that by the time the barrier was breached, the living people were already. His thoughts shift to a more profound concern, wondering why he can feel an evil with the power to devour living beings, a dark, ominous aura emanating from his words. He concludes with a chilling realization, before he even knew it, he was fighting against the Demon King's army. Still reeling from the ambush, he carries a fallen comrade, his voice raw with disbelief, demanding to know what horrific events had transpired. Later, seated on his throne, Ketil laments his inability to intervene, admitting that by the time he arrived, the devastation was already complete. A pensive look crosses his face as he considers his fearsome reputation, wondering if it's the very reason people are so terrified of him. Luke Barkhan, with a grim expression, confirms this, acknowledging that Ketil is known as the abyssal adversary. The weight of that title settles upon him, his gaze dropping as he processes the implications. From his throne, Ketil echoes the ominous moniker, the words abyssal adversary, hanging heavy in the air. Meanwhile, in a different setting, Boga stares wide-eyed at a glowing screen, a message declaring her victory in a game, and hinting at a new status. Her brow furrows in confusion as the screen displays a cryptic query, asking, "Crank?" The message then shifts, confirming her success and revealing a chilling detail, she now bears the mark of the devil's eye. Back in his throne room, Ketil's eyes glow with a subtle, knowing light, a faint smirk playing on his lips as he utters a single, satisfied word, "Good." Behind her counter, Boga explains the value of a new adventurer's plate, emphasizing its importance and the difficulty of replacement, a stark contrast to its surprisingly low cost. Ketil, intrigued, asks if he too will receive such a plate, to which she confirms that as an adventurer, it's a magical necessity. This plate, she continues, is the key to the imperial capital, granting access and even a place to stay within its grand walls. The bustling streets and towering architecture of the imperial capital hint at its significance. A thoughtful hum escapes Boga as she remarks on the empire's strictness, explaining that one must receive a high noble's blessing just to enter its formidable gates. She then reveals a darker truth, nobody truly knows what transpires within the imperial capital, only ominous rumors that speak of a curse upon the demon realm itself. Boga ponders the gravity of the situation, her expression serious. Ketil dismisses the notion as ridiculous, but Boga, with a slight cough, continues to explain another peculiar rule, once inside, one cannot refuse any request, even from a child. She holds up a small item, emphasizing the bizarre restriction. A knowing smile plays on Ketil's lips as he acknowledges the rule, muttering that he knows of a place just like that. A knowing smirk plays on Ketil's lips, a silent acknowledgement of the capital's peculiar rules. Meanwhile, Boga's eyes widen in disbelief, uttering a shocked gasp as she processes the implications of the Abyssal Emperor's curse. She recounts the chilling legend, the original Abyssal Emperor, a demon, was said to be cursed, and even more unsettling, a rumor persists that once inside the imperial capital, no request can ever be refused. Ketil, however, simply dismisses the curse with a casual, almost relieved, that's a relief, then, his focus clearly elsewhere. Boga then shifts her narrative, recalling a past encounter, even the sun god's heretic inquisitor, a formidable demon-slaying force, was not the true threat she faced. Her eyes, wide with a lingering terror, betray the depth of her memory, as she remembers the day she didn't faint, the day she truly understood the monstrous power of her opponent. In her memory, a dark-haired figure looms over her defeated form, declaring that an unexpected enemy had appeared, one who had overwhelmed him with sheer power. She challenges him directly, demanding to know his plans now that he's fully aware of the capital's treacherous nature. But Ketil's resolve remains unshaken, his expression firm as he declares, nothing changes. He scoffs at the idea of humility in facing a demon to become a monarch, his words dripping with a cocky confidence that Boga immediately warns against, urging him not to be fooled. With a fierce purple aura flaring around her, Boga's resolve hardens, vowing to do whatever it takes to stop him, to prevent him from achieving his desires. Within the bustling tavern, a dark-haired man leans forward, challenging the barbarian king, asking, "As you're a fan, then why don't you do it?" His expression shifting to a thoughtful gaze, he admits, "To be honest." A slight smile playing on his lips, he continues, "I have always liked the idea of getting everything I want with my own hands and then. But I'm not married to Lady Marina, so I can't just take what you like, Lord Keatle." The barbarian king's thoughts betray his disdain, muttering, "To only be watching that now. As expected of a low life." Returning his gaze to the man, he presses, "Then, what are your plans?" Nearby, Boga flinches, a soft, embarrassed sound escaping her lips, ahem. The dark-haired man clarifies, "I merely spoke of Lady Marina," while Boga, looking away, thinks with a hint of exasperation, "Ah. I'd love to think of something else from her." Her expression hardening with a touch of annoyance, she acknowledges, "Ah, that's right." The man continues, undeterred, "But that doesn't mean you can't be inactive." To which Boga responds, her voice barely a whisper, I see." A flicker of resolve crosses her features as she considers the implications, "Is that so? Well, I guess I'll have to play along." But beneath the surface, a powerful purple aura begins to emanate from her, her distress palpable as she thinks, I don't believe everything. Is he waiting for me to tell him what I know?" Her eyes now blazing with an ominous purple light, the dark energy swirling around her intensifies as she questions, "Or is he just teasing me?" Her eyes still burned with an ominous purple glow, sweat beading on her brow as the sheer weight of her power, or perhaps the lingering dread of the conversation, felt almost scary. But life, even for those touched by the abyss, continued its mundane rhythm, and so she found herself, once more, a clerk at the mercenary guild. The crisp rustle of parchment filled the air as she sorted through the endless stream of requests. A sudden surge of excitement rippled through the guild as new postings went live, among them, a specific request for escort duty for 2 people. She shuffled through the stacks of paper, the mundane task a stark contrast to her earlier turmoil. But then, a familiar, unwelcome presence made itself known, causing her to gasp in disbelief. Standing before her desk, cloaked and imposing, was Keatle, announcing his desire to make a request. A wave of exasperation washed over her, the thought of overtime already a bitter taste in her mouth. She sighed, her frustration evident, muttering about only wanting easy tasks and avoiding extra work. Unfazed, Keatle presented the details, confirming the request was indeed for escort duty for 2 people. He clarified the participants, himself, and a young woman. Still processing the request, Boga notes the need for 2 people, her gaze fixed on the document before her, wondering about the true destination. Her eyes narrow slightly as she reads the details, the Denon Kingdom listed as the primary location. A cloaked figure, Keatle, confirms the destination, specifying its capital. Boga's expression remains thoughtful, her brow furrowed in concentration. She processes the information, noting the escort is indeed bound for the Denon Kingdom, and, more surprisingly, that the request originated from the royal family itself. Her gaze shifts to the cloaked man, a silent assessment forming in her mind, if the royal family is involved, he must be concealing his true identity. A faint glow emanates from her, reflecting her internal skepticism, as she muses on the elegant yet humble disguise, finding it highly suspicious. Returning to her professional demeanor, she asks if there's any more information to report, her voice betraying a hint of impatience. A mysterious cloaked figure stands before an unseen questioner, his silence a stark response to the query about his identity. Then, a hand emerges, presenting a glowing, intricately patterned card that hums with faint blue energy. A blonde woman, her green eyes sharp with focus, directs him to utilize the mysterious artifact. She scrutinizes the glowing object, recognizing it as a mercenary guild ID, a relic not easily acquired, its significance dawning on her. The cloaked man, observing her growing realization, confirms the card's rarity, his voice a low rumble. Her green eyes widen, a soft gasp escaping her lips as the full weight of his status hits her, he is no ordinary man. The card pulses with intensified light, confirming his identity as her hand still holds it, his own reaching out to retrieve it. With a newfound resolve, the blonde woman, her expression now firm, declares her acceptance of his admission fee. The cloaked man reaches into the depths of his dark robes, a subtle clink preceding his offering. A single, gleaming gold coin is placed upon the worn wooden counter, a testament to his payment. The blonde woman stares, utterly dumbfounded, at the solitary coin, her voice barely a whisper as she questions its sufficiency for a mercenary. A brutal memory flashes through Boga's mind, Keatle standing triumphant over a fallen foe, his power undeniable, leaving her utterly speechless. The sheer audacity of his power, the ease with which he dispatched his opponent, leaves her reeling, her mind racing with questions about the cloaked man. She knows that even a moment's delay could spell disaster, the risk of being late a terrifying prospect. But this isn't the time for such thoughts, she reminds herself, as the cloaked figure walks away, she won't make it in time if she doesn't hurry. It's possible, she muses, that she won't make it, the urgency of the situation pressing down on her. If reliable protection is what's needed, she realizes, then only a top-tier mercenary will do, and Ketel is certainly that. A sudden thought strikes her, a desperate plea forming on her lips, a realization of her only option. She needs someone, anyone, to help her, and her gaze falls upon the cloaked figure. That guy, she thinks, he's the perfect person for the job, the only one who can truly help. What's the situation, she wonders, what's he so surprised about, her mind still racing with the implications of his presence. Then, with a renewed sense of purpose, she makes her decision, knowing exactly what she must do. A cloaked figure stands in shadow, a silent observer, his thoughts unreadable. Then, a voice cuts through the quiet, declaring, "All right then. Let me tell you." As a cascade of shimmering gold coins tumbles into view, the figure adds, "But the price is a bit high for that." Boga, her brow furrowed in concern, can only respond, "It's an unreasonable request." The sheer volume of the payment suggests a treasure chest's worth, a fortune laid bare. More gold coins continue to pour forth, their metallic gleam catching the light. The cloaked figure's hand, now visible, holds a few of the coins, his silent contemplation deepening the tension. Boga's expression shifts to one of deep worry, the weight of the situation pressing down on her. Suddenly, the elderly man pulls back his hood, revealing a face etched with wisdom and experience. Boga gasps in utter shock, her eyes widening at the unexpected reveal. But her shock quickly turns to a welcoming smile as she extends a hand, inviting him, "Please come in." The elderly man's long robes sweep the floor as he steps forward, entering the space with a quiet dignity. Still reeling from the revelation, Boga's mind races, struggling to comprehend the full scope of the situation. The elderly elf, his expression heavy with regret, finally admits, "That's because I didn't tell you the truth." Boga's eyes widen, a silent question hanging in the air, "The truth?" Still reeling from the previous revelations, Boga addresses the elderly elf, acknowledging his efforts, while he humbly responds, accepting her words. His gaze cast downward, Aaron's expression is heavy with regret, the weight of his past mistakes clearly visible. Above them, a brilliant, almost ethereal light pierces through the gloom, a stark contrast to the somber mood. The air shimmers with faint, golden particles, as if the very essence of their conversation is imbued with a subtle magic. Boga's eyes narrow, a flicker of frustration crossing her features, as she realizes the depth of the deception Aaron has endured. The elderly elf, his head bowed, admits his fault, his words heavy with self-reproach. Boga, her expression softening slightly, acknowledges the difficulty of his situation, understanding the desperation that led him to seek help. Aaron's guilt deepens as he laments their dwindling resources, blaming his own carelessness for their current plight. A thought crosses Boga's mind, a silent question of how anyone could betray such trust, as she considers the sack of provisions, now a symbol of their scarcity. Aaron shakes his head, firmly rejecting the idea of revealing their true circumstances to the Lord of the Tower, his pride and perhaps a deeper fear preventing him from seeking further aid. Boga interjects sharply, her expression resolute as she prepares to deliver a crucial warning. Her gaze unwavering, she declares their inability to take any further chances, emphasizing the precariousness of their situation. Aaron, the elderly elf, is consumed by shame, unable to meet Boga's gaze as he recalls his deceit, feeling utterly unworthy. Boga, however, remains intensely focused on their precarious predicament, noting that even after all this time since their escape, no word has reached them. Aaron echoes her concern, confirming that no news has come, not even from the formidable Lord of the Tower or his royal mage, expressing his deep regret. Boga gazes out a window at a distant, majestic castle, a silent question hanging in the air, will the kingdom of Jerbant truly be safe? She reassures Aaron, affirming they will be protected there, for the Lord of the Tower is a man of his word. Still burdened by his past, Aaron muses that perhaps the Lord of the Tower would never have granted them an audience if he knew the full truth. Boga finds a moment of solace in their current situation, grateful they came here, her thoughts drifting to their princess, Mylina. Her mind then shifts to the treacherous thief, Kazan Hark, who had caught her and caused her to lose all her money, before she considers the enigmatic mercenary, questioning if he can truly be trusted. As Boga holds a small pouch, the weight of her losses and the uncertainty of their situation press heavily upon her. A look of profound confusion crosses her face as she ponders who could have been capable of blinding her to Kazan Hark's deception. Yet, her thoughts soon conjure a vibrant image of the mercenary, Ketel, surrounded by blooming flowers, a stark contrast to her earlier apprehension. A hopeful blush spreads across her cheeks, and a soft smile plays on her lips as she wishes for him to be a handsome, hero-like man. Ketel stands over Greta, who lies prone on the ground, a silent question hanging in the air as a heavy impact reverberates through the space. His gaze distant, he wonders aloud, what those other guys might be doing now, a flicker of concern crossing his features. Later, sitting by a crackling fire, Greta shakes her head, insisting she has nothing more to reveal. But then, a sudden thought strikes her, recalling a dream from the previous night. Her expression troubled, she confesses that ever since waking, the dream has felt disturbingly real, a persistent nightmare. A memory flashes, a chaotic escape from the magic tower, where she was supposedly with the lord of the tower and the royal mage, a chilling sound accompanying the vision. Yet, in her dream, the lord of the tower was nowhere to be found, his presence conspicuously absent from her desperate flight. And stranger still, no new quests appeared, leaving her with a profound sense of emptiness and confusion. Listening intently, Ketil feels a sudden chill run down his spine, the implications of her dream unsettling him deeply. Later, gazing out a window, he ponders the nature of reality, questioning if his own experiences were merely part of a game or something far more tangible. He remains uncertain, the line between his past and present blurring with each passing moment. But a familiar system window offers a glimmer of hope, promising to reveal the truth of his existence. He pores over the document, his gaze fixed on a particular phrase, a single word echoing in his mind, a bodyguard. Ketil sits, a small, furry creature cradled in his hands, his thoughts consumed by the gravity of a new mission. An urgent escort request lays out the stakes, demanding the safe transport of one woman and an elderly man to the capital city of the German kingdom, a D-rank mission that could prove more challenging than it appears. His gaze then sharpens on the creature in his hands, recognizing it as the one possessing an extraordinary amount of mana. Meanwhile, a young woman with light blue hair looks down, a thoughtful expression on her face, while his sharp eye observes something unseen, hinting at deeper connections. The woman, Mylina, declares her intention to act, the small creature perched on her head, though she's quickly reminded that her mana doesn't quite measure up to a certain rosa. The creature tilts its head in question, as he continues to study it with an unwavering gaze. He finds its unique qualities utterly intriguing, a statement that seems to genuinely surprise the small familiar. A close-up of his eye reveals his focused determination, a silent promise of what's to come. The escort request is once again highlighted, reaffirming the critical details of the mission ahead. The creature huffs indignantly, promising to unleash its true power, while he watches its display with keen interest. Suddenly, the small familiar begins to glow with a vibrant, ethereal light, captivating his attention with its raw magical energy. He holds a document, the name clearly visible, Mylina of the Akasha household, the woman he is now bound to protect. The cosmos shimmered with ethereal light, a silent, vast expanse hinting at untold mysteries. Amidst the quiet, Greta held a small, glowing creature, pondering aloud, a request from a merchant house. I wonder if it'll be difficult. The creature pulsed with soft, purple light in her delicate grasp, as she recalled, she just said to give it to me. A confident smirk played on Ketil's lips as he declared, well, that works perfectly. I'll take the job. Suddenly, his eye flared with an intense blue glow, a system notification flashing into existence around him, catching him off guard. His expression shifted to one of profound intrigue and surprise, the implications of the sudden alert sinking in. With a focused gesture, he interacted with the holographic interface, revealing the startling message, detected the presence of a high-ranked mana stone. He mused, isn't this showing up right now, his gaze falling upon Greta and the small, glowing creature, the timing of the discovery clearly weighing on his mind. With a renewed sense of purpose, he took a decisive step forward, ready to confront whatever challenges this new revelation might bring. A blonde-haired woman pushes open a heavy wooden door, a soft light spilling into the room beyond. Her foot stepping across the threshold with a soft creak, as the sound of wood against wood echoes faintly. Revealing an elderly man holding a small, glowing creature, prompting the woman, Boga, to exclaim in surprise, "Ah, Aaron?" Her brow furrowed with concern, she presses for answers, but can calmly reassures her that it's nothing to worry about. Still, the elderly man's gaze remains fixed on the luminous being in his hand, a flicker of profound realization crossing his features as he wonders about its true nature. Boga, meanwhile, beams with a radiant smile, her thoughts turning to the prospect of a C-rank mercenary. She questions Kan's seriousness, who simply confirms that she can return tomorrow. With a final instruction to rest well, Kan receives an enthusiastic affirmation from Boga, who bows respectfully. Meanwhile, Ketil's eyes blaze with an intense, electric blue glow, his expression hardened with unwavering resolve. He stares intently at a holographic system window, a new quest appearing before him, head to the kingdom of Gerben. Back in the room, Kan remains lost in thought, his mind still reeling from the implications of the creature he holds. Ketil, now seated, receives another critical system notification, confirming the detection of a high-grade mana stone, the very essence of the glowing creature. He stands in the oppressive darkness, a silent, brooding presence, his thoughts a whirlwind of the power he now commands. Back in the relative calm of the room, Boga confronts him, her voice laced with disbelief as she questions his decision to dump the merchant request on her, but he simply dismisses her with a curt, "I'm busy." Yet, even amidst his tasks, a profound realization washes over him, something fundamental has shifted within his very being. A flash of lightning accompanies the swift, decisive arc of his blade, a testament to the raw, untamed power now at his command. With a soft click, he navigates his system interface, his focus unwavering as he delves deeper into his new abilities. Meanwhile, Boga lets out a small gasp, her expression a mix of surprise and concern as she processes his words. She voices her apprehension to him and Can, admitting she's unsure if she can handle the merchant request alone, but Can quickly steps in, offering his unwavering support. Boga, observing Keatle, finds herself pondering his true nature, wondering what kind of enigmatic person he truly is. Elsewhere, the swordmaster Kane reflects on Keatle's reputation, concluding that as a legendary mage, he must possess a truly superb mana aura. The Golden Knight, however, offers a contrasting thought, his mind conjuring an image of a body riddled with the marks of countless battles. Boga, still lost in her thoughts about Keatle, can't help but feel a strange attraction, admitting to herself that despite everything, she finds him quite good-looking. As the whispers of the dark environment surround him, Keatle remains a figure of quiet intensity, his path now irrevocably set. A sudden, sharp clang echoes through the chamber as a complex, cross-shaped mechanism springs into action, glowing with an ominous blue light. Anticipation hangs heavy in the air, then a voice breaks the silence. The elderly merchant, Can, watches intently, a subtle smile playing on his lips. From the depths of the shadowed doorway, a powerful silhouette emerges. Boga's eyes widen, her expression a mixture of awe and trepidation. He stands before them, an imposing figure radiating dark energy. Can immediately bows low, a gesture of deep respect. Her mind races, struggling to comprehend his question. Still reeling, she questions his intent. Suddenly, Keatle seizes her arm, pulling her close. Ken stares, bewildered by the unexpected intimacy. Keatle, however, simply holds Boga close, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. A chilling flashback reveals a brutal scene, with the ashen-haired warrior standing stoically over a fallen figure, a silent testament to his power, for just one look is enough to tell he's unlike anyone else, a force destined to change everything. Back in the present, a tense meeting unfolds as a merchant confirms, "Yes, that's right." She continues, her voice firm, "Allow me to make the introductions." As the focus shifts to the sharp, piercing gaze of the Ashen Barbarian, the merchant declares, "This man will be your escort." The revelation of the Ashen Barbarian sends a shockwave through the room, leaving the merchant stunned, uttering a disbelieving, what? The elder merchant, his face contorted in fury, erupts, "A barbarian? That's outrageous." He demands, his voice echoing with indignation, "Replace this mercenary." The merchant's expression tightens, a silent struggle playing across her features, as she considers the elder's outburst. Her eyes narrow with resolve, and she challenges him, "You're doubting the merit of his judgment?" The elder scoffs, turning away dismissively, "Humph. That's not." But she presses on, her voice laced with accusation, "And you call yourself a merchant?" Meanwhile, the Ashen Barbarian observes the escalating tension, a wry thought crossing his mind, "It feels like I've just stepped on a live bomb." As the tension from the previous exchange lingered, Keatle's gaze remained sharp, observing the unfolding scene with a quiet intensity, his thoughts unreadable. Then, a new figure stepped forward, her hand gracefully extending in a gesture of greeting, her presence radiating an unexpected warmth. Keatle, caught off guard by the sudden shift in atmosphere, could only manage a soft, questioning sound, his surprise evident. The woman's hand remained outstretched, a clear invitation, as she declared, her voice carrying a tone of sincere cooperation. With a radiant smile, she introduced herself, revealing her name to be Eileen, a new player stepping onto the volatile stage. A lone figure, his gray hair stark against the deep green of the forest, pauses his trek, a small, luminous creature fluttering nearby. His brow furrowed with concern as he wonders aloud, "Isn't this a bit too far?" Continuing his journey down the winding path, he reflects, "I thought it'd be better if I moved closer." Suddenly, a blonde woman, Char's summoner assistant, reacts with a startled cry, "No," while the man reassures her, "We're all right, really." She then adds, her voice a touch more confident, "There are no signs of people nearby yet." Despite her words, the gray-haired man's unease persists, a shadow crossing his features as he replies, "I see. I don't have a good feeling about this." His gaze drops, lost in thought, the fur trim of his cloak brushing against his neck. As he and Char's summoner assistant continue their journey deeper into the verdant, winding forest. Their figures growing smaller against the towering trees. Until Char's summoner assistant sighs, a sense of resignation in her voice as she concludes, "So, this is how it ends up." Deep within the mysterious forest, a sense of unease hung heavy in the air, the last night's events still echoing. She looks up at him, as Keatle confesses, a grim premonition weighing on his mind. Despite his assurance, the summoner assistant can't help but question if their current path is truly safe, her voice laced with concern. His hand gently takes hers, a silent promise in his touch as he urges her to simply trust him. A confident smirk plays on Keatle's lips, his eyes glowing with a faint, reassuring blue light as he vows to protect her. Yet, a deep worry still clouds her expression, a subtle purple aura swirling around her as she hesitantly agrees to his plan. Through a desolate, snow-covered landscape they press on, Keatle looking back, convinced this is their only option. The summoner assistant's distress deepens as Keatle announces their decision to spend the night in this harsh environment. As Ketel strides forward, a small, glowing blue butterfly flits past him, catching his attention, while the assistant struggles to voice her concerns. He pauses, the glowing insect hovering near his face, as he notes the encroaching darkness making visibility difficult, realizing someone has gone ahead to investigate. With a resigned sigh, the assistant acknowledges his decision, watching him move further into the gloom. A sudden, horrified realization dawns on Ketel's face, his eyes widening as the grim truth hits him: the others have been ambushed and killed. As Ketel presses deeper into the desolate, snow-covered forest, a silent contemplation hangs heavy in the air, the chilling wind his only companion. But with a resolute sigh, he declares his intention to set up camp, the harsh environment demanding a temporary halt to their relentless trek. His hand, calloused and strong, grips a sturdy tool, ready to carve out a temporary sanctuary from the wilderness. Suddenly, a luminous blue butterfly, shimmering with ethereal light, flits through the snowy air, drawing the attention of both Ketel and his assistant as it leads them deeper into the unknown. The assistant's eyes widen in disbelief, a gasp escaping her lips as the butterfly guides them to an unexpected sight. The air around them crackles with unseen energy, a shimmering veil of magic hinting at the extraordinary nature of their discovery. Through the magical haze, a tent materializes, prompting the assistant to exclaim in disbelief, a tent, while Ketel admits he too had initially dismissed it as a mere illusion. As they approach, Ketel casually gestures to the saw he carries, a tool that seems out of place in such a magical setting, asking, "Oh, this thing?" A confident smirk plays on his lips as he explains its acquisition: "I earned it after completing many requests," hinting at a past filled with diverse and challenging tasks. Suddenly, two figures emerge from the tent, an older man and a younger man, both startled by the unexpected presence of Ketel and his assistant, their faces etched with surprise. Ketel, unfazed by their shock, calmly declares, "All right, let's go with them," while his assistant, with a knowing glance, adds, "I see you," and Ketel, ever pragmatic, concludes, "I don't mind," signaling their intention to join forces with the newly discovered travelers. Ketel, ever the stoic leader, dismisses the biting cold, declaring his intention to stand watch alone, a mere trifle compared to the trials they've already faced. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he asserts his dominance, seeing this as nothing more than a training opportunity. But his summoner assistant, her expression etched with quiet resolve, mutters a defiant thought, a small sound of frustration escaping her. Ketel, oblivious to her inner turmoil, simply urges her to rest easy. Yet, she refuses to be sidelined, her voice firm as she insists on taking her turn, assuring him there's no need for concern. Turning to leave, she casts a determined glance back, proposing they share the burden of the watch. Ketel, still unyielding, states it makes no difference to him, nor to them as a unit. After a beat of silence, he finally concedes, accepting her terms with a slight nod. But not without a warning, reminding her not to overdo it, and to always remember. Suddenly, a shimmering, ethereal light bursts forth, a magical energy swirling into existence. The light intensifies, engulfing the scene in a brilliant, otherworldly glow. His assistant, caught off guard, gasps, a look of utter shock and apology washing over her face as a resonant thud echoes. Even Aaron, the elderly elf, finds himself in the presence of the formidable Ketel, who stands over him with a silent intensity. Meanwhile, the summoner assistant, her resolve burning bright, clenches her fist, declaring her unwavering commitment to a task. A moment later, a more pressing concern crosses her mind, her expression shifting to one of worry as she wonders aloud about hunger, both her own and his. Ketel, observing her, simply instructs her to wait for a moment, his gaze steady. With a bright smile, the assistant offers to take on the task of cooking, her enthusiasm clear. Soon, the sounds of sizzling fill the air, as a meal begins to take shape over the crackling fire. Ketel watches the preparations intently, the warmth of the flames reflecting in his eyes. Suddenly, her eyes widen in surprise, a silent gasp escaping her as something unexpected catches her attention. It is Ketel, after all, who takes charge of the cooking, his rough hands expertly preparing what he calls a barbarian's cooking. As they share the meal, the assistant exclaims in genuine astonishment, impressed that he possesses such a skill. Ketel, looking at her with a hint of satisfaction, simply states that his cooking is not bad. The assistant, reflecting on their journey, muses that while the villagers never cooked, the one who captured her certainly does. She couldn't bring herself to say it, kneeling before him, the words trapped within her. The dark truth, a crimson stain on her memory, was that he had been the one to kill her family, a fact that burned deep within her soul. Even after he had protected her, saving her from death multiple times, she still couldn't voice the words, listening instead as the elderly elf recounted his own harrowing near-death experiences. If only she had been able to speak then, perhaps her fate would have been drastically different. Kneeling before him, she offered to do whatever he wanted, to which he simply stated that there was no place he couldn't go. His words were stark, delivered with an undeniable authority, declaring that she would now be his slave. With a finality that brooked no argument, he announced that it was done. Later, a simple meal was laid out, and she ate, the food a stark contrast to the gravity of their earlier exchange. A soft sound escaped her lips as she savored the taste, the elderly elf watching her with a gentle gaze. He observed her, remarking that he wasn't fond of beggars, implying his expectation of her new role. For her, this new reality, this simple sustenance, would suffice. The elderly elf, too, cleared his throat, agreeing that the meal was more than acceptable. As the elderly elf rested, the journey continued, and Ketel, ever the pragmatist, prepared a simple meal over a crackling fire, his summoner assistant watching him with a complex mix of apprehension and curiosity, wondering if he always cooked for himself. He ate with a focused intensity, savoring each bite, muttering that it was a shame, but he would devour it all himself. The assistant, her stomach rumbling, could only stare longingly at the steaming noodles, a silent plea forming in her mind, she wanted to eat it too. But the thought quickly turned to a more pressing concern, a fundamental question of her new reality. How could she possibly eat food, she wondered, when she was now a slave? As the day faded into twilight, the vibrant hues of the setting sun painted the sky, marking the passage of time on their arduous journey. Under the cloak of darkness, a lone tent stood against the vast wilderness, sheltering them through the third night of their journey. Inside, the elderly elf lay sleeping soundly, his dreams perhaps filled with the echoes of his past, or the uncertainties of his future. Even in slumber, a faint sigh escaped his lips, a quiet acknowledgement of the strange, new path he now walked, a path he hoped would lead to the princess. An elder elf, his white hair flowing, sits across from a young mage, her blonde locks framing a worried expression, as he gently tells her there's no need to apologize. For he understands the weight of her gratitude, and she, in turn, expresses her profound thanks. Marcellia, her eyes downcast, apologizes to Aaron, but he simply offers a comforting smile. Her gaze still lowered, she repeats her plea, insisting there's no need for apologies. Aaron, his expression gentle, asks if she is truly Marcellia, reminding her that she has been keeping watch for a long time, and must be tired. He then offers a heartfelt thank you, his words carrying the weight of deep appreciation. As he speaks, a shimmering cascade of purple and white particles begins to swirl, emanating from an unseen source and filling the space with ethereal light. The magical energy intensifies, coalescing into a vibrant, star-like expanse, a cosmic tapestry woven from pure mana. Aaron stands amidst the swirling magic, his form silhouetted against the glowing particles, a powerful aura radiating from him as he declares his intent to protect her, his words echoing with a profound sense of duty. With unwavering resolve, he reiterates his promise, the magical energy around him surging as he prepares to fulfill his vow. The ethereal glow intensifies further, enveloping the scene in a mystical light, as a voice proclaims, "It's my life," hinting at a profound sacrifice or destiny. The sizzling sound of meat cooking over an open flame fills the air. As Ketel, the barbarian, expertly tends to the grill, preparing a meal in the wilderness. Nearby, Marcellia and a young elf child watch with anticipation, the child's eyes wide with hunger. Yet, despite the comforting scene, Marcellia's expression is clouded with sorrow, tears welling in her eyes. A soft, almost magical glow emanates from the ground, a subtle reminder of the mystical energies at play. Later, the three share a meal, the child happily munching on a piece of meat, but Marcellia's sadness persists. Her distress becomes more pronounced, a sudden wave of emotion washing over her. She turns away, her voice barely a whisper, asking if she can be excused for a moment. Ketel looks on, concerned, as she declines his offer of food, insisting she isn't hungry. With a heavy heart, Marcellia offers a quiet apology, her sorrow palpable in the air. Marcellia's face flushes with a mix of indignation and sorrow, her voice barely a whisper as she questions, "Just because I'm a barbarian?" A single tear escapes her eye, her expression shifting from defiance to profound sadness. Nearby, the elderly elf, Aaron, watches her with a heavy heart, the young elf child peeking out from behind him, observing the somber scene. Deep within the tranquil forest, a faint rumbling sound echoes, a stark reminder of basic needs amidst the emotional turmoil. Ketel continues to tend to the cooking fire, the elf child sitting patiently nearby, while Marcellia remains withdrawn, her back to the warmth and sustenance. Aaron's concern deepens, his gaze fixed on her as he acknowledges her pain, "I know you don't feel like yourself." He gently offers her a bowl of food, urging her to eat, but at the very least, you should eat for your body. With a heavy sigh, she pushes his hand away, unable to accept the comfort. Another tear streaks down her cheek as she confesses, "I have feelings too." Aaron's expression softens with understanding, a quiet, "ah," escaping his lips. He settles beside her, offering a silent embrace as she leans into him, his simple affirmation, "Right," acknowledging her pain while the elf child watches, and Ketel continues his task in the background. Suddenly, Aaron's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise or realization crossing his face. The venison, perfectly cooked, sits invitingly on the plate, a silent question hanging in the air. Ketel holds out a portion, his gaze expectant, while the elderly elf, Aaron, watches with a furrowed brow, a soft, escaping him. His concern deepens as Marcellia's eye, welling with unshed tears, struggles to hold back the pain. A pulse of emotion ripples through her, and she retreats to the quiet solitude of a sun-dappled stream, her head bowed in despair. The gentle flow of the water offers little comfort to her churning thoughts. Her stomach growls, a stark reminder of her hunger, and she admits aloud, "I'm so hungry," the words laced with a profound weariness. Tears finally stream down her face as she confesses, "My legs hurt." The raw emotion overwhelms her, yet a flicker of defiance ignites within. She clenches her jaw, a silent vow forming, "No, I can't cry," she whispers, pushing back against the despair. With newfound resolve, she rises from the stream's edge, leaving the quiet solace behind as she walks forward, determined. Her own struggles are immense, but a thought surfaces, Aaron must be having an even harder time. A single tear escapes Marcellia's eye, her gaze fixed on something unseen, as a profound sense of despair washes over her. Her hand trembles, clutching at her chest, the weight of her hunger and exhaustion pressing down, a silent scream echoing within her. From a hidden vantage point, the elderly elf and the young child watch her, their faces etched with concern, as the mage struggles with her inner turmoil. Aaron's brow furrows, a deep sigh escaping him, as he acknowledges the painful truth, this is not what it looks like. Marcellia's head snaps up, her eyes wide with a sudden realization, as she calls out his name, Aaron. Her hand, still trembling, clenches into a fist, a flicker of resolve igniting within her. The elderly elf, still with the child by his side, looks on with a mixture of concern and understanding, his voice filled with a gentle inquiry, "Your Highness?" He continues, his words carrying a heavy weight, "This is not what it looks like." His gaze drops, a profound sadness clouding his features, as he contemplates the unspoken burdens they all carry. Marcellia turns, her expression now firm and resolute, walking away from her moment of weakness with newfound determination. Aaron's eyes widen in surprise, a gasp escaping him, as he witnesses her sudden change of heart. He looks down, his voice filled with a quiet resolve, muttering about the need to protect one another, a sentiment Marcellia seems to echo in her own silent resolve. Ketel stares intently at a pulsating purple glow, a flicker of concern crossing his features as he mutters, That's not it." Meanwhile, Greta watches him with a thoughtful gaze, her assessment of the situation calm and collected, believing he doesn't seem dangerous. Masia, however, challenges this, her voice sharp with disbelief, "That's your explanation?" she demands, as Greta calmly urges her to settle down. A sudden realization dawns on Masia, her eyes widening in surprise as she lets out a soft gasp. Ketel, with a confident smile, acknowledges his monstrous nature, but quickly adds that he's not so bad, offering his personal opinion on the matter. Yet, a moment later, his expression shifts to one of deep contemplation, a heavy sigh escaping him as he wonders what he's supposed to do next. He reflects on the inherent dangers of the world, a chaotic vision of skeletal warriors flashing through his mind, yet he firmly believes himself to be the strongest within it. With a fierce resolve, a dark aura beginning to emanate from him, he declares himself the sole protector, willing to become a devil if it means keeping them safe. His eyes blaze with a crimson glow, the dark energy around him intensifying as he lets out a guttural sound of acceptance. A chilling, sinister smile spreads across his face, his glowing red eyes reflecting a newfound, formidable power. With a final, resolute declaration, he affirms his decision, the sound of a mechanism locking into place echoing his unwavering resolve. Greta and Masia look on, their expressions a mix of surprise and concern, as he reveals a crucial misunderstanding they've held. He stands before them, his companions looking up at him with a mixture of awe and apprehension, as he begins to clarify the true nature of his power. With eyes now burning a malevolent red and a chilling, sinister smile spreading across his face, Ketel declares that the misunderstanding lies in their perception of the Abyssal Emperor, for he is not merely a monster, but something far more primal, a true barbarian. A wry smile plays on Ketel's lips as he addresses Greta, who simply responds. "All right, if you say so," she concedes, while Ketel's gaze sharpens, his thoughts turning inward as he muses. To put it more accurately, he continues, his eyes holding a distant look. "I may have been born a barbarian," his voice trailing off as they stand together in the quiet forest. Leaving Greta to react with a bewildered "Huh." The scene then shifts, plunging into a fiery, abstract memory, a swirling vortex of crimson and gold. Where a tiny, glowing infant floats amidst the chaos, a voice echoing. "Only a week after my birth," the memory continues, as a shadowy, cloaked figure emerges from the inferno, cradling the child. The voice narrating, and then, before I knew it, he appeared. Ketel's face reappears, contemplative against a cosmic backdrop. As he concludes, even if it's a lie, but that doesn't matter. A well-placed lie can be a truth. Ketel continues his startling confession, admitting that while it might be hard to accept, he was born a barbarian. He doesn't expect immediate understanding, but Greta's mind races, trying to piece together the implications of his words. Ketel presses on, wanting her to grasp that his past deceptions were never malicious, insisting every action he took was always for her benefit. As he speaks, Greta's gaze drifts to a vision of cloaked figures, her thoughts echoing his plea, "But look at them. A flicker of self-awareness crosses Ketel's mind, realizing they might already be starting to pity him. Greta's expression shifts, a dawning comprehension in her eyes, as she finally understands the true weight of Ketel's words. Her thoughts drift to the mysterious cloaked figure from Ketel's past, who had refused all offers of gold and food, yet still. Despite everything, that enigmatic individual had entrusted Ketel into the care of others, a profound act of faith. Greta muses that the cloaked figure must have known the truth about Ketel's nature, and yet, still chose to trust him. A wave of regret washes over Greta, as she apologizes for her previous judgment, now realizing the depth of trust others had placed in him. Ketel watches her, a silent understanding passing between them, as the weight of his past begins to settle. Greta meets his gaze, a quiet acceptance in her voice, acknowledging that his complex truth is, indeed, understandable. With a subtle smirk playing on his lips, Ketel acknowledges his latest triumph, a quiet satisfaction settling over him. Meanwhile, the summoner assistant, clearly distressed, tries to deny any involvement, insisting she knows nothing and is merely a simple merchant. Her desperate pleas are met with a dismissive, "huh," from Ketel, who remains unimpressed by her performance. The assistant's face contorts in a silent, "ah," of resignation, as she realizes her efforts are futile. With a defeated sigh, she finally concedes, a quiet, "yes," confirming her submission. Her eyes wide with a mix of fear and confusion, she demands to know, "What did you do to me?" Ketel's eyes blaze with an ominous red glow, his power surging as he declares, "You can't hide from me, you little rat," followed by the exhilarating notification of a level up to LV24. His enhanced vision, the eye of observation, proves invaluable, making it impossible for anyone to conceal themselves from his gaze. Later, in a starkly different, snowy forest, Ketel reflects on his current strength, acknowledging that while formidable, it's not as strong as can be. His glowing red eyes scan the desolate landscape, a sense of wonder mixed with suspicion as he ponders, what in the white snowfield would produce such a backfield? How peculiar. He continues his internal monologue, considering the implications of this strange place, and how it might relate to the king in the backfield, suggesting a deeper, more socially adjusted power at play. With his glowing red eyes fixed on an unseen target, he whispers to himself, just a little closer, his predatory focus unwavering. As the group navigates the treacherous terrain, a decisive command rings out, urging them to split up, even as the first signs of a lurking threat emerge from the shadows. Meanwhile, a sudden, unseen development sends a jolt of alarm through Kane, his eyes widening in a silent gasp of shock and fear. Unaware of the distant alarm, Ketel unleashes a devastating, blue-hued assault, his power erupting in a brilliant flash as he slams into a monstrous, purple-skinned foe. His gaze sharp and focused, Kane senses a presence, a chilling realization that someone or something else is dangerously close. Back with Greta, Ketel's voice is firm, a protective command cutting through the tension, as he tells her to stay put, his attention already drawn to the escalating threat. With a quick glance back, he promises his return, before disappearing into the fray, leaving her alone amidst the growing danger. The purple monster reels from the impact, its form violently thrown back by Ketel's relentless assault. It tumbles through the air, a helpless mass of purple flesh and fury, unable to withstand the onslaught. Ketel, now fully enveloped in a shimmering blue aura, prepares for another devastating strike, his power surging with raw, untamed energy. With a final, explosive surge, he sends the monster flying, its form a mere blur against the vibrant green backdrop as it's launched into the distance. The distant chaos reaches Kane, his face contorting in a horrified gasp as he witnesses the unfolding disaster. And then, a horrifying sight, Greta, caught in the unseen turmoil, plummets backward, her cry of alarm echoing through the forest. Ketel unleashes a devastating blue energy attack, his form wreathed in a furious red-orange aura, the sheer force of his power distorting the very air around him. The impact rips through the forest floor, sending a massive explosion of earth and foliage skyward, a testament to his raw, untamed might. Watching the spectacle unfold, Kane's eyes widen in disbelief, a single word escaping his lips, impossible. He knew the defenses here were formidable, a barrier designed to withstand the might of a ballista, yet Ketel had shattered it with ease. The question hung heavy in the air, so how? Before he could fully process the thought, Ketel's hand, now glowing with a sinister purple energy, slammed into him, sending a shockwave through his entire being. The sky above seemed to echo the raw power unleashed, a silent roar reverberating through the heavens. Even the ancient trees of the forest trembled, their leaves rustling in a symphony of awe and fear. Left kneeling amidst the shattered earth, Kane could only stare at the ground, utterly overwhelmed by the display of strength. As he slowly lifted his gaze, a profound realization settled within him, a deep, unwavering admiration for the man before him. His thoughts echoed the sentiment. Still kneeling, his spirit stirred by the raw display of power, Kane reaffirmed his unwavering loyalty and respect. Kneeling in the forest, Kane reflects on the sheer, overwhelming power he just witnessed, a power that makes him question his own capabilities. Meanwhile, a young man named Patrick, startled by the sudden appearance of the group, gasps out his own name in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. as he stares at Kane and the summoner assistant, who seem to be in the company of the legendary Ketel. Kane, still reeling from Ketel's display of raw power, wonders if he himself was ever capable of such feats, a profound sense of awe washing over him. The summoner assistant, noticing Kane's contemplative state, asks about the mysterious figure, Ketel, her curiosity piqued by his reputation. Ketel stands silently, his presence commanding attention even without a word. Kane explains that Ketel had been following them, then suddenly declared his respect, a gesture that still puzzles him. The summoner assistant, her expression shifting from curiosity to understanding, confirms the rumors about Ketel, acknowledging his formidable reputation. Kane, a hopeful smile gracing his lips, admits his lifelong dream of becoming a renowned adventurer, a path he now sees with renewed inspiration. He recounts the awe-inspiring tales of Sir Ketel, the so-called demon inquisitor, a figure of immense power, whose very name commands respect and fear. As they walk away, Kane confesses that Ketel was once a hero he deeply admired, his words carrying the weight of past reverence and present astonishment. With a slight smirk, Patrick admits his strategy paid off, revealing that his true objective was always to get closer to the formidable Ketel. Considering that objective achieved, he views the entire endeavor as a resounding success. Ketel, his gaze sharp, questions if that was the sole reason for being followed. A nervous laugh escapes Patrick as he confesses, his admiration for the demon inquisitor was so profound, he simply acted on impulse. After a thoughtful pause, Ketel finally declares, he will release the young man. Yet, a flicker of suspicion remains in his eyes as he adds, he still lacks definitive proof of Patrick's harmlessness. His expression hardens slightly, a silent acknowledgement of the lingering doubt. Then, with a decisive tone, Ketel declares, this new arrangement should work. A chilling voice echoes from the skeletal monarch, its form wreathed in dark energy, declaring a powerful mage as one of the world's greatest, the very one who pierced its formidable barrier and ultimately brought about its defeat. The monster's hand, crackling with decaying power, reveals the weapon mana itself has begun to rot away. Meanwhile, a bound man with wide, terrified eyes can only utter a confused sound, as the same chilling declaration about the barrier-piercing mage echoes in his mind. A black-gloved hand grasps a glowing orb, and Ketel, with a confident smirk, acknowledges its acquisition, stating he will take it. Standing over the now fallen captive, Ketel, flanked by his guards, calmly declares that such an outcome was to be expected. The captive's face contorts in pure terror, a silent scream escaping his lips. Later, Ketel, Greta, and Masia traverse a vibrant forest, the bound man still in tow, his ropes rustling with every step. The captive glances nervously at Ketel, his body trembling slightly. He begins to speak, admitting he can hardly believe the situation, even so, he continues. With a newfound determination, the captive declares he can finally bring Ketel up to speed, an ominous hum accompanying his words. Ketel, looking ahead with a thoughtful expression, acknowledges that despite everything, it is going to be a formidable force. He stares down at the bound man, a silent question hanging in the air. The captive's mind races, acknowledging the formidable presence before him, this captain of dark-eyed magic, a figure both swift and immensely powerful. Even if he holds the title of Man of the Abyss, the bound man muses, he is still undeniably human, isn't he? The thought echoes in his mind, could this truly be the captain of the Abyss? Finally breaking the silence, the bound man looks up, declaring to Ketel that he has something important to reveal. Ketel simply observes him, his expression unreadable. A slight smirk plays on Ketel's lips as he responds, acknowledging that the captive is finally ready to speak. The bound man, startled by the response, quickly affirms his intent, realizing that survival depends on his cooperation and promising to reveal everything he knows. As the group continues their journey through the forest, Ketel remarks that it was easy to discern the bound man had been hiding something all along. The captive nods in understanding, accepting the observation. Ketel acknowledges his understanding, though he points out the information could have been shared sooner, prompting an apology from the bound man. The captive apologizes for his secrecy, assuring Ketel that if it's acceptable, he will now disclose everything. Still reeling from the captive's revelations, Greta challenges him, demanding to know if he truly believes he can escape after divulging such critical information. Her eyes widen in disbelief as Ketel calmly interjects, revealing that the bound man has already confessed everything. A single word escapes her lips, a gasp of pure shock. The implications of Ketel's words hit her like a physical blow, leaving her utterly stunned. As they continue their journey through the dense forest, the ground trembles with an approaching presence. Suddenly, a formidable contingent of armored knights emerges from the tree line, their polished steel glinting in the dappled sunlight. Ketel observes their arrival with a knowing gaze, remarking that it seems they have come specifically to meet them. The knights advance with unwavering resolve, their synchronized footsteps echoing through the quiet woods. Greta's face contorts in a mixture of shock and denial, uttering a desperate plea that this cannot be happening. The imposing figures are identified as the royal knights of the Ludian kingdom, led by their captain, who declare their mission to arrest Mylina from the Akasha household, branding her a traitor. The captain of the royal knights, Kane, steps forward, his gaze fixed with unwavering intensity. Addressing Mylina directly, Cain states that her arrival was anticipated, and commands her to come with them immediately. Her eyes wide with alarm, Mylina hears the knight's declaration that His Majesty is deeply worried, a statement she immediately refutes with a desperate, no. Unfazed by her denial, the knight, Cain, presses on, his voice firm as he asks, "So you are a princess? The one who has been missing for 3 years?" He continues, convinced of her identity, "Then that is Her Majesty, the princess who has been missing for 3 years." Cain's gaze hardens, his resolve unwavering as he declares, "Though I am a Latinian knight, I don't care about that." Mylina's face contorts in renewed panic as the knight insists, "Then I will take her with me," to which she can only manage another desperate, "No." Meanwhile, the true crown princess, her golden hair flowing, cries out in distress, "Your Highness! Who are you?" Cain, utterly bewildered by Mylina's persistent denials, can only stammer, What do you mean?" The princess's eyes, wide with fear, reflect the gravity of the situation, as she repeats, You. Mylina, now visibly frustrated and angry, demands to know, "Who exactly are you?" Cain, his patience wearing thin, snaps back, "Do not be ridiculous." The princess lets out a pained gasp, her face etched with despair as she cries, "Ugh! I don't know you." She continues, her voice trembling with the weight of the potential consequences, "If some poor girl is mistaken to be the crown princess, it will only be my head and yours, with the exact same face." She stares down at the fallen figure, her voice trembling with a desperate plea, demanding to know what kind of monstrous entity stands before her. Her panic escalating, she cries out for her family, for everyone who has vanished, her world crumbling around her. Meanwhile, a sinister presence observes the chaos, its glowing red eyes narrowing in contemplation, a low hum escaping its lips. With a surge of dark power, a hand crackles with malevolent red energy, ready to unleash destruction. Amidst the swirling crimson aura, the protagonist stands firm, his dark skin a stark contrast to the vibrant magic, a silent force against the encroaching threat. A bound young boy, witnessing the unfolding horror, gasps in disbelief, questioning the very nature of the powerful being before him. From a place of quiet contemplation, Eileen ponders the implications of the unfolding events, a thoughtful expression on her face as light streams around her. Elsewhere, a single eye, wide with distress, reflects the terror of the moment, a silent scream in its depths. Consumed by a furious green aura, Cain vows to eliminate any obstacle in his path, his determination burning bright. An elderly man, his face etched with resolve, promises swift vengeance for all who have disappeared, his words a solemn oath. Meanwhile, another swordmaster looks down, his expression unreadable, perhaps contemplating the gravity of the situation. The elderly man, Can, remains silent for a moment, his thoughts heavy with the weight of his promise. A heavy, guttural sound echoes through the air, a deep exhalation from a cloaked figure standing with his back to the chaos. As a nearby armored knight, his face obscured by his helmet, urgently asks, "Did you hear that?" The princess. The crown princess, her golden hair a stark contrast to the grim surroundings, recoils in disbelief, her attendant knight insisting she's delirious, a claim she vehemently denies, demanding he cease his nonsense. He urges her to think rationally, reminding her that she's the only one who believes everyone else has changed. Her wide, desperate eyes search his, questioning if he truly believes such a thing is possible. The knight hesitates, struggling to articulate his thoughts before reiterating that Her Highness's claims are impossible. He then extends a hand, pleading with her to come with him immediately. But the princess, her face etched with anguish and tears streaming down her cheeks, cries out a desperate refusal, a vibrant purple energy swirling around her. Her voice cracks with emotion as she declares, "I cannot leave the prince. Please, someone." Meanwhile, in a different location, Ketil, his expression grim, gently guides Greta away from the unfolding chaos, a sense of urgency in his movements. Back with the princess, the knight stands firm, his armored form a resolute barrier as he commands, "Step aside." Ketil, now facing the viewer, his brow furrowed with concern, holds Greta close, his voice filled with regret as he states, "I am afraid I cannot." A sudden, shocking realization washes over a young woman, her eyes widening in disbelief as a silent gasp escapes her lips, the weight of an unseen truth crashing down. Ketil stands firm, his gaze unwavering as he commands the approaching figures to step aside, but his request is met with a resolute refusal, a challenge that leaves him with no choice but to declare, "I am afraid I can't," knowing full well the implications if they refuse to step back. Meanwhile, an elderly elf watches the unfolding drama with a silent, knowing intensity, his expression unreadable as the tension escalates. Back in the fray, Ketil unleashes a devastating, blue-hued attack, his blade arcing with raw power, leaving a shimmering trail of energy in its wake. The impact is instantaneous and brutal, as one armored figure is sent hurtling backward, a crimson flash erupting from the point of contact. Another guard is caught in the whirlwind of his assault, reeling from an unseen blow that sends shockwaves rippling through the air. With a swift, decisive movement, Ketil delivers a powerful kick, launching yet another armored foe high into the air amidst a cloud of dust. His relentless assault continues, sending multiple armored figures crashing through the dense forest, splintering trees in their wake. One of the fallen guards, battered and broken, can only gasp out a desperate plea to their commander, the red glow of Ketel's power still lingering in the air. Ketel, now facing the remaining, stunned guards, demands to know what they thought they were doing, his voice laced with a chilling authority. Greta, witnessing the raw display of power, reflects on Ketel's incredible strength, admitting that before she knew it, she was already appreciating his formidable capabilities. A low groan escapes the defeated guard, his body crumpled on the forest floor, as Ketel stands over him, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. He surveys the aftermath, the silence of the forest broken only by the faint sounds of his armor shifting, his gaze sharp and calculating. Suddenly, a voice breaks the tension, questioning him, "You mean he is Charlie?" Ketel turns to face the blonde woman, his expression unyielding as he corrects her, "You are mistaken." She presses him, "Is it not?" Her eyes widen in surprise, a soft gasp escaping her lips. He dismisses the name with a shake of his head, "I have never heard of anyone with that name." She considers his words, realizing that such details are beyond her concern. Before reluctantly conceding, "Why yes." His gaze intensifies, his eyes reflecting a deeper concern as he explains the true threat, they materialized without the slightest presence. The blonde woman's eyes widen again, confusion clouding her features as she asks, "What are you saying?" Ketel clarifies, his voice grave, in simple terms, every one of them appeared at once without warning. Her face contorts in utter shock at the implication, "What?" His gaze sharpens, a silent acknowledgement of the grim reality unfolding around them. With a casual, almost dismissive tone, Ketel challenges the unseen, demanding to know how quickly they can escape this escalating danger. One of the armored guards, his face obscured by a helmet, retorts with a question of his own, implying the urgency of their situation. Ketel, standing firm amidst the tension, declares his unwavering resolve to prevent any further losses. His expression hardening, he presses the issue, questioning their willingness to cooperate. Stepping forward with an air of regal authority, Eileen, the blonde woman, asserts her intention to personally escort His Highness to the safety of the kingdom. A single word escapes Ketel's lips, a stark refusal that cuts through the tense air. Eileen, undeterred, continues her argument, emphasizing the lack of experience of those around her. Before another word can be uttered, Ketel's hand flashes out, a dagger appearing as if from nowhere, its tip inches from a guard's throat, forcing a sudden, shocked recoil. The armored guard, now visibly shaken, concedes that any further debate is utterly futile. Without hesitation, Ketel scoops up Eileen, issuing a command for everyone to fall back, his actions speaking louder than any words. As the chaos unfolds, Eileen watches on, her voice laced with urgent concern, pleading for Ketel to exercise caution. Meanwhile, Ketel stands before a formidable line of armored knights, their presence radiating the power of the kingdom's elite, a stark reminder that these aren't just any soldiers, but the strongest warriors the realm has to offer. With a unified, metallic clang, the knights draw their blades, ready to engage in battle. From a hidden vantage point, a dark-haired man watches the unfolding confrontation, a chilling smirk playing on his lips, finding the entire spectacle utterly amusing. His eyes, now glowing with an ominous red light, narrow in disdain, dismissing the knights as nothing more than second-rate fodder. Back with Ketel, he acknowledges the knight's status, recognizing that every single one of them is either a noble or deeply connected to the kingdom's mysteries, a fact that complicates his next move. He sighs, the weight of his self-imposed restraint evident in his voice, lamenting that he cannot simply eliminate them due to their connections. Despite his words, Ketel explodes into action, a green blur of motion as he closes the distance, striking the first knight with blinding speed. His powerful kick connects with another knight, sending them reeling from the impact. In mere moments, the elite knights are scattered and defeated, lying incapacitated around Ketel, who stands victorious amidst the chaos. He surveys the scene, a quiet exclamation escaping him, acknowledging the swift conclusion of the skirmish. And just to ensure his point is made, he delivers one final, decisive kick, sending another knight flying with a powerful impact. Ketel, a whirlwind of motion, launches a powerful kick that sends an armored opponent reeling back with a resounding impact. His expression unwavering, he follows through with a lightning-fast punch, the sheer force of his blows echoing through the air. Another armored figure is launched into the air, Ketel's leg a blur of unstoppable power. The impacts are relentless, each strike sending a shockwave through the ranks of his attackers. He moves with impossible grace, repelling multiple foes at once as they are thrown back by an unseen force. Amidst the chaos, Ketel remains perfectly composed, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he acknowledges their futile efforts. One of the armored figures, desperate, screams out, demanding his comrades attack all at once, hoping to overwhelm the lone warrior. But their combined assault is met with an invisible wall of speed and power, Ketel deflecting every incoming blow with effortless precision. He counters with another devastating kick, sending an opponent spiraling away. The green armored figures are no match for his raw strength, each one sent flying with a single, decisive blow. A pained cry escapes one of the warriors, as Ketel's foot connects with brutal efficiency. Finally, the last of the armored figures collapses, leaving Ketel standing alone, completely unscathed amidst the defeated. With a blur of motion, Ketel unleashes a devastating green-hued strike. His blade tearing through the defenses of another monstrous brute, who screams in defiance even as he falls. The sheer force of the assault sends a wave of terror through their ranks, one warrior recoiling in disbelief, while another desperately shouts a warning to her comrades. But Ketel is relentless, a horizontal slash sending yet another armored figure flying through the air, the impact leaving them gasping in agony. He moves with impossible speed, a blur of green energy as he strikes again. The force so immense that one warrior can only wonder if their very teeth have been shattered. Another crushing blow echoes through the forest. And then, amidst the scattered bodies of his foes, Ketel stands calm and collected, his gaze falling upon the last remaining warrior. The warrior surveys the devastation, the sheer number of fallen comrades, before making the only logical decision, a desperate command to fall back. The aftermath of the battle still hung heavy in the air, a sharp blade having just cleaved through the last vestiges of resistance, leaving behind a trail of shimmering green energy. As the dust settled, a voice, laced with concern, called out to him, snapping Ketel back to the present. His companions, Greta and Masia, stood nearby, observing the two bound figures, as Greta inquired if he was unharmed, to which Ketel calmly replied, assuring them he had taken no damage and there was no need for concern. Later, the crown princess, her expression earnest, addressed him, promising to fulfill his request as agreed, but first, she desired to hear the full, unfolding story. A soft sound of acknowledgement escaped him, as he considered her words. With a gentle smile, she confirmed that she would indeed tell him everything. The sheer aura emanating from the Abyssal Emperor, a force capable of crystal creation, was an absolute game-changer, tearing through steel and crushing bone with terrifying ease. This was a body that defied mortality itself, a power so immense it could literally kill mana, yet even with all his strength, he knew the gap between them was insurmountable. His eyes burning with a fierce, almost desperate resolve, he understood the chasm of power separating him from the Abyssal Emperor was simply too wide to bridge. With his eyes glowing a dangerous red, he stood, a silent sentinel, as Greta watched him, a quiet understanding passing between them. The very flesh of the boy, now radiating a cool blue energy, was called upon, a desperate measure in the face of overwhelming odds. As the blue light pulsed around him, a heavy silence fell, the weight of unspoken words hanging in the air. Later, gathered around a crackling campfire, the question hung heavy in the air, what exactly had transpired? The group sat in solemn anticipation, the flickering flames casting long shadows as the story began to unfold. The elderly elf, his gaze distant, spoke of their kingdom, a place now lost to memory. Ketel, his back to the others, a blue glow still faintly visible, revealed that he had been replaced by someone else, a stark betrayal that echoed through the night. In a flashback, the crown princess and Kane's swordmaster stood together, realizing too late that by the time they understood the gravity of the situation, their kingdom had already crumbled. Kane's swordmaster, his face etched with the pain of memory, was then asked the piercing question, "So you fled?" The elderly elf continues his somber reflection, lamenting that had they remained, they too would have been replaced. A deep, resonating sound echoes, emphasizing the weight of his words. He muses on the nature of the distortion, a phenomenon that began a year ago. A year ago, he repeats, the words hanging heavy in the air. He continues, explaining that now that he thinks about it, something feels off. The distortion cycles have become more frequent, and he can't count how many times he's seen things like this before. He recalls a time when he spared it, a memory that now feels like a mistake, as the beast matched his power at the time. Meanwhile, the summoner, Ketel, walks through a desolate, blood-soaked landscape, his past actions and the weight of his power haunting him. But perhaps, the elderly elf ponders, it wasn't a mistake at all. In a flashback, the crown princess and Kane's swordmaster stand in a ruined hall, discussing the sudden collapse of their kingdom and the question of why they fled. The true nature of the summoner's past, and the horrors he endured, remain shrouded in ominous mystery, his eyes glowing with a dark, potent energy. He lets out a soft hum, his mind still reeling from the echoes of the past, a past that feels both distant and terrifyingly close. The weight of those memories, he finds, is impossible to articulate, a burden that defies mere words. His thoughts drift back to a time when the crown princess, her golden hair shimmering, spoke of the kingdom's fall, her voice laced with despair as Kane's swordmaster stood by, a silent sentinel to their shared tragedy. Even then, the summoner knew a terrible intuition had settled deep within him, a premonition of the horrors to come. He had once believed himself a mere bystander, a simple observer in the grand tapestry of fate, but now, he understands the truth, he was always a part of it, a player in the unfolding disaster. The palace, once a symbol of power and hope, now stands as a monument to ruin, a place where a young maid named Cassie once toiled, her life intertwined with its fading glory. Cassie, her hands busy with chores, often found herself lost in thought, her mind wandering to the whispers of the past, to the secrets hidden within the palace walls. Perhaps, he muses, some people are simply destined to be caught in the currents of history, their fate sealed by forces beyond their control. Cassie, however, refused to be a mere pawn, her spirit unbroken even as the world around her crumbled. He wonders if, at first, she simply didn't understand the true depth of the tragedy, or if her innocence shielded her from the brutal reality of their collapsing world. But eventually, Cassie too, would face the stark truth of the palace's demise. And because of that, the constant cycle of events continues, a relentless loop of despair and fleeting hope, as one tragic event after another unfolds. Kneeling amidst the debris, a maid cleans a dust-covered cup, a fragile figure who, by all accounts, should have been easily killed. Yet, despite the constant threat of death, Cassie felt no terror, even after nearly dying. In a memory, the elderkin observes her, recognizing the crushing burden she carried, and in that moment, he finally understood her quiet resilience. A glowing orb reflects his inner thoughts. The girl before him was utterly unlike the Cassie he once knew. Meanwhile, Ketil sits by a crackling campfire, a void escaping him and consuming everything, yet he remains, observed by the maid Cassie from a distance. As she walks away from a scene of devastation, a profound realization dawns upon her. She clutches her chest, unable to ignore the truth any longer, that Cassie she once was, now irrevocably changed. Back in his study, Ken gazes out a window, his thoughts heavy with the past. Her eye now glows with an ominous red light, a chilling transformation that has made her almost like Ketil himself. Meanwhile, Ketil sits with the elderly elf and the elf mage around their campfire, the quiet night offering a moment of respite. Can, still lost in thought, reviews a document, beginning to question if his own past judgments were flawed. Cassie's glowing red eye intensifies, as a voice within her whispers, the protection you seek lies in other places, and the shadow you fear is the shadow of your own making. A young woman, her expression thoughtful, ponders the true nature of humanity, questioning what it truly means to be human. But then, a chilling thought emerges, revealing that humans, despite their perceived superiority, are often just another race, easily manipulated by a single, overwhelming power. A dark-skinned figure with glowing red eyes appears, embodying the raw, untamed force that can bend even kingdoms to its will. This formidable entity, a demon, once spoke of its own power, a singular force that could reshape the world. Its words echo with the weight of absolute dominion, a power that could shatter the very foundations of existence. The demon's ability to transform from non-human to human form was a terrifying display of its mastery, a stark reminder of its overwhelming might. It was a power that defied conventional understanding, a force that could blur the lines between species. A long time ago, a kingdom, perhaps the German kingdom itself, made a fateful declaration, a decision that would forever alter its destiny. The young woman, the crown princess, recalls this pivotal moment, her gaze distant as she remembers the weight of that choice. She reflects on those who possess the royal bloodline, the ones burdened with the power to make such a profound declaration. Their lineage carries the immense responsibility of shaping the future, a heavy mantle passed down through generations. The demon's words echo once more, a chilling reminder of its promise to reshape the world, to bend it to its will. Its power was absolute, a force that could rewrite destiny itself. Meanwhile, Ken, the elderly merchant, observes the unfolding events, his mind racing as he questions his own past perceptions. He wonders if his understanding of the world, and of certain individuals, has been fundamentally flawed. The crown princess, her eyes filled with a mix of concern and determination, acknowledges the gravity of the situation. She understands that the world is on the brink of significant changes, and her role in it is crucial. Ken, his expression now resolute, acknowledges the inevitable shifts occurring around them. He knows that the world is changing, and he must adapt to these new realities. The crown princess, her gaze unwavering, reaffirms her commitment to her duty, promising to continue guarding her people as she has always done. Her resolve is absolute, a beacon of hope in uncertain times. With a soft, almost ethereal glow surrounding her, she offers a quiet word of gratitude, a silent prayer for strength and guidance. Her inner light shines brightly, a testament to her unwavering spirit. Her voice echoes with regal authority, a memory or a declaration from the crown princess herself, promising boundless desire fulfilled when the crown commands. Meanwhile, the elder merchant, can only stammer, admitting he's at a loss for words. His gaze then shifts to Ketil, who looks equally stunned, as Can questions the very notion of a princess. This declaration, however, seems to conjure a terrifying vision, a kingdom engulfed in flames, its towering structures crumbling under a barrage of destructive magic, a stark contrast to the princess's grand pronouncements. Can, still reeling, turns to Ketil once more, asking if he truly believes her words. Ketil's eyes narrow, a flicker of doubt or deep thought crossing his face, his expression unreadable. He responds with a measured tone, admitting he's uncertain if such a power truly exists. Can, however, seems to have a different perspective, muttering about the princess's words being a mere illusion. Ketil's gaze sharpens, his eyes reflecting a deep contemplation, as he processes Can's cynical view. Can continues, his voice laced with accusation, declaring that Ketil has made an enemy of an entire kingdom. Ketel remains silent, his expression a complex mix of resignation and resolve, the weight of Kan's words settling upon him. Kan, with a knowing look, then advises Ketel to consider what he truly believes to be the truth. As the conversation continues, a probing question hangs in the air, challenging the very foundation of Ketel's past decisions. Kan's gaze is unwavering, his voice cutting through the tension, demanding to know if Ketel truly accepted the burden of honoring that contract. Ketel remains silent, his expression unreadable, a storm brewing beneath his calm exterior. Kan presses on, his hand reaching out as if to emphasize his point, insisting there was more to it than simple acceptance. His eyes, sharp and knowing, bore into Ketel, seeking the truth behind his stoic facade. A wry smile plays on Kan's lips as he delivers his next line, a subtle jab at Ketel's perceived naivety. Ketel's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, as Kan's words strike a nerve, questioning his very ability to control the situation. Kan's voice, now laced with a hint of exasperation, demands clarification from the barbarian. His expression hardens, the weight of his words palpable, as he waits for Ketel's response. The air crackles with unspoken tension, as Ketel prepares to reveal the true depth of his intentions. Kan gestures emphatically, his words painting a grim picture of the consequences, while Ketel listens, his posture still, his thoughts hidden. Then, a chilling transformation, Ketel's eyes ignite with a malevolent purple glow, a sinister smile spreading across his face, as he declares his actions were simply for amusement, revealing a terrifying, darker side. Still shrouded in a sinister aura, Ketel's gaze holds a chilling indifference, his voice a low, dangerous rumble as he ponders, what more does one need?